We are in the second day of National Conference on Gender Equity, a Must for Sustainable Development, organized by UGC Center for Women's Study, Mangalore University. We have witnessed various sessions by distinguished speakers yesterday, and I know that all of you are eagerly waiting for another fruitful day here in the conference. I take this opportunity to welcome you all for this second day of the conference. Let us now begin today's first session. We have Professor B. Vishalakshi, Senior Professor, Department of Chemistry, Mangalore University, as the chairperson of this session. Also, we are honored to have Dr. Becky M. Thomas, Director, Shriram Industrial Research Institute, New Delhi, as the key speaker, and Dr. Kishori Narayankar, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, Mangalore University, as rapporteur. I now request Dr. Kishori Narayankar to escort our esteemed guests onto the dais. It's an honor to be graced by the presence of such eminent scholars with us. It is also my privilege to welcome all of them to the session. I extend a warm welcome to the chairperson of the session, Professor B. Vishalakshi, Senior Professor, Department of Chemistry, Mangalore University. Welcome you, madam. I now request Dr. Kishori Narayankar to florally welcome Professor B. Vishalakshi. Next, it is our honor to welcome our key speaker, Dr. M. Becky Thomas, Director, Shriram Industrial Research Institute, New Delhi. Welcome you, madam. May I now request Professor B. Vishalakshi to florally welcome Dr. Becky M. Thomas. A heartfelt welcome to the rapporteur, Dr. Kishori Narayankar. I request Dr. B.K. Sarojini to florally welcome madam. Now, I request Professor B. Vishalakshi, the chairperson of the session, to take over the session. Over to you, madam.
Good morning. Esteemed guest and speaker of first session, Dr. Becky M. Thomas, esteemed colleagues, the director of UGC Women's Study Center, colleague and friend Professor Sarojini, rapporteur and colleague Dr. Kishori, the former director of UGC Center and former director of IQAC, friend, former professor of English, Professor Kishori Madam, my colleagues from various departments, participants, the conveners of this conference, delegates of the conference, all invitees and student friends. Thank you for this opportunity to be to chair the first session of the second day. We have been having fruitful sessions since yesterday on gender equity, how it is essential for the sustainable growth of the society. And we have with us a leader in the corporate sector, Dr. Becky M. Thomas, to talk to us about the women leadership in corporate sector, the avenues, the opportunities we have, and the challenges we need to face. And we have been having different resourceful talks since yesterday. And as mentioned, we have good number of girls and women in academics, and also good number of women in corporate sectors as employees. But when we come to the leadership positions, as group leaders or as managers, CEOs of companies, as directors of companies, the number is alarmingly less. When we look for women role models in the corporate sector, we have very few handful of them. And we think of Indira Nooyi, the former CEO of Pepsi company, who was one of the most influential women leaders in the corporate world. And we remember that under her leadership, the company Pepsi had expanded its portfolio and it had introduced healthier products focusing on sustainability. She had implemented many uniqueness in the company, maybe work-life balance initiatives or workplace diversity. We also remember the contributions of Dr. Kiran Muzumdar-Shaw, who is the former chairman of company Biocon, which is a premier biotechnology industry, and her unique business ideas have transformed Biocon into India's leading pharmaceutical companies. So it is realized in the corporate society that there is a need and benefit of diversity in leadership, and women have their own contributions to make with their unique perspectives, innovative problem-solving methodology, critical decision-making approaches. The corporate sector has benefited, and like many other fields, women leadership in corporate sectors has been seen tremendous transformation. But at this juncture, we need to see, we need to focus on, we need to discuss why we see limited number of women as leaders in corporate sectors. Do women face any gender biases where their competence and decision-making abilities are questioned at these corporate levels? Do they have to break the glass ceiling and struggle to reach the top positions? Maintaining a work-life balance is challenging as leaders in corporate world. Do we lack professional networking to excel as leaders? When it comes to promotion and other payment benefits, do women face any discrimination? So we have Dr. Becky M. Thomas, the director of Sri Ram Institute for Industrial Research, who will speak from her life experiences, and I hope she will address some of these issues in her lecture. I am extremely privileged to place before you a brief biodata of the speaker, Dr. M. Thomas. Her biodata runs 8 pages, so I have a concise form here, brief and concise form highlighting her achievements. She is a successful woman leader in corporate sector. Basically, her career is in science. She has focused on cancer treatment development. She has focused on development of anti-cancer vaccines, mostly contributing to pharmaceutical field and partly to medical field as well. She has obtained her bachelor's and master's from Bombay University, working on immunology. Her PhD is from National Institute of Immunology, JNU, New Delhi. She was involved in the development of diagnostic kit for leprosy. I should also mention here that she has a senior management training from IIM Calcutta. From 1992 to maybe 2003 or so, she has worked in various research institutions. To name a few of them, she has worked in the Center for Biochemical Technology, Delhi. She has worked as a research associate in this institution. She was a research scientist in the Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Sciences, Delhi. During 1998 to 2000, she was principal scientist in Dabar Research Foundation, UP. She also worked as research scientist and manager in Reliance Life Sciences, Mumbai. She was an associate director and head in the inflammation and anti-infectives department Piramal Life Sciences Limited, Mumbai, where she worked for more than a decade. She was the director at Center for Interdisciplinary Research, D.Y. Patil University, Navi Mumbai. And 2015 to 16, she was the director and head of the Center for Interdisciplinary Research Institute, Amity University, Mumbai. So I see that she has had a very illustrious career, mostly in academics as well as contributing to academics as well as to management sectors. She was the Dean of Research in Somaya Vidya Vihar University during 2017 to 2021, where she was responsible for development of an IPR cell, contributed as member of Academic Council and also as governor body member. And 2021 to 23, she was the head of School of Business and Management, Christ University, located in Pune, where she provided strong academic leadership, was responsible for designing courses and programs on research and entrepreneurship. 2013, she was working as professor and director of research promotion cell, Atlas Skill Technical University, and she has contributed to this university by fostering a collaborative research environment, establishing partnership with industries, government agencies, and professional organizations. Currently, Dr. Becky M. Thomas is the director of Sri Ram Institute for Industrial Research, involved in again fostering a culture of innovation and continuous learning, developing strategies for managing and monetizing intellectual property assets, driving development of new products, processes, and technologies. Dr. Becky Thomas has more than 20 publications in high-impact journals, holds 15 patents on development of drugs and vaccines. Her supreme contributions to research and management have been recognized with several awards. She is the recipient of Piramal Life Sciences Awards under different categories, 3 times during 2006, 2009, and 2011. She has successfully handled several DST, DRDO, MNRE, TDB projects of worth more than 20 crores. One of my research students, Dr. Arun Islur, is presently working in her Arun Krishna. One of my research students, Dr. Arun Krishna, was a MSc student of industrial chemistry, and then he came to chemistry department for his PhD, and later on he served industrial chemistry again for many years as a guest faculty. He's presently working in the group of Dr. Becky M. Thomas, and I was extremely happy to know that he's a very resourceful person and he's able to manage many things in the industrial environment. And it's nice to hear that our students are doing well in the diverse fields and they excel. So I'm extremely happy that we have a researcher, we have a manager, we have a leader from corporate life. She is mainly a life science professional, contributed to research, pharmaceutical, medical, biotechnology sectors, involved in teaching MSc, MTech, PhD students, training them, designing projects, designing curriculum, added new dimensions to curriculum on research and entrepreneurship. She is involved in setting up infrastructure, state-of-the-art facilities, in all these institutions where she worked and organizations where she has worked. She was responsible for development of IPR cells, and with her strong leadership and management skills, she has the ability and the scientific rigor to lead the research groups in this corporate sector. I am extremely happy Dr. Becky M. Thomas has accepted her invitation, and she is here with us to give a lecture on women leadership in corporate sector, challenges and avenues. With this, I wholeheartedly welcome the speaker, Dr. Becky M. Thomas, to this session, the first session of the second day, and we are eager to listen to you, madam. With this, I invite her to deliver her talk. Over to you, madam.
कर दी। Morning, everybody. Thank you, Professor Vishalakshi. Thank you for inviting me, Professor Sarojini. Warm welcome and a good morning to all of you, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, students and colleagues. It's, I'm not very comfortable standing behind the podium. I hope you're not audible. Are you okay? Can you hear me now? Yeah. So once again, thank you for inviting me, ma'am. And yeah, if you don't mind, I would be pacing up and down. Yeah. All right. Thank you. So Professor Sarojini has given me a topic to speak on women leadership.
Tuck it in, otherwise that static would
This is gone.
okay.
This is gone. So I need to hold it. She's given me a topic to speak on women leadership in the corporate sector, challenges and avenues. Believe me, this is a topic I have not spoken ever. I have been in the corporate sector for over 3 decades, but it's not a topic that I'm comfortable talking about because I've never spoken about it. So it's a challenge and an opportunity. Thank you for that. Yes. Me now? Yeah? All right. So before I jump into the topic, I would like to give you a brief introduction about the organization that I represent today, that is the Sri Ram Institute for Industrial Research, Gurugram. So Professor Sarojini has been there. We currently exist in an area of 10,000 square feet, but this is an R&D building that's coming up. This is spread over 2.5 acres with 70 or 300,000 lakh square feet area. The construction has begun and we hope to have this R&D building up and ready in another 1.5 years. The reason why we have the Sri Ram Institute for Industrial Research at Gurugram, we have 3 R&D institutes. The first one is the Sri Ram Institute in Delhi, which has been in existence for over 70 plus years. The next one is the Sri Ram Institute in Bangalore, which has been with us for about 25 years. The Sri Ram Institute for Industrial Research, which I represent, we have been in existence for the past year plus. I took over as the director in January of 24, so it's like literally 13 months since I've been on board. The vision and mission of our R&D Institute is to develop a global facility which is dedicated to looking at real-life problem statements from the industry and giving them a commercially viable solution. And the way we achieve it is by looking at students who are inquisitive, who are curious, who would like to develop these solutions and make them market ready. So we would like to empower them. Currently, we have 5 thematic areas, 4 of which have been set up. That's the high performance materials, nanomaterials. The second is clean energy. The third one is a civil engineering based department and environmental engineering. The fifth one, the phytochemical and food, is yet to be established. Okay? The details of each of these labs we will come to very briefly soon. We are right now 23 scientists strong. We have students who intern with us. I'd like to take this opportunity, I was mentioning it to Professor Sarojini also, that we have undergrad and postgrad students who come and intern with us. And the students could intern with us anywhere from 8 to 12 weeks, all the way up to 6 months to a year. So if you have students who are interested in any of the areas that we work on, please feel free to send them to us. We also offer scholarship, stipend to the students, but they need to be with us for at least 6 months. We currently have about 10 interns who are with us for 6 months. Briefly speaking about the nanomaterials and polymers lab, this is where Professor Visalakshi, Dr. Arun is in this team. We work on 3D and 2D materials. We also work on bioplastics, soft materials, functionals, studies, and such. In the Am I looking at? Yeah. The next vertical, that is working on the clean energy, that is green hydrogen. We work on the field of hydrogen production, hydrogen storage, and hydrogen utilization. All of this work we try and do with bio-based materials, in the sense that we look at materials which are carbon-based, porous carbon samples coming in from biological sources, and we use that to look at storing of hydrogen. As you know that the government is now putting a lot of impetus for clean energy and green hydrogen as a fuel. The next is on infrastructure and new materials. This, like I said, is working completely on civil engineering. They're looking at the use of municipal solid waste or recycled concrete and making them as construction materials, essentially calling them as green concrete. Where do I have to point? Okay. The environmental engineering lab, I think I went a little ahead. Environmental engineering is where we have had a lot of success. We look at treatment of wastewater, effluent, industrial effluent water, and we try and reduce, recover, and reuse the heavy metals which are contaminating these waters. And we also treat the hazardous sludge that comes out of the industrial effluents. All of these labs that I just mentioned are completely equipped with state-of-the-art infrastructure. In addition, we also have the central instrumentation facility, which has high-end analytical equipments. All of these equipments are available for you as students when you come and intern with us, train with us. We also offer these services on a payment basis, subsidized to academia. In addition to the labs, we also have an incubation center, which is known as the Dr. Bansidhar Incubation Center. And currently, we have 3 startups who have incubated with us. We are also talking to other incubatees who would like to come and incubate with us. And if any one of you has an idea, want to come, work with us, join hands, more than welcome. Additionally, over the last 1 year, these are some of the projects that we have submitted, and Professor Visalakshi was just mentioning about the Technology Development Board. This is the project that we had written with Israel, and this has been sanctioned and we have gotten approval. This project cost is about $2 million US. We had submitted 10 proposals to MNRE, and one of those proposals is also been accepted, and we're getting started with that. That's about 4 crore. So yeah, we have been submitting projects to DST, DBT, and to whole others too. If you have any questions before I jump into the topic, students, or you can talk to me at the end of the talk. MSW students, okay. Fine. So whenever, I mean, your faculty are here, so if anybody wants to feel free to reach out, please do. Okay. As I mentioned earlier, this is a topic which is really something which I have lived my life for the past 3 decades, but something which I have never spoken of. Okay. Now, feel free to interject, feel free to interrupt me while I speak. I would like to have this as a discussion, an interaction, rather than just be a monologue. So because I see a lot of women, but I also see, and I'm really happy, I see a lot of men too, and that's wonderful. Thank you for joining us today. So, what do you mean by leadership? What do you understand by leadership? What do you understand by leadership? I've put up a quote here. Anybody? So what I meant by saying this is that if your presence in a room, if your presence in a room is making a difference to somebody, is making his or her life better, you are a leader in your own true sense. And the minute you leave that room, the minute you leave that forum, if your absence is felt and whatever you had contributed, that impact is still felt, you are a leader. This is what I feel, that individually, each one of us in our own sphere of work are contributing to some form of leadership. I've put up a panel of women leaders. Can anyone identify at least 4 or 5? At least 2 of them, Professor Vishalakshi has spoken in her introduction. Some of the younger students, at least to understand their GK. Yes, please raise your hands. Yeah. Mother Teresa, yes. Nirmala Sitharaman, you have just gone through the budget, yes. Sorry? Kalpana Chawla, yes. Malala Yousafzai, yes. Geeta Gopinath, wonderful. Who's the one next to Kalpana Chawla? Soumya Swaminathan, MS Swaminathan's Agriculture Trust. Who's the one next to Geeta Gopinath? Indira Nooyi, yes. Ma'am mentioned about her. Who's the one next to her? Sorry? Kiran Majumdar-Shaw. Yeah? Thank you. That's a huge, but I got all the responses from my left. I didn't have any responses from here. Is it because I didn't take questions from you? Okay. All right. So, the talk that I am trying to deliver today, or rather not a talk, the discussion that we're going to have today, I've tried to divide it into 3 parts. First is where I try and introduce you to the topic. The second part is where I have put it all in a different color. And then finally, I'll try and leave you with some thoughts in terms of tips and takeaways. Let me introduce it. This is not unknown. Each one of us, okay, guys and girls together, we cannot overlook the fact that as women, we do face challenges. I'm not saying that the men don't, men do. But the challenges that a woman faces, culturally, socially, in a work environment, is very different. Okay? So, a kind of a, what do you say? A statement. The talk today, the discussion today, is not being judgmental, not telling you that guys do this, girls do this. No, that's not what the entire discussion is not going to revolve around that, okay? This is just a kind of an eye-opener on what can be done to improve the current situation. That's it, all right? So let's be very clear about, let's not point fingers, let's not say that this person's doing this and that person is not doing it. No. Okay? So let's understand the fact that these challenges exist and that these challenges need to be addressed. Okay? As I go along, there's going to be a quote from none other than the former First Lady of the US who said this, that no country can make progress if it locks out half of its population, which is the women. Okay? Now, what do you do about it? Everywhere that you look, not just because you are leading a company, the very fact that you're looking after your child or you're running a household also makes you a leader. Our country has been one of the few countries who has had a woman prime minister, a woman president, woman chief ministers. The so-called developed country of today still hesitates to bring a woman to the top. They don't want it. And that's the truth. There is a lot of bias. And one thing that you all need to realize is that you as an individual, you are enough. You are a drop in the ocean. You are enough to prove to yourself, and you don't have to prove it to anybody else. Okay? So each one of you, if you understand that you are capable, you can break down the walls, and you can create an environment, a situation, a forum where you can have inclusivity, where you can have people walk with you, break the stereotypes. That's making you a leader. Each one of you, in your own current role, can do that. Okay? Now let's come down. That was just a very brief introduction. Let me come down to these 3 points. Just to give you a brief introduction about myself, ma'am spoke a lot about me from my CV, but a few facts from my own life. Okay? My parents, they were educated, they were working individuals, and so I know, it's not that I feel, I know that I am blessed. I was given an opportunity to study. I was given an opportunity to explore. I was given an opportunity to go out in the world and spread my wings, do what I wanted. I was given that opportunity. But today, let's be very clear. All of you sitting in this room, boys and girls, you are more blessed than the others who do not have this opportunity, who would love to have it, but they don't have it. So it's not a divide between the haves and the have-nots. But the fact that you are here is because your parents have decided to send you here. You have taken it upon yourself to take it as a challenge. Okay? I'm born and brought up in Mumbai, the financial capital of the country. Yeah. So I had an edge over everybody who were from maybe tier 2, tier 3 cities. Fair enough. But that doesn't give me, it gave me an edge, yes, but it did not give me anything more than that. I did have to work, I did have to struggle. The day I left, I did my undergrad and postgrad in Mumbai. The day I left to Delhi, because I was one of the few who was selected in the JNU All India Entrance Exam, the day I'm getting into the train, my dad tells me, "Do you really want to go?" You know, because daughters are the favorites of their fathers. Let's be clear on that. Do you really want to go? My ticket's booked. Everything is there. I'm at the railway station outside Rajdhani. I'm just about to board, and my dad tells me, "Do you want to go?" And he respected what I said. Yes, I do. So I did. I went. It was a challenge. JNU does not let you submit your thesis before 7 years. Okay? So your PhD is all of 7 years. You have a coursework which is about a year plus, sometimes a year and a half. And then you start doing your work. You don't complete your work till you're about 5 years, 5.5 years. And then you are allowed to submit maybe in the 6th year. And then your defense and whatever. So everything gets done in 7 years. During those 7 years, I'm sure most of us women in my age bracket would understand. Maybe the young girls here would understand. During that period of my PhD, as usual, like all families, shadi karna hai. ladka dekhna hai. The boy will come. And I'm in Delhi, my parents are in Mumbai. What do? So the boy comes. The boy comes to my guide's house. And my guide is sitting and doing all this, chai nashta khilana to the boy. I have to do that because I do need to respect the fact that my parents have let me go. I do need to respect their feelings and their authority over me. I do need to do that. I did that. Cut a long story short, got married, middle of my PhD. Just because you get married, then only your sibling can get married. Yeah, that's the Indian culture. Middle of my PhD, I had a child. Not a planned baby, but ho gaya. I'm married to an army officer. I don't have any support system. My husband at that time was he in J&K or was he in Nagaland? I do not know. High insurgency, terrorist place, no contacts, nothing. My son is brought up by my friends in the hostel. Okay? That's who I am. I was a girl who was scared of the dark. I was a girl who would be scared at the drop of a pin. But the minute I left home, I had to be myself. I had to be independent. I had to look after myself. And now I have a kid who's dependent on me. This is where I said, as women, we do face challenges. But let me tell you, the place where I did my PhD, I had a lot of support. My friends, my guide, my supervisors, my director, my vice chancellor, everyone, they supported students. Faculty, please don't listen to what I'm about to say. Students were more important than the faculty there. The students said what they wanted and they got what they wanted. That was the kind of support that we got from them. Okay? But in all that, the minute you finished your PhD, my son is born, I have to now start working. But I don't have a support system. My parents are working. My in-laws are not around. My husband is not around. I'm a single parent because of his work. What do I do? What do women do? What will you do? Face, yes. Yes, I quit. I took a break. A person who was doing so well, I had an original publication in the Journal of Medical Microbiology in my postgrad, based on which I got into JNU. I quit. I quit and I took a sabbatical, or I can call it a sabbatical now because I didn't know what I was going to do after that. I took a break for 4 years. And believe me, after 4 years was a challenge getting back into the system. Now, I come from a paramedic field, immunology, where every minute, and that's true for most sciences and most streams, where every minute there's going to be some different change, something new coming up. So unless you are updated, unless you are, really keyed into what is happening, you have no clue. 4 years out of the science stream, out of the medical field, I am no good. I approached my vice chancellor, I approached my director, I approached my guide. I was a blue-eyed person while I was there, but no longer. Nobody was ready to take a chance with me. But I chose to sit at the table. What do I mean by that? Imagine this huge room. Imagine this room with a conference table. You want it whatever shape you want, round, oval, square, whatever. Imagine this room with this huge conference table with chairs around it. Okay? You have chairs surrounding it too, but you have chairs around the table and you have chairs at the back. You as an individual, Where will you go and sit? And this I ask the girls here, the women here. Where will you go and sit? Where you will feel most comfortable. Where is that? जहाँ पर आपको कोई देखेगा नहीं, बिल्कुल कोने में. Sometimes, है ना? बिल्कुल. That's the first response. We may not be backbenchers, we won't be backbenchers, but we would also not be in the limelight. You wouldn't sit at the table. You would choose to sit at one corner where maybe you may be seen, may not be seen. You may sit at the back, where you're not questioned. But let me tell you one thing, and this I say with a lot of authority. Till you choose, till you decide to sit at the table, to make yourself count, you will not be counted. It is you who has to take that decision. Very often what happens, you know, when an interview, you're asked to introduce yourself, okay? You're also asked to speak about some of your successes. You know, name some successes. You know what happens? The guy would say, no offense, guys. You have to keep saying the caveat again and again. No offense. The guy would say, I did this because I did it. That's honest, true. Guys would say that. But you know what a woman would say? I could do this because I had the support of my husband, I had the support of my parents, I had the support of my friends, which is what I just said, right? I was supported. I didn't do it myself. I could do it because I had the support. This is the intrinsic difference between what a man and a woman would say. Can you own up to your own success? Can you own up and say, yes, this is what I did, and I did it because I wanted to do it. And I did it, I did get help, but I did it because I was good at it. Can we say that? This is what I mean by sit at the table. Let me give you another example. There's a talk happening, like now, like today. There's a question that's asked, okay? If I say raise your hands, please raise your hands, okay? So please raise your hands. All right. Please continue to keep your hands raised. All right, I have asked a couple of questions. Thank you. Please put your hands down. You know what I observed just now? The women put down their hands faster than the men. Honestly. And this is something which we keep observing. What happens is that, you know, when there's a talk and there's a time limit, and we really have no clue how much time is this talk going to take, and you're running out of time, and you just have one or two questions, you say, okay, we're going to take only one question, or just going to take another couple of questions. That's it. Okay? So we take the first two questions, and then you end up taking 3, 4 other questions also. So what happens is, the person who kept raising their hand and kept their hand raised are asked, and invariably it's the guys. The women tend to put thank God they didn't see my hand. Thank God they didn't ask me. Thank God I was not observed. Thank God I was not noticed. Yes? Very often that's what happens. This is what I mean by saying that please sit at the table. Please make yourself counted. You are as important as the next person. You count. Moving on to the next one. Make your partner a real partner. The current generation, maybe they may get married, or they may have partners. Let's respect that. Okay? When I say make a partner, your real partner, how often is it that as a woman, you're a full-time employee, okay? I would, when I was in Mumbai is known for its traffic and travel and all of that. I was working at the Reliance Life Sciences. I would leave home by around 4:45 in the morning, and I would come back by around 10:30, 10 night, okay? And I had a kid at home who was 7 years old. I had support system. I had a maid who would come, help, cook, whatever. He had the keys. The kid would come, open, and he would have his food and all of that. But as a woman, as a wife, as a mother, as a sister, as a daughter, we have different roles to play. You are expected to work. You are expected to come home, do the home housework. You're expected to raise the child. That is 3 times the work that you're doing. Whereas your partner is working morning to evening. And this is an example I say from my own life. I said I'm married to an army officer. He would come home. Every year he would have vacations for 2 months. When he could, when he was not in those areas that he wouldn't get leave, but he would come home when he was on vacation. But when he was on vacation, he's on vacation. He would come home, put his feet up, read the paper, and wait for me to come home. I had to actually sit down and tell him one day, I'm also working, I'm also tired, I am a human being, please contribute. Unless you tell them that, and very often that's how they are wired, okay? You have to tell them. If you don't, do not expect them to understand. You need to speak. No, jokes apart. You need to tell them. This is something which I'm saying with a lot of experience. You need to tell them because they really don't understand. घर आते थे, घर ढूंढना है, फ्लैट ढूंढना है, थक के चूर होके आते थे 12-13 घंटा ट्रैवल करके. After work, and then by the time you hit home, it's like 14 hours, you're out. Chalo, let's go on a Saturday or a Sunday. Let's go house hunting. I'm dead beat. No. This is also required. And unfortunately, my mom would also say, poor thing, he's been waiting for you all week. Can't you do this for a Saturday, on a Saturday with him? Sometimes it's us women who also don't support each other. Okay? So it's not just guys. It's us women too who have to be blamed. We sort of train our boys. I have a son. Ma'am has a son. I don't know. Do you have a daughter? No, you have a son. We sort of train our sons to succeed in life. Do we train our daughters to do that? Do we honestly do that? We do need to do that. If we don't do it, we're bringing in another generation who feel entitled. Please do not do it. The kind of training that you would give your son is based on what you have experienced, and your experience speaks. Can you tell your son when he gets married that she is my daughter and not my daughter-in-law? She is also a human being. She is also in need of your attention, your time, and she needs to have her own space. Can you respect that? Can you do that? So this is what I meant by making your partner a real partner. Let's move on to the third. Do not leave till you leave. I mentioned a little earlier that right in the bang of my PhD, I had a baby. Most of us women, and this is going to be just women-centric because it involves pregnancy, okay? Most of us women, what happens? The minute you realize that you're pregnant, what happens? You start planning. The minute you conceive, 9 months, then pregnancy leave, then coming back. So it's about a year, year and a half till you can really come back to your field. You start planning from that day. And women are known to be planners. Women are known to plan ahead. Can you not do that? Can you stop doing it? You know what happens? By this, you sort of lose out on important opportunities, important projects, because you suddenly decide that having the baby is more important. Taking care of yourself is more important. So you sort of start planning, and when the organization, and believe me, this is a time when each one of us are working in a very competitive environment. The organization suddenly realizes that this person, this lady, is going to be out for a year plus and not back, don't know whether she would be back. And so the project should not be given to her, can be given to somebody else. My request to each one of you sitting here, please do not leave till you leave. Stand up, take that opportunity. Look out for those important opportunities, look out for those projects that you can work on till you are able to, till you are in that organization. Do not plan ahead of time. There's still a lot of work to do. You can plan your next, that project can be done. Now, of course, after COVID, a lot of things has changed. A lot of things can be done offline, online, hybrid. A lot of opportunities are available. Maybe at that time we couldn't, but whatever. The current generation, you have that opportunity. So what I was trying to tell you from my personal experience is ensure that you count, you sit at the table, you ask for your piece of the cake. You need to make your partner feel like he is or she is equally contributing, and do not plan to leave till you are ready to leave. Okay? Any questions till now? If I could just come to some points that Dr. Vishalakshi just mentioned. It is true that there are challenges, but in the current scenario, changes are there. Women leaders are being seen, but not to the extent that is required. We need more. We need more of you to come up and take that positions, okay? Why do you think a woman leader is different or as good as a male leader, if not better? Because the leadership style of a woman is very different. Unfortunately, we are all working in a very patriarchal society still. Many parts of the country is patriarchal. At least the north is. The south is very matriarchal, but the north is very, very patriarchal. And so we see that, okay? But the kind of leadership style that a woman brings in, the kind of cooperation or multitasking that a woman does is very different. And that is where women leaders are preferred. How many of you know IKEA? How many of you have shopped in IKEA? Don't tell me nobody knows IKEA. Nobody knows? Very few people know IKEA. No, that's all right, but at least you know of IKEA? No, in Bangalore, Hyderabad. Bangalore, wow, great. So I know of IKEA in Hyderabad, but yeah. So this is a company which has a lot of women leaders. And this has transformed that company. And this is an example from there. Yes? Sarojini ma'am told me to speak on corporate, but I couldn't leave out academia because I'm standing in the hallowed grounds of an academic institution, and that too a very old one. There is harassment existing in corporate or in academia, and somehow this is still not addressed. Legal frameworks do exist, but many a times a woman doesn't come forward because he or she feels that if you report it, you could be harassed more. Your promotions could be stopped, whatever, for whatever reason. But this is true, it exists. And if we do not work at it together, both guys and girls, both men and women together, this is not going to move out. Yes, Mr. Lakshmi ma'am also spoke about a gender pay gap, glass ceiling, yes. Why do you think this unequal pay exists? Why do you think it exists at all? We don't ask. How many of you actually, women sitting here, negotiate for your salary? You don't. You sort of feel, okay, whatever you get, at least you know, that's okay. Mera ghar chal jayega. Because you feel you're a stepney. This is an additional income. That's it. It's not, you're not a single parent who's earning and so the house has to run by your income. This kind of a glass ceiling is existing because you do not negotiate for your salary. You do not negotiate, you do not ask for what is your right. And this is something which you have to actively try and work at. A work-life balance, I really do not know how much of that is going to work out in our generation, but hopefully in the next generation might work. How many of you have actually seen these words, ambitious, dominant, competitive in a CV or in application? They're looking for applicants who are competitive, who are dominant. How many of you have actually seen this? Yes? This kind of puts off the women. Because by and large, we are told that we are not dominant. Yeah. Yes. Has a negative connotation to the entire thing, yes. But do you realize that in the animal world, it's the woman who is supposed to be feared? Yeah, because they are so protective. Beware of the female in the species. That's true for the humans too. True, of course, but still, yeah, it's quite put-offing for the women. And so, what is it? Can we have a wordplay where women are also included in your job descriptions, which would include their multitasking ability, their leadership styles, their ability to collaborate and have a congenial work atmosphere? Can you look at that also as one of your prerequisites for hiring? Industry, very underrepresented. I started my conversation with you by saying that I am blessed for reasons, various reasons, okay? Whichever industry I have been part of, I have felt very, very safe. I have never been treated as a woman, and so I have to have special consideration. No, I never felt that. That was never ever made obvious to me. But that's me. May not be true for everybody. In academia too, you would have department heads, but how many vice chancellors? Do you have a woman vice chancellor? Yes. Do you have? Who? You were acting vice chancellor. No, not here. I'm saying there are vice chancellors. There are women vice chancellors. No. Are you talking about the SNDT Women University, Women's Vice Chancellor? No, I'm talking about, let's have a gender parity. We have guys here too. So let's not.
There's no gender parity, it is about 8%.
Yes, there are very few vice chancellors. Why? Why? If you look at the bottom of the slide, when you have an entry level, there are women. But as you start progressing, senior level, women sort of drop down, drop out. For reasons. I said, I quit because I had no other option. I had no support system, and the child is my responsibility. Yes, my husband was fighting for the country, but does that make me a person that I have to, many times I've had a fight with my husband, quit your job. He's a medico, he can get a job anywhere. But no. When he cleared his AFMC, it was army, army, army. That was him. That's what he wanted, and that's what he did. So he never quit, and I had to. But that's how I was. But does that have to be with you? A choice. Very often what happens is, if you want to be part of the C-suite and you want to be heading organizations, you need to take tough decisions. And you need to start looking at you yourself. What do you need? What is it that makes you happy? If you are not happy as an individual, your house is not happy. People around you are not happy. So can you look at least, I'm not saying be selfish, but at least can you start identifying what is it that you want? You as an individual, what are you looking for? What is making you happy? What is giving you contentment? Can you talk about that? Can you discuss that with your friends, with your family, with your partner? And believe me, when you openly start talking, you will have a lot of support. Today, in our generation, maybe the next, we may not achieve the 50% leadership of women. But fingers crossed and toes crossed. Let's see, let's hope. So some of the tips and takeaways. What did the famous Nobel laureate Marie Curie say? She was taught that the way of progress is neither swift nor easy. Believe me when I say this, I have gone through that grind. It's not easy. I've had 18-hour work days. In a corporate setting, you're expected to do that. But like Indra Nui said, don't ask someone else to do something which you yourself will not do. Today, I cannot sit on the chair and say that I'm the director of the Sri Ram Institute for Industrial Research and so will not do this. You as my junior are expected to do it. No. Today's generation will not accept it. Okay? And this is what I tell my team. Ma'am was talking about, most of the students are trained to be, all-rounders, understanding the holistic of a lab. Today, if I am asked to come to my institute on a Saturday or a Sunday, I will go because that's my institute. I head it. It's my responsibility. If there's a lorry coming with some equipment, I will stand there and get it unloaded. I cannot sit on the chair on my high horse and say, no, it's not my job. I cannot do that. So till you start saying that if you don't do it, don't expect someone else to do it. It's up to you. There's nothing too small or too big in anything, any work. Okay? There is a dignity in labor. And this is the quote I was referring to by the former First Lady. No country can truly flourish if it stifles the potential of its women and deprives itself of the contribution of half of its citizens. This is true. Women make up half of our population. If you do not recognize the capabilities and the position that a woman occupies, we are not in a very good shape in our country. So, 10 reasons why we need fresh outlooks and perspectives, better mentorship, multitask, teamwork, and a whole lot of other things. I can share this, ma'am, with Dr. Sarojini, and you can take it. This is a statistic I just wanted to share, and I think this is the last slide. Of the 150 women, 150 women who were surveyed, okay? And this is what I meant when I said career start, middle, and senior, okay? I was talking about in a job description, dominant and competitive and all of that. There's something here, right? Smart, hardworking, committed, resilient, okay? So you have a whole bunch of women who fit into this bracket, and they come in when they start their career. They also go into the middle management. But when they get into where they have to be seniors and in the C-suite, very little training is given to what is the business that you are in. You are in an organization, you are in an academia. What is the Mangalore University business acumen? What are the strategies that the promoters of your university or the government or your vice chancellor and registrars and deans, HODs, what is the strategy for the future of your university? What is the financial acumen of the university? Where are we looking at it? Any of you women, are you trained in any of these three? Do you even think about it? Do you even realize that when you are in an organization, you do need to understand the business, the strategy, and the financials of an organization? If you do not, and very often what women say is, we do not like to do number crunching. See numbers and we go blank. No. About time, pull up your socks. Start talking about strategies, start talking about financials. And I'm not saying that, like me, go do an IIM management. No, you don't need to do that. You can understand the financials without doing all of that. Only then would you be able to make yourself ready for a senior position. Would you be able to sit at the table and talk to your peers who are more conversant with these topics of discussion? Don't get complacent. Don't get into your comfort zones. Shake yourself out of it and do something about it, because if you want to be counted, you need to be doing a lot more. Okay? We have a lot of understanding of what drives people. We have a lot of understanding on how to motivate our team. As women leaders, do not follow the crowd. Let the crowd follow you. Thank you. Those are my coordinates. If anybody wants, they can reach out to me after the talk. More than happy. Any questions?
Yeah, the session is open for discussion. Dr. Becky, you can come back and sit here. Thank you so much. It was a very illuminating lecture. We benefited a lot, covered different aspects of women leadership. Now it's open for discussion. Please interact. You may have your own views about the women leadership. You can share it with us.
Just because we spoke about women, guys, if you have a question, please feel free to ask. All right. I think either they understood everything or they didn't understand anything, whatever it be. Great. Sorry?
Yeah. The statistics you gave, finally, madam, the number 3 out of 150 is the number which has come to the top. Right? Yeah. Yeah. So what we understand is some type of training, maybe requirement for the leaders who come up to the senior level. So that should help us long. Yeah.
More than training, I would say mentoring. And as women, if you can, if I can use the word, sponsor each other, be there for each other, and say, yes, this person is as good, deserves this position, deserves this place, then wonderful. So all the more reason for you to encourage more and more students. You are in the academia, so for you, you have students from that age that you can mold and bring them ahead. Yes, very true, very true. They are not. Boys are taught to succeed and girls are taught, okay, make sure that you're likable, and that's it. Yeah, that's what. So people like you. Yeah, but that's not. Work-life balance?
Work-life balance. That is something that pushes people to not become too ambitious about anything.
So this is like the L&T CEO. Who was that who spoke about work-life balance, 90-hour week? What is work-life balance? That's very, very, what do you say? That's very person-specific or situation-specific. Yeah.
No, one of the reasons, I think, I'm sorry, one of the reasons that women don't get the promotions is the men do 90-hour weeks. And the women cannot afford to do it because they have to look after their children.
This is where I said, ma'am, make your partner a real partner.
Yes, I understand that. I understood
because
that.
that is the only way you start telling them, because they don't understand that. I work 90-hour week, maybe 110-hour week.
I thought as much when you said you would go on a Saturday or a Sunday to do whatever.
Yeah, because then this is where you have to say that you're no less. If a guy can go, why can't a woman go? ठीक है, एक दिन खिचड़ी बनेगा दोपहर को, कोई बात नहीं, खा लेंगे. Doesn't matter. You don't have to have a 7-course meal every day, every lunch.
No, but what happens, I think, is again, if you are going to have a 90-hour week, and the man is also going to have a 90-hour week, if there is to be, tell your partner, make your partner a real partner, the partner will also have to come down in terms of 90 hours. It will have to be much less.
I don't completely agree there, because both of us are workaholics. So our son suddenly decided that he doesn't want to become a doctor or a scientist like me, because he says that you all are still studying and you all are still working. The current generation wants instant gratification. They want immediate, right now, unfortunately. But yeah.
And one more aspect to is, as ma'am was also saying, there is this cultural and social norms that women has to give in. And sometimes we take upon ourselves, unsaid rule, like, I have to be there for my child, for my whatever caretaking and other things. And it's the guilt that women has. So somewhere we'll have to overcome that guilt, I felt. So that could be...
So many a times what happened was, because I was a single parent, parent-teacher meetings, you have to go. Your husband is not there, so you have to go. But when my husband is there, I said, now you better act like a father. Otherwise, your son is going to call you uncle. Who's this? So don't do that. You better own up and stand up and say, okay, you're my son. And you be there. Let the teachers also know that, yes, this is my child. So that kind, guilt does make a lot of difference. I will just give you one example. My son was, I think he was in class 6 or 7. He was sitting on his study table and he was studying. And suddenly, because of this 90-hour week or whatever you want to call it, I suddenly got up and went and stood behind him. Okay? So he turned back and he pulled another chair and he said, sit. I said, okay. I sat down. And then he says, what happened? I said, no, I was just looking at what are the subjects you're studying, because I have no clue what subjects you have in this class. So he tells me, am I doing well in school? I said, yeah. Am I getting good grades? I said, yeah. And he was the head boy of the school. Am I doing well in my extracurricular? I said, yeah. So then what's bothering you? Just let me be. So this is where we sort of feel guilty and we start reacting. But that's what we are. That's who we are. Hormones, women, I do not know.
They say it is hormones that make us think of work-life balance, unlike men. That is what women in science have come up with.
I do not completely agree with that, because that's not work-life balance. बंदों को भी होता है. आजकल कौन बंदे जाते हैं? कोई नहीं जाता. Everybody wants to get into their comfort zone. My juniors, I have to shake my guys. I still am able to get my girls to work.
I think today's generation, the younger generation, the boys also, they are being sensitized at different levels.
They are.
Whereas our generation, our men have never been sensitized. Yeah. So they expect water to be served.
Yeah, तौलिया उठा के दे दो, कपड़े दे दो, हाँ जी बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल. But then it's on us as mothers to start training our sons and our sons-in-law to be aware that their partner is as much a human.
So we have heard an excellent lecture about women responsibilities, women capabilities, and the leadership qualities that we have, and the support we get from the society, and our responsibilities as leaders. And Dr. Becky Thomas has fit into the definition that she has given in the beginning. Leader should be one whose presence is felt when she is around, and whose absence also is felt when she goes away. So we have such a leader with us today. We are extremely happy to listen to her life experiences, how she has strived hard to achieve the position she is in today. And she has given a lot of messages, take-home messages to our youngsters. You alone are enough. Each of us in our own way, we are role models. So be sure what you want in life, and strive hard to get it. So with this, we end this session. On behalf of the organizers of this national conference, on behalf of Mangalore University, I extend heartfelt thanks to Madam for your excellent talk. Thank you. Thank you.
As we conclude this thought-provoking session, I take this opportunity to thank everyone. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. M. Becky Thomas, Director, Shriram Industrial Research Institute, New Delhi. Thank you, Madam, for sharing your valuable expertise with us. I would like to request Professor B. Vishalakshi to present a memento to our key speaker, Dr. M. Becky Thomas. And also many thanks to Professor B. Vishalakshi for chairing this session. Thank you, Madam. And I would like to request Dr. Kishori Narayankar to present a memento to Professor B. Vishalakshi. I would also thank Rapporteur Dr. Kishori Narayankar for her efforts in documenting this session. I request Dr. Yashaswini to present a memento to Dr. Kishori Narayankar. With this, we have come to the end of today's first session. Thank you all.
Oh, it's not too far?
Thank you. Yes, we are going to have the second session of the day. We have Dr. Paul Aquinas, Chairman, Department of MSW, Mangalore University, as Chairman for this session. Professor Sojan Antony, Additional Professor, Nimans, Bangalore, as our esteemed key speaker, and Dr. Priya K. as Rapporteur. I kindly request Dr. Priya K. to escort the dignitaries onto the dais. It's of great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to the chairman of this session, Dr. Paul Aquinas. Welcome you, sir. I now request Dr. Priya K. to welcome him florally. The esteemed guest and key speaker of this session is Professor Sojan Antony, Additional Professor, Nimans, Bangalore. I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to you, sir. I request Dr. Paul Aquinas to welcome him florally. A warm welcome to Dr. Priya K., the rapporteur of the session. Welcome you, madam. I request Dr. Yashaswini. I request Dr. Yashaswini to welcome her florally. Thank you. Now I request Dr. Paul Aquinas to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Eliminating gender disparity in mental health. Respected resource person, Dr. Sojan Antony, my great friend, my colleagues and participants, good morning to you all. It is time to give mental health of women due precedence. In 2024, for the first time, mental health was acknowledged as an impactful driver for individual and national development in the economic survey. Now, the survey noted that 10.6% of adults in India suffer from mental disorders, with the treatment gap ranging from 70% to 92% depending on the specific condition. Needless to say, which accounts for 70% and which accounts for 92%. I think both the figures are alarm bells. The National Mental Health Survey of 2015-16. Now, the World Health Organization, in its fact sheet on mental health, has outlined several risk factors. One important risk factor, I think in the previous session also we were discussing, excessive workloads or rapid workspaces, 90 hours a week, and all this was given. Coupled with that, there is also a long, unsocial and inflexible hours. And obviously, looking at the condition, we know who takes the maximum load on that. The third factor is unsafe or poor physical conditions both at work and at home. We do have job insecurity as another very pivotal factor which is there. We have got inadequate pay. I think we had discussed about that, how we negotiate our pay, etc. Conflicting home and work demands. And we know how it takes its play on various such conditions that are there. Now, one important thing that we have to bear in mind here is that suppose if there is a successful man, obviously they say there is a successful woman behind him. For the simple reason that she takes part in helping him, takes the courage to be with him, and also is someone who praises him and gives the support system that is needed. But the other way around, is it so? Is an open question that probably we will have to deliberate in this session. Now, time has come for us to address the challenge of increased gender disparity. And why so? Because just because you are getting everything does not mean to say that you have everything. The limitations is always felt. I know somebody had put it in the session here that we need to train our sons. And if you don't train your sons, obviously you're putting the pressure on them when the real need comes in. That is the part that probably we'll see of how it affects. And we have a very eminent speaker here, Sojan Antony, sir, an additional professor in NIMANS, a person whom I should say is something who has contributed a lot to our department. He was instrumental in adding 2 specializations to the stream that we have got. One was on mental health of the elderly, and another was on therapeutic counseling. These were the 2 specializations that he introduced, and this is on a very personal note. Now, women, along with men, also need to acknowledge as shareholders in mental health discourse, because the case is a lost opportunity for human race as a whole. A brief introduction of Dr. Sojan Antony. He is a consultant in adult psychiatry at NIMANS, which was already told here. And he is an alumni of Mangalore University. He did his MSW in 2005. He completed his MPhil in psychiatry social work at NIMANS Bangalore, and he got a gold medal in 2008. Since 2016, he has been a faculty member at NIMANS. He has researched and trained on promotion of mental health among the elderly. Healthy aging is another factor that he has looked at, and under his guidance, 8 scholars are awarded the PhD, 4 scholars are pursuing their PhD, and he has published nearly 50 articles in peer-reviewed journals and books. If you would Google, you will really find out in mental health of the elderly, there is one name which stands out, and stands out very prominently in these 50 papers that he has published. Sir, we are very grateful to you for adding something so much to social work. His acumen is also in social analysis, and he has helped him recognize an expert in reviewing and contributing policies of various organizations, including the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. Without much ado, I would request Professor Sojan Antony to take over to discuss on this very important topic, because it is at the grassroots level that we are discussing this topic. I would also, request the members to ask questions so that, it can make an interactive session, and it will be something which we will all cherish, because after all, we need to improve ourselves, improve our living, and see that equality and equity and all dimensions of this are very strongly covered. So with these words, I welcome you, sir, and probably I could conclude it in the end. So some more time. Thank you, sir.
Very good morning to all. Respected Paul Akina sir, professor, and former head, current head also, former HOD of Department of Social Work, yes. And ma'am, Dr. Priya, and my beloved friend as well as mentor, Dr. Yashaswini ma'am. Madam is the reason I have come here. And I know that you have a very good organizing team. Professor B.K. Sarojini, Dr. Vajida Banu, and the entire university is supporting your program. And with us, my classmates, two of them are there. Dr. Dhaneshri, she was the best outgoing student in our batch. So her rank was first. I belong to 5th or 6th in my class when I completed my MSW from Mangalore University. With us also Sabida Bai. She was a civil service aspirant, and then now currently she is doing PhD from Davangere University. And my SDM college colleague is here, and very nice to be speak in front of all of you. And I know I am very happy that in this topic equally men and women are interested in this gender equity. Correct, right? Both men are also involved, women are also interested in the gender equity. To a personal note, I have 2 girl children, actually female children. In our community, having a male children is slightly important for transferring the property. Okay. But of late, my father was very upset. First child daughter, he was a bit upset. Second child daughter, he was again upset. And but when they became 12, 14, he realized that in my family, we are 2 boys and 1 girl, right? I have a sister and 1 boy. 1 brother is there. But during the last days of my parents, my sister only took care of my parents. So a popular myth, having a male children and they will take care of us, we should give all property to them. It's a myth. We can say it is like a superstitious kind of belief, delusion we can call. In psychiatry term, it is a delusion. False, fixed, it is culturally shared, but otherwise it's a delusion that male children will help us. It's a delusion only. So with this personal note, I will present my views on mental health and well-being, a gender-sensitive approach. Yeah, first slide will go. So, the topic, mental health of women, okay. Now, you can see that in India, a popular mantra we hear by Modi ji and all the politicians is Nari Shakti. What is that? Nari Shakti. And if you see all our good goddesses in Indian culture, money, Lakshmi Devi, knowledge, Saraswati, Shakti, Durga, or Kali Devi, and then Shiva, Parvati. Even Shiva also, we give credit for Parvati. Yeah, Mahaba, Sita. We have more respect to Sita than Ram, because we consider Sita's powerful. Draupadi, right? So in Indian culture, if you see, we are very rich in respecting or understanding the power of women. When I caught this kind of classic figures. I am also equally aware that Mangalore and Kerala and all, women empowerment is already implemented and successful, and that's the reason we see in academic excellence. In academic excellence, Udupi, Mangalore, Dakshina Kannada, outstanding, performs better than Bangalore and other region. Do you agree with me? Dakshina Kannada and Udupi region, we do better than Bangalore in terms of education and cultural aspects. Why? Women empowerment, the fruits of women empowerment, we have already experienced in Mangalore. So that's another thing. So very important. Now, if you ask me, the debate when I came was whether women are capable for academic leadership. In our institute, NIMHANS stand fourth in rank after AIMS, PGI Chandigarh and CMC Vellore. The medical college ranking for NIMHANS is fourth in India according to National Institute of the National Ranking Framework. Our director is female. Our all deans were female when we were getting this fourth rank. All deans, not one person. Behavioral science, neuroscience, basic science, and all deans were female. Out of 6-7 key administrators, only one person was male. That was a registrar. So, are they capable? Are women capable? My understanding, women are capable. Very soon, we boys need reservation for getting admission in universities and medical colleges. I'm not joking. I was a faculty at Christ University. Around 25 to 30,000 students are studying. In that students, once VC told, earlier we started, initially it was a boys' college, and then they started a co-education for the boys to learn that how to behave properly to girls and to mix the gender balance. Now the situation is Vice Chancellor is thinking for reservation for men, otherwise they cannot sustain the early tag of boys' college. The proportionate is 70% of students are girls and 30% or 35% is boys. So what I would like to tell you that investment in women's mental health is investment for development. So the topic like gender equity and a must for sustainable development, why we could not progress as a developed country, one barrier was our cultural barriers in participation of women in workplace, women in key decision making. I can give you another example. A huge transformation of Kerala model. If you take the Kerala model transformation, the Kerala with less industry financially survived only because of nursing job by women, and that has created huge the foreign kind of earning a lot of money from foreign countries and invested in Kerala. And also you know that another model is like in Mangalore, Karnataka also powerful, like SDM and all doing, SKDRDP is doing. Women's self-help group. The use of women's self-help group for promotion of the social development. So all these indicators are showing we need to invest money, resources in women's mental health. Next slide. So there is a problem like this culture. I think some problem happened with my G why I transformed as a PDF file, but no problem. Wherever that black spot is, there is a G only. Okay. So the culture actually transforms a biological being into a social being. Some errors were, some virus was there in the previous century. What was the virus in the cultural transformation of social biological being into social beings? We had many no's for women and many unwanted yes for men. I was in Nagpur before coming here for tribal, 1 week we were spending time in prevention of suicide among tribal community. For your information, out of 10 doctors, 8 of our doctors were female, and we were staying in the health department campus, and beautifully that 8 doctors, female doctors, and 2 male doctors. That is the ratio. I'm telling 8 is to 2 actually. So they were like day and night, they stayed there, understood the problem, analyzed the problem, they contributed significantly for suicide prevention. So if you see these kind of earlier understanding of not women are not supposed to travel, not supposed to be away from home, not supposed to be stay independent in a remote place, all these myths are actually being decreased now, and we are benefiting out of that. So the moment we neutralize this gender stereotypes, men versus women, no, what man can do, what female can do, these kind of stereotypes and the prejudice or judgment, once we remove, we definitely will progress. Another example I can tell you, for a family, men and women are like two wings of a bird. If one wing is not, if like a smart person thinks that my wife should not go anywhere, let her be in the kitchen or somewhere, only one wing will you be able to survive. You are not going to survive. You are going to be in disaster. I can tell you that nowhere you will reach the goal. The women empowerment and empowerment of two wings are essential for a family to survive. Next slide. So we need to correct this error in the socialization process. Now, a popular understanding about mental health is absence of mental illness. But many stress, anxiety, violence related issues we have never discussed. Violence is a threat to mental health. It's a threat to physical health. It's a threat to our emotions. It's a threat for our social participation. Many times, out of helplessness, out of misunderstanding, men use violence as a way to discipline. Now, we need to understand, after the UN Declaration of Human Rights, equality is declared not for men alone. Equality is declared for all citizens in the world. That means men and female, women have equal voting right, equal rights for life, equal rights for freedom of speech and movement. So from the UN rights, from human rights, from our democracy, men and women have equal power only. In citizenship, men not and women not are not separated and counted. Correct, no? All votes are together only counted. So in decision making, the country like India, men and women have equal power. But socialization and cultural lens sometimes prevent us or sometimes create an illusion. I'll say whoever men feel superiority, what Sri Krishna says, it is an illusion only. It's a maya, it's not a real power. No more it is a real power, because your vote has equal value for a women vote, and your right to inherit property, women are also having equal right. And your right to get education, women also having equal rights. And the Equal Payment of Wages Act clearly says for same job, same salary. So all of us are working in a university, we get the equal salary. There is no separate salary for women or men. So we'll continue. So it is not the absence of mental illness, violence, blaming, limiting, or harassment, any sort of things, an attack towards the mental health of women. Right. Next slide. So wellness has, as I mentioned, there's a social dimension is there, physical dimension is there, and also psychological dimension is there. We will see. Next slide. So some few threats for women's mental health we will identify, and then we will discuss later. Right. Next slide. Gender inequality, denial of equal opportunity. See, though we are telling that equal opportunity, sometimes for observation's sake, I observe in Bangalore bus and metro. After 7, 8, 9, the number of women-men ratio decreases. Maybe 6 o'clock Bangalore buses, we can see 70% of women and 30% of men. Gradually time progresses, there will be 95% of men and 5% of women. Why it happens, how we can prevent it. So once we limit, like I feel like an eggshells, protection, if like for an egg, if eggshells are protection, men need not become eggshells for women. If you become like eggshells for women, that life inside that egg will die. The shells has to be broken. We should allow that both men and women, when they are children, we should empower them to take their decisions. Once they have power to take decision, we have to withdraw from their life how eggshells withdraw. Now many families, even including my families, even after 18, 19, 20, 25, both men and women are behind women as eggshells, not allowing them to have their own freedom of thinking, feeling, behavior and choices. It is more of like eggshells. And are we giving life for them? Simply we are denying the opportunities for them. That's a threat for mental health. Next slide. Child sexual abuse. There's a lot of studies are there. If children are being abused, that is going to create lot of emotional issues in future. This is another core area when we think about mental health we need to prevent. I'm not telling only women are, the girls children are being abused, even male children are being abused. So the prevention of child sexual abuse is a strategy for promotion of mental health. Next slide. Domestic violence, I told there is already act is there. It is a punishable crime. Many men are outside the jail because of mercy of the female. If the moment you take action, definitely this violence, both in domestic as well as intimate partner violence. Domestic violence and intimate partner violence. Violence is not only just hitting or scolding, even denial of financial rights. You earn as a faculty money and your husband every month take money by force. That's also violence. So many times violence for us only hitting or threatening. Even taking away of your money is a violence. And neglect is a kind of violence, not meeting your needs. So financial aspect, neglect, physical aspect, emotional harassment, comparing you to the neighbor's wife. That's a violence. It's a kind of emotional harassment. So many times it happens. Yeah, domestic violence, comparing you to Aishwarya Rai, no? People can say, you are also from Udupi, and that lady is also from Udupi. How beautiful is Aishwarya Rai? That is a kind of violence actually. Many men like me, we have not recognized that we can get jail. Akina sir, today onwards be careful, okay? So, emotional, neglect, finance. Akina sir, if he takes his wife's salary and go for foreign trips and not taking wife along with him, it's a violence. Because financial abuse, it comes under the financial abuse. So many times we don't understand asking him dowry. It's an abuse. Many times people don't understand it comes under the violence. Dowry act is there, violence act is there. So many of us are out of court, out of jail because of the bhiksha which is given by our females from our family. Domestic violence. Yes, next. Intimate partner violence already mentioned. Next. Next slide. Addiction related violence. Unfortunately, we have not recognized the fact that addiction can be treated. It's a brain disorder like stroke or cardiac problem. Many times we ignore, and the who suffers more? Naturally, either partner or the mother or daughters in the family. So addiction treatment is another solution. Yes, next. Workplace harassment. Now, whether women are harassed, not only sexually harassed, many times senior position, like all of them are telling, senior positions are denied for women, just citing that men can travel, men can work more, men are creative, men can be there in the night. I have seen very men in the night in the bar, not in the workplace. They will quote my work time start from 9 until 10. Actually 6 to 10 they spend in bar or some pubs or somewhere for discussion. That's not the creativity. Modern knowledge based industry is actually ruled by creativity, discipline. Modern work workplace is actually ruled by teamwork, communication skill, creativity, and then what else I want, one thing extra I told, no? Discipline. You just reflect, all of us reflect, you write it in your book, being a male, being a female, how creative. My understanding, I don't know whether nature has given little more creativity for women, the way we dress. Just compare his dressing versus another girl's dressing. He has a very simple dress because he may not apply his creativity in dressing. But many times they have bangles, they have earrings, they have things. I'm not telling, this is a kind of, their brain is so creative. Actually, they wanted to use another 50 items because of nobody is allowing them. Otherwise, it's an expression of your creativity. Next is communication. Men are dumb in communication. The 90% of communication happens non-verbally. And many men never understand non-verbal communication. They miss the many teenage love because they don't understand the non-verbal communication. And then they blame that nobody loves us and they start drinking, smoking and all. But at the same time, female really appreciate, many men are looking at me, I am quite capable. Confidently they wait till 21 or 22 for getting a better suitable alliance. So, but at the same time, men, poor guys, don't understand non-verbal communication. They start drinking, smoking and spoiling their life. So what I wanted to tell that, in workplace, you have edge. You are powerful like elephant. Elephant doesn't know elephant is powerful. Elephant hits, the men will fly like a rocket. Only you allow others to chain you. Only you allow others to torture you. Only you allow you to be in a limited social circle. Yeah, so workplace, you have, opportunities are open. With confidence, we need to proceed. Next slide. Poverty is another issue. Though we say poverty is a structural issue, that structure is like a bottled water. Once you are inside the poverty, you really struggle to come out. Education, empowerment has to remove that bottle, then only you will be able to come out. So poverty has its own impact on women's mental health. Next slide. Social isolation and loneliness. You don't travel in the night time, 12 hours you are socially isolated. You travel only from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock, almost 16 hours you are socially isolated. You are not socially connected. After certain age, you socially withdraw. Till certain age, you don't mingle with the society. All kinds of denial of socialization opportunity is a threat for women's mental health. And it leads to loneliness. And loneliness is the silent pandemic across the world, both in the childhood as well as in old age. Next slide. Lack of physical activity. Many times we ourselves are a threat for us. We don't go for cricket, football, culturally not allowed to play football, cricket, badminton, and we'll do say small activity. That's not enough for us to be mentally powerful. You also should have your own place for play, place for swimming, place for cycling, and claim the gender space. We are not only claiming work related things. You also need to have recreation, relaxation space where you will nurture the physical activity. Harvard study is there. Sitting is more riskier than smoking. That doesn't mean that you can go out and smoke, okay? Sitting is more riskier than smoking. So just think about that, how much you are physically active. Next slide. Abuse faced by elderly women. Another, why I'm telling women are powerful, Nari Shakti. The life expectancy of men is lower than women. That itself indicates that how physically you are strong. The survival rate. And what happens, the death of spouse and children migrate, the vulnerability to be abused as elderly women increases. So we should not neglect that part also. Next slide. So another common issue is in the women's mental health is delay in seeking treatment. Many times we ignore our depression, anxiety, OCD, postpartum mental health issues. We think that it is okay, I am not okay, I am feeling something different, that's okay. The time has come us to think that it is not okay. We need to get treatment for that. Next slide. Now I would like to share few diagnosis which is very important for understand the women related issue a little more deeper. There's some disorder called body dysmorphic disorder. Like we think that certain appearance part which are not and actually others don't notice, we think that our size of nose, size of eyes, eyebrows or shape, it's not in a proper things, and we are excessively preoccupied with that. And we will be spending a lot of time in front of mirror. And then we will be socially withdraw. And then we suffer silently. And we try to do compensate using lot of beautification aspects. We are missing precious years in our life. If excessive preoccupation about body appearance, if you are suffering, then you should get treatment. It can be either psychotherapy or is a mix of psychotherapy and SSRI's treatment. Next slide. This is another factor many times men don't understand. We get into trouble with the females, and then we even sometimes get into divorce, premenstrual dysphoric disorder, where the symptoms are women just the week before menstruation or and also it ends in few days of the period's time. The women experience a kind of sadness of mood, anxiety, negative thoughts, increased, like they feel that nobody likes them, like my husband is not sensitive, he rejects me, the mood swings, conflicts in relationship, changes in the interest, like activity, they may not be ready to cook food or take responsibility of children, and then sleep will be dysregulation of sleep, appetite will be either increase or decrease, tiredness, headache and bloating sensation. Next slide. So, when we have this kind of hormone or physical health issues, if simply we ignore, simply isolate, many times we think that women are not emotionally balanced. It's because of a biological aspects of their life. When we don't recognize and accept, they suffer silently. They need support. Many of them survive with support. Some of them need the medical support. So what people can do, you should tell your friends who are experiencing these kinds of mood swings. They can increase the protein and carbohydrates and decrease sugar, salt, caffeine and alcohol. Go for regular exercise even during that period. Do the stress management, indigenously available yoga, meditation, many are there. And if it is a worse scenario, you can go for medications and other things. Next slide. Borderline personality disorder. Not in many people suffer, but many times women are attached with this kind of disorders. People misjudge that all are suffering. All are not suffering. I just wanted to tell you that statistics. Please understand, all people are not suffering mental illness. So if you ask me, I can tell you the gender difference. There is a popular myth that women are having more psychotic problems and all. Not true. Psychotic disorder, students, if you are there, you can write down. Men are suffering psychotic disorder 1.5%. Men are having, according to the National Mental Survey. Female are having 1.3. That means in psychotic disorders, men are having slightly 0.2 more. 1.5, 1.3 for female. Now, alcohol disorder. If you take the alcohol, alcohol disorder, if you take 9% of men are suffering from alcohol disorders and 0.5% of women are suffering from alcohol related disorders. BPAD, that is a mood disorder like depression and all. 0.6% men are suffering, 0.4% women are suffering. Means it is less only among women, slightly less. And female, one is observed is depression. So depression, female is suffering 3%, men are suffering 2.4%. Popular myth is depression double among women, right? This survey happened 12 states, around 30,000 of samples we have collected by under the leadership of NIMANS. The depression difference is only how much? 3% female, male are 2.4%. Lifetime prevalence of for the anxiety and stress disorders. Female 5.7 percentage, men is 4.8 percentage. That means we also have similar kind of anxiety and depression. Simply we are telling women are very emotional, they are suffering depression, they are suffering anxiety, and then we isolate them from mainstream. This disorder, the previous one, intense emotion, irritability, fear of abandonment, some suicide attempts, very less people are suffering. But if you see such people, recommend for treatment, because some of these girls will get into multiple relationship, and then men start telling, see, female are like that, some are all cheaters, they'll be keep cheating others. Actually they are suffering. It can be treated with psychotherapy. Next, postpartum depression and psychosis. Culturally, you might have observed that during the pregnancy, women will move to her family of origin, maternal home. Why? Because this is the time women are vulnerable to have some hormonal change, and during the perinatal period they are likely to experience sadness of mood, irritability, negative thoughts, and also sometimes extreme people can have some delusion, hallucination kind of thing. So now medication and psychotherapy and support groups can help, and if onset is only for 1 week or few days, with support family can manage. But if women are trying to harm themselves or child, immediately it's like emergency, suicide kind of emergency, you need to take them to hospital, right? This also can be. Another aspect is social anxiety. Now if you ask me whether men are anxious, can I have that mic? Yes, I am triple anxious than Dhanashri. Okay, she's so bold. I still remember field work and all, no? When we go interior parts of Mangalore, we are supposed to go. She will be going front, I will be going back. Because she's such a bold lady, she doesn't bother anything, face, the courage, she will face things. Only thing in social anxiety cases, repeated exposure to anxiety provoking situations will reduce what? Anxiety. The Neshari did not move from Puttur to anywhere. I moved around Puttur, Nagpur, Mangalore, Thrissur. Being a male, I could get opportunity, or my family allowed, or my wife took responsibility, I could move around. That is the only difference between me and the Neshri. Otherwise, she is intelligent. She should be appointed as a Nimans professor directly. I can tell you openly. So, issue is here, repeated exposure to anxiety provoking situation reduces the anxiety. Like Vice Chancellor. Madam did not become Vice Chancellor because the Vice Chancellorization should happen. Like you, if you wish to become a Vice Chancellor, you need to be around Vice Chancellors and understand strategies and solutions to handle the Vice Chancellor related issues. Like a Dronacharya, if you are around the Dronacharya will teach how to generate fund, how to hit the employee issues, how to handle students issue. That Vice Chancellorization missed for Madam. Without that also she became an acting Vice Chancellor. So we should appreciate her. Without support, she could become, right now, it's a great achievement. So many, even my director, she was not Vice Chancellorized, but ability she could come up. So that's what is happening now. Now they themselves will do Vice Chancellorization. Finally, you all will be working as a support staff. Don't think that it is not going to be ever. These things are going to change. Now there are industry leaders are around, and people are happening. Leaderization, I can tell. Socialization is happening. So next slide. Anxious avoidant personality disorder. This is another situation. We develop a lot of low self-esteem. We all are capable actually. We all can achieve. Tomorrow you can stand in this position and work in NIMHANS. Only thing you need to accept yourself as you are and start the journey of movement. In physics there is a theory is there. Moving particle creates the energy. If you sit like a stone, when I come back after 50 years also, you'll be sitting and smiling like this. So the movement, exposure, facing adverse situations will make you
Any university vice chancellor, madam, I am telling you too. So you need to keep move from this society and Adi Shankaracharya from Kerala, how become Shankaracharya Mada Adhipati? Because is it because he stayed only in Kerala? No, he start moving, start acquiring knowledge through exposure, through handling his anxiety. He managed to all this kind of negative thoughts. Next slide. This is another problem. Sometimes our leaders are so perfect. They won't allow us to do mistakes. So then excessive doubts, excessive rigidity, and control all situation, unwilling to compromise. All these things are going to spoil the future of your future also, who are working under you also. Next slide. Early dropouts from treatment. That is another problem women are facing. That though they come for psychiatric treatment, they don't continue treatment. Then they say that women recovery is very slow and all. That's not correct. Next. Severe social consequences like unemployment, violence, and then all the issues. Homelessness is another issue. Unemployment, experience of violence, experience of divorce and homelessness. Next slide. Next slide. Way forward. How to go ahead. Some 5 mantra in 3 minutes I'll say and I'll conclude. Next slide. Education, employment. I don't want to say, Next slide. Equal opportunities. Already it is evolving. Next slide. Next slide. Women empowerment program. Skill building program. Next slide. On the job training and internship is missing. If you wanted to become an NIMHANS faculty, you need to go to NIMHANS as a placement trainee, then continue as some other job trainee. On the job exposure will make you a higher institute employees. So many times women are missing this internship and on the job employments. Modi ji is bringing a scheme for internship. You know that, no? As part of skill building. Next slide. Cognitive stimulation tasks. If you wanted to become creative, you need to experience challenges and problem solving situations that will make you smart. Next slide. Few mental health mantras, another 1 minute only. Next slide. Here and now. What happened earlier, women discrimination, if you get into that bottle and then close yourself, you will not grow. Here and now, it's an equal society. You need to believe and perform. Here and now. What happened in the past, we need to put it in the dustbin and discard. Next. Relaxation and recreation is very important. 8 hours sleep, 8 hours work, 5 hours relaxation and recreation can be a mantra. Next slide. Thinking, so what? Yes, I am a woman. So what? Yes, my opportunities are denied. So what? I need opportunity. Give me. I am a senior professor. I am not considered for a vice chancellorship. So what? Give me, man. I am also capable. Let's write an exam for vice chancellor thing that men definitely will withdraw. No more competition with you, madam. So I cannot compete to you. We should have a public service commission examination for vice chancellorship. All men will be out. All female will be appointed as a vice chancellors. Think, so what? Demand, acquire, and shine. No, this world is not fair for everybody, okay? Don't think that being a man, everybody has given flowers just like that. I demanded. They denied. I challenged. Again demanded. They denied. I threatened. Bargain. Negotiation. Achievement never comes through saying okay, yes. You never will achieve in life. Saying simply yes. No. Yes, no, yes. This should be used in a proportionate singing. So what? Nothing will happen. You demand, you will get it. Next. I'm not from Communist Party, okay? Let it come and let it go. The negative thoughts will be keep floating in your mind. I am a woman, so what? Let it come and let it go. I am a professor. Take the identity of social roles than taking the identity of gender roles. Dhaneshwari is a professor. Dhaneshwari will be a research guide. So that kind of identity you need to take. Either I am a mother, I am a weak person. Who cares those kind of things? They think about your ability to solve problems and your creativity, your teamwork and communication. Next slide. Identify resources and connect with the resources. There are plenty of resources. Dr. Yashaswini asked me, can you come? I told I cannot come. You come, man. I said, yes, sir, madam, I'll come. That's it, actually. So the two things. Usually this is how your husband don't know. If you ask, let's go. He said, no, I am tired. Let's go again. And then he'll say, yes, let's go. That's it. Next slide. Nurturing purpose and mastery in life. Purpose and mastery. You need to have purpose. Delivering two children and giving education, LKG, UKG is not your purpose. So you need to have higher purpose in your life. And that will help you to achieve what? Mastery in life. You are your master. Don't allow anybody to control your life. Next. I think many of them will get a fight with today home evening. They will go and tell that I am a master. They say, no, I am a master. Identify, early identification and treatment of mental health is another mantra. Last. Conclusion. Social support and care matter in women's mental health. What? Social support and social care matters. Medicine doesn't matter, social care matters. I can prove it. You met the best doctor in Mangalore. Bangalore, which is the best hospital in Mangalore? Some advertisement for that hospital. Let's take Manipal, no controversy, right? No? KMC Atawar. You met the best doctor, Ravish Tunga there. He gave the best medicine. You don't have any money to purchase that. How you will survive? Medical care is best, but you don't have money. 100 into 0 is equal to 0. Correct, no? Doctor is best, social support is 0, you will die. Now I get heart attack. You think that ahangara avanu sai beku sai lili. So, doctor is near. 100% good doctors are there in Mangalore city. Nobody is to support me. Social care is 0. I will die. Today onwards, you should treat your wife and children like Lakshmi or Saraswati. Do puja. If they think that, let him die, no hour. So, social support, social care is important for survival. Don't be over smart with women. When you are going to die, no. Your wife or your mother only will decide whether to take hospital or not. So, invest in relationship. Investment will get a return. You invest hate and hostility, denial and marginalization or discrimination. Social care will be 0. Use this mantra, survive your life. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sojan, for that wonderful presentation that you made on women's mental health. I think he described about the differences between men and women and shows how women stand out in issues like this. Is there any questions? Yeah, please, madam.
I'll answer that. You can moderate, sir.
First of all, thank you for the session. Especially by the end, I could relate a lot and I think I've learned a lot. So my question is how to stand on the other side. You have very effectively shown us how to work on our mental health. My question is, being a woman, I often have my friends and family members who are suffering with some or the other emotional issue, not to the level where
Illness. Yes, yes.
attention,
Yes.
definitely to the level where they need support.
Yes.
To make it more clear, say someone is going through a tough time.
Yes.
How can one support them?
Right. See, tough time, I can give one or two examples. Grief, death of a near buddy, near relative, or a financial struggle, or somebody is very abusing every day, that kind of struggle. Correct, right? So, I can give a simple example. Like when you are driving a car, if your wiper is not working, you will not be able to see the road clearly. Many times, if you can help the person through support, handle the emotion, the road will be clear for them. Then social work principle of self-determination and trusting their ability to acceptance, individualization, their choices, nurturing their choices will help them to solve their problems by themselves. But when their viper is not working, when emotionally very high, they need huge support.
lot of open, supportive listening work will help, and then guide them gently for their choices. Many times people sacrifice their choices and they grieve a lot. So help them to identify their choices and march towards that choices. It reduces their suffering, it gives them purpose in life, and they will gain a mastery. And if this doesn't work, this Mangalore is a heaven for psychologists and psychiatrists. Take the help of somebody, right? Thank you. Yes, please. Yeah, I think unfortunately this is a problem. I showed that statistics of depression, not much difference. But the popular belief is women are having depression, women are having anxiety problem more than men, and we don't have that kind of problems. Unfortunately, we develop cardiovascular problems. We suffer, it affects our heart, it affects our body, and it affects our brain, we die early. That's what is happening. So we also should be socialized in such a way that when we want to cry, we should cry. When we want to say helpless, we need to say helpless. When we don't know, we should say we don't know. When we are supposed to learn from women, we should learn from them. So many times we are under mask of anxiety and depression. And many of us are using alcohol or tobacco or drugs as a coping. And we don't understand we are suffering out of depression and anxiety. So men are using substance use, men are using unhealthy practices to cope that anxiety, depression for a mask. Removing that mask and getting proper socialized to express emotion and address problems, the way forward for us to be less cruel, less violent in the society. Yes. Yes, madam asked a powerful question. And see, that's what I was telling. Many developed country has a policy of 5 days working. And some countries even are looking for a 3 days or 4 days working. Now this knowledge-based industry is, and also a lot of automation is happening, a lot of AI aspect is happening. We spend 24/7 in a workplace like an addiction. Like claiming us we sacrifice a lot. It doesn't correlate with the results. If a man is telling I spend 90 hours, where is the result? We are not seeing results. So the correlation has to happen with the creativity and productivity. Personally I discourage all kind of overworking. In fact, when I joined, my professor in Nimans told to get a rank in MD psychiatry, study only half an hour or 1 hour per day, but study something new every day. So some strategy and creative solutions are much better than get addicted to work for the perfection sake or for the sake of showing I am working too much. Result is very poor. We observed in many cases. Teamwork, collaboration, commitment, creativity, communication based industry, knowledge based industry will make India developed. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Professor Sojan, for your presentation that you gave us. I think there are many issues that you brought out in your speech, interactive session, and all those things put together. Now, some of the issues that he has described here of what makes problems for women is denial of equal opportunities, child sexual abuse, where it is predominantly the girl child, domestic violence, where there is an intimate partner violence, workplace harassment, social isolation and loneliness, and the lack of physical activities. He also mentioned in the end, working for 90 hours a week. There is a Japanese concept called as koroshi, which means death by overwork. That means you keep on overworking till the time that you die. I think the death will remove the stress, the strain, and everything put together. We should also mention that we are cultural beings. Culture shapes human beings from being biological beings to social beings. So what exactly we do is, we put a mask. That mask is men and women, and our face grows to fit that mask. And then what we see is only the mask. We don't see the face of a person at all. So we say she's a woman, these are the things that she has to do. And we have got a ready reckoner for that. He is a man, and these are the things that have to come. One thing that we always keep very strongly in mind, as Professor Sojan put it, if we have a problem, the person who is going to bring you out of the problem is only your partner who is going to bring out. If you have got a health problem, she is there for you. If we are got any other problem, she is there for you. If you have got financial problems, she is there for you. That's why they say, her salary is an add-on. It is not the basic thing, it is the add-on. So anything that comes is fine, is what we are saying. But always remember, the moment we lose track on this is the moment that society as a whole will fail. So that the outstanding part of it is, women work from the back. They give the support. And many a times we have seen that. When we have our PhD students, we would find that the wife is there very strongly. She's there very strongly. Supporting him, seeing that things are going on, even distributing some sweets. But when the lady is doing her research, we also find that the men are totally absent. They don't even come for that. If at all they come with one clause which says, are you going to do your survey? And when you're doing a survey, see that the house is not affected. Probably, this is something that we go. That's why, I would appreciate Dr. Vinay. I think you came for his thing. He has done a topic on men's involvement in reproduction. And when he started, they said, reproduction is female oriented. What has men got to do with it? No, men have got a lot of things to do with it, because we have to understand we are two sides of the same coin. And therefore, a gender sensitive approach is an approach that would help all of us to lead a more comfortable life, because if something happens to one part of our body, I think the other part of it equally suffers. I just want to give you a very small example of a good friend of mine. When he had a ceremony, just before his marriage, there is a ceremony among the Christian community. They call it as a rose ceremony. And somebody told him, your mother cannot come there, for the simple reason that the father was not there. The father is not there. You cannot come for that. And the reason they put is, she is a curse. The boy was in tears and said, my mother can never be a curse. These are the words he used. My mother can never be a curse. So we should understand that the world is small, the individual is small, and everything affects everyone else. With these words, I conclude. Thank you very much. Thank you, Priya, for comparing the program, and all the participants for very effectively participating in this. Thank you, one and all. Have a great day.
As we conclude this second session, it is my duty to extend out of thanks to the dignitaries. We are grateful to Professor Sojan Antony for enlightening us with your valuable words. Many thanks to you, sir. And I request Dr. Paul Aquinas to present a memento to our key speaker, Professor Sojan Antony, as a token of gratitude. A heartfelt thanks to Dr. Paul Aquinas for chairing the session. Thank you, sir. And I request Dr. Priya K to present a memento to Dr. Paul Aquinas. I would also like to extend the gratitude to Dr. Priya K for being rapporteur for this session. I would also request Dr. Wajida Banu to present a memento to Dr. Priya K. With this, we have come to the end of today's second session. Thank you, sir. Without any delay, we are going to start the third session. Yes, we are in the plenary session 6 of this 2 days national level conference. We have with us Dr. Jairaj Amin, Professor and Chairman, Department of Political Science, Mangalore University, and he was also the in-charge Vice Chancellor of this university. And Dr. Manjula V, Director, Sankhya Niti Ayog as our key speaker, and also Dr. Pranamya Bhatt, Assistant Professor, Department of English, NIT deemed to be University, as rapporteur for this session. The topic of this session is integrating gender equity into public policy for sustainable development. So I request Dr. Pranamya Bhatt to escort the dignitaries onto the dais. It's my privilege to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Jairaj Amin, Chair of the session. Welcome you, sir. I request Dr. Pranamya Bhatt to welcome him florally. With great enthusiasm and honor, I extend a warm welcome to our speaker, Dr. Manjula V. Welcome to you, the session, ma'am. I request Dr. Jairaj Amin to welcome Madam florally. A warm welcome to Dr. Pranamya Bhatt, the rapporteur of this session. Welcome you, Madam. I request Dr. Yashaswini to welcome her florally. Now I request Dr. Jairaj Amin to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to everybody. After and last a very interesting talk, let us actually move to the next topic, which is more macro in dimension, because I think in earlier session was more focused on the individual and the psychological aspects. Now we are actually moving on to the societal and the economic aspects, and we are approaching the whole subject from a very macro perspective here, as I understand. Now we all know that India is a very big country, but then more than 49% of this country are women. And if you look at the social indicators and the literacy rate, for instance, it is about 85% in the case of men, and women are only about 77% or so. If you look at the labor force, 77% of India's labor force is men, and around 33% is actually women, which is less than half. If you look at the decision-making units, say for instance the parliament, it is about just about 10 to 15%. And if you include Rajya Sabha in that, it is just around 10%. If you look at the major decision makers of this country, for instance the IAS officers, only about 22% of the IAS officers are women. So that means the gender divide is still prevalent in this country, and it is not just having certain socio-economic indicators, but in terms of the empowerment. If you take the concept as empowerment, I think the disparity is much wider here. Now, one of the means to address this thing is actually gender budgeting. Now, gender budgeting is basically a fiscal policy addressed to reduce the disparity and to see that the woman would actually have her proper share. Now, this has been actually practiced by many countries very effectively in the world, especially the Scandinavian countries. And India also says that it has actually been doing it for since 2006, if I'm right. But how much is effective is actually left to the debate. But then, this gender budget is a very specialized topic, as I understand. And the problems that it addresses are also very complex. And to speak on that topic, we have a very competent person today, Madam Manjula. Her CV is very impressive. I don't think I can go on reading all that thing. Just to introduce her very briefly, Manjula has about 3 PG degrees. She has a MA Psychology from IGNOU. She has a MBA Business Administration from Annamalai University, and she also has a she is also a postgraduate in mental health from IGNOU, and she is also a certified systems engineer and architect from Stevens University. For her work related to women and for her contribution, she was also awarded honorary doctorate by the Universal Development Council affiliated to Niti Aayog, Government of India, in September 22. Now, Madam Manjula has a vast experience working with the private companies as well as with the government departments. Now, she has probably started her career way back in 1995 as an executive in Resil Chemicals in Bangalore. Then she has also worked as an executive in Biocon Limited. She has also vast experience working for IBM India Private Limited, Bangalore, where she has actually held many positions, and and then I think she has moved to the state program as a state program director in Mahila Samkhya, Karnataka, where she has worked for a very long number of years, and right now she is actually working as the director of Millets Cards India Private Limited. And she has more than 25 years experience in the corporate world, where she has actually held many positions and undertook many projects and other things. She has lots of experience in organizations, in people related matters, finance, project, program management, project planning, budgeting, report writing, and so many areas. And given her experience, I am not surprised that is, the organizers have chosen the right person to talk on this very important topic. So, Madam, can I request you to actually share your insights on the topic? I think Madam is going to speak about 40 minutes on these things, and then it will be followed by a question and answer session. Madam, floor is yours.
I would also prefer a hand mic because I would like to have it as an interaction. A very good afternoon to all of you, to the dignitaries, and thank you for the wonderful introduction, sir. Hello, ma'am, and all the alumni and dignitaries present here, and my dear young friends out here to listen to me. It's an honor and privilege, and I thank Mangalore University and Dr. Yashaswini and her team for hosting me today. Okay, having said that, we have had a wonderful session since morning. I know all of you would be hungry now because this is the last session, and it puts a lot of hunger pangs would be running around. It's because you had a working tea, as I said. Nevertheless, we have been talking about stepping out of our comfort zone and things like that. So we are just putting you out of your comfort zone. Okay, so coming back to today's topic, language, do you want me to continue in English, or I would do a mix of Kannada and English? Which one do you prefer? Both. Okay. ಸೊ ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗವರ್ನೆನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸಸ್ಟೈನಬಿಲಿಟಿ. ಸೊ ಅಂದರೆ ನಿನ್ನೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ, SDG ಗೋಲ್ಸ್. ಸೊ I would like to keep it little interactive. My dear young colleagues and friends, can you tell me what is SDG goals and why? Why are we talking about this? Anybody? ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಗುರಿಗಳಂದ್ರೇನು, ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು? 2 ದಿನದ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಹೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ SDG ಗೋಲ್ಸ್? ಎನಿಬಡಿ? ದೆರ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ ರೈಟ್ ಆರ್ ರಾಂಗ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ಸ್. ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಟಿಂಗ್. ಎಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
It is an inclusive approach where we can see the participation of every group of the society in the development, and the same approach has to be carried forward for the next generation also.
Anybody else from the city? ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಗುರಿಗಳು, SDG goals. All right, next slide please. So sustainable development goal, many of your political science and other students would have been studying about this, but in the year 2015, I'm just giving you a brief history. UN said that there is a lot of disparity, andre samatolana illa between the poor and rich, and there was a gap, as sir had rightly pointed out. So what UN did was, for all the countries, ಸುಮಾರು 190 ದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯಾರಿಟಿ ಬಹಳನೇ ಇತ್ತು. ಡೆವಲಪ್ಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡೆವಲಪಿಂಗ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸು ಮತ್ತು ಪುವರ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಡ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್, ಈ 3 ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ ತೊಗೊಂಡಾಗ ಆ ಗ್ಯಾಪು ಬಹಳ ಇತ್ತು. ಸೊ ದೇ ಥಾಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೇ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಡ್ ಅ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೇ ಸೆಡ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ದ ಕೀ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಆರ್ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ. ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿಗೂ ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿಗೂ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಐ ಹೋಪ್ ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಡೈವಲ್ಜ್ ಇನ್ ಇಟ್. ಸಮತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾನತೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ವಿಷಯ. ಸೊ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಅಂದಾಗ, ಈಗ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಮಗು ಒಂದು ಮಾವಿನ ಹಣ್ಣು ಕಿತ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದಾಗ, ಒಂದು ಹೆಂಗಸು ಕಿತ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ವೃದ್ಧ ಮತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಉದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಇರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಯುವಕ ಕಿತ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಟೂಲ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಲ್ವಾ. ಮಗುನ ತಂದೆ ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕಿತ್ತಿಸ್ಬೋದು, ಹೆಣ್ಮಗಳು ಒಂದು ರೆಂಬೆ ಹತ್ತಿ ಕಿತ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ಹಾಗೆ ಕಿತ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ವಯಸ್ಕರಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಕಿತ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ. ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಸಮಾನವಾಗಿ ನೋಡೋದು. ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಅವರವರ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆಯೋ ಅದರ ಹಾಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಮತೋಲನ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ನೀವು. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರೇನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ಗೆ ತರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 16 ಗುರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಇನ್ 2015. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವೆನ್ ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಒಂದು ಗುರಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾವಾಗ ಮುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದೂ ಇತ್ತು. ಸೊ 2015ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ದೇಶಗಳಿಗೂ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ನೀವೇ ಇಷ್ಟೂ ವಿಷಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ 2030ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಗುರಿ ಮುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು. ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಈ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದರಲ್ಲಿ, ಲೈಕ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಗುರಿ ಏನಾಯಿತು, ನೋ ಪಾವರ್ಟಿ, ಬಡತನ ನಿರ್ಮೂಲನೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಥರ 16 ಗುರಿಗಳಿತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಕು ನಂಬರ್ 5, ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಲಿಂಗ ಸಮಾನತೆ. ಅದು ಮತ್ತೆ 16 ಟಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪೀಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಟ್, ಐ ಕಾಂಟ್ ರೀಡ್, ಸಸ್ಟೈನಬಿಲಿಟಿ, ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್. ಸೊ ಇಷ್ಟೂ ತಲುಪಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು 2030. ಈಗ ಯಾವ ಇಸ್ವಿನಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು? 2024. ಸೊ ಅಂದರೆ 25. We just have 5 years left, and it is high time that we evaluate where we are. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ದೇಶಕ್ಕೂ ಅದೊಂದು ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಹೇಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಟಾಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಟಚ್ ಅಪ್ ಆನ್ ಇಟ್. ಸುಮಾರು 20 ವರ್ಷಗಳು, 25 ವರ್ಷಗಳು, 15ರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಫಿನಿಶ್ಡ್ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 75% ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಬಟ್ ವೇರ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಲ್ ದೀಸ್ ಗೋಲ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಓಕೆ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಇದು ಅಂದರೆ, ಬಡತನ ನಿರ್ಮೂಲನೆ, ಇನ್ಇಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಎಲಿಮಿನೇಷನ್, ಮತ್ತು ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮತ್ತು ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಡಿಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಆಗದೆ ಇರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ನಂಬರ್ 3. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ 30ಕ್ಕೆ 100% ಗುರಿ ಮುಟ್ಟಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ವೆನ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಲುಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇನ್ 2022 ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್, 40% ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸು ಈ ಗುರಿ ಮುಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ಲ್ಯಾಗಿಂಗ್ ಬಿಹೈಂಡ್. ಸೊ ಯಾಕೆ ಲ್ಯಾಗಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ? ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ 74% ಆಫ್ ದ SDG ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ಸ್, ಸಸ್ಟೈನಬಲ್ ಗೋಲ್ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ಸ್ ಏನು ನಾವು ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅದು ಮುಟ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಟ್ಟಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ 100%ಗೆ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಅನದರ್ 94 years. 15 yearsಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಟ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಉಳಿದಿರೋದು 5 ವರ್ಷ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಸೊ ಅಂದರೆ 20% ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅಚೀವ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ಆಲ್ ದ SDG ಗೋಲ್ಸ್. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೆಲವು ಗೋಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂತೂ ನಾವು ಬಹಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಸರಿದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ದಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ಡ್. ಸೊ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಮ್ ಇಸ್ SDG ಗೋಲ್ 5, ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮತ್ತು ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಪೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡಿರ್ಬೋದು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ದೇಶ ವಿದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ದ ವಾರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಅದರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ದಟ್ ಆರ್ ದೇರ್, ದ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟೆಬಿಲಿಟಿ, ದ ಮೈಗ್ರೇಷನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಂಗ್ಲಾದೇಶಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಇಸ್ರೇಲಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲೂ ಯುದ್ಧದ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಮೂಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಸೊ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಲ್ಯಾಗ್ ಬಿಹೈಂಡ್ ದೋಸ್ ಗೋಲ್ಸ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಇದರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸ್. ಆಸ್ ಐ ಸೆಡ್, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ 3 categories: developed nation, underdeveloped and very poor nations. But unfortunately, developed nations are doing very poor in certain issues. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಡ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ನ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಟ್ರಂಪ್ ಅವರು ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ವಿ ಪುಲ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. So there are a lot of policies. USAID withdraw ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. So this has put America below. Though they are one of the developed countries, when it comes to SDG goals, they are going behind. ಅವರು ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಲ್ಲ, ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಲ್ಲ, ಯುದ್ಧದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. They are putting some sanctions on countries. So this is again pushing lot of pressure on other countries. Okay, so that is the thing. And 1.5 billion people are under the poor performance category and 87 million are on very poor. ಫೇರ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋರು ಕೆಲವು ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ನೆದರ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್, ಗ್ರೀನ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್, ಸ್ವಿಟ್ಜರ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ, ಮತ್ತು ದೇ ಆರ್ ಗುಡ್ ಇನ್ ದೇರ್ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ನ್ಯೂಜಿಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ದೇ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಇನ್ ದೇರ್ ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಪಾಲಿಸೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್. ಸೊ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ಸೊ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಹೀಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಪ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್, ದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಯಾ, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸಿ ದಟ್ ದ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಆರೆಂಜ್ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ದಟ್ ಪುವರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ. ರೆಡ್ ಆಗಿರೋದೆಲ್ಲ ವೆರಿ ಪುವರ್ ಆಗಿ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋವಂಥದ್ದು. ಬ್ಲೂ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಇರೋದು ದೇ ಆರ್ ಓಕೆ. ಬ್ಲೂ ಈಸ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸಲೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ವೆಲ್. ಆಲ್ ರೈಟ್, this is a heat map of the countries doing well with the SDGs goal. So India is also orange. That means we are not doing as we are expected to do, though we have lot of policies and frameworks in place. Next slide. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ 2015 ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಗುರಿ ಶುರುವಾದಾಗ ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಡೀತು. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಸಿ ಅಂಟಿಲ್ 2022, ಅಂದರೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಹಿಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ಸಮಯ ತನಕ ಒಂದು ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಬಟ್ 2022 ಆದ ನಂತರ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ 2022, there is no progress or decline in progress. So this is a percentage of things that are happening across the world. This is a heat map ಫಾರ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್. ಬರೀ ಭಾರತ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸಲ್ಲೂ ಇದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಸುಮಾರು 70% ಆಫ್ ದ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಫಾಲನ್ ಬಿಹೈಂಡ್, 66% to 62% ಆರ್ ಬಿಲೋ ದ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಕರ್ವ್. ಸೊ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ರೀಚ್. 100% ಮುಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ನಾವು, ಬಟ್ ನಾವೇನು ತಳಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಇಳಿದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಸಿನಾರಿಯೋ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಾಗ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡೆಡ್ ಝೀರೋ ಹಂಗರ್, that is SDG goal number 1 or 2, where poverty and hunger was the primary issues. Gender inequality drop agdaga, it directly impacts these 2 SDG goals. So now adana separate ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. So the score has dropped from 73% to 72.6% in 2022. So ಈಗ 2024 ಅಲ್ಲಿ they are working hard to bring this bridge, but it is not happening. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the exact statistical data, so I have just kept it at the 2022 level itself. ಯಾಕೆ ಇದಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ? ಫುಡ್ ಇನ್ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ, ಊಟಕ್ಕೇನೆ ಇನ್ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನೆನ್ನೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಲೈಕ್ ಅನ್ನಭಾಗ್ಯ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್. ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ? ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ SDG ಗೋಲ್ಸ್. ಫುಡ್ ಇನ್ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿನ ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಬಡವರಿಗೆ ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, 5 ಕಿಲೋ or 8 ಕಿಲೋ ಅಕ್ಕಿ. The reason that is given is the state has to perform on its SDG goals. So, ನೀವು MSW students or ಬೇರೆ students ಆಗಿ you'll have to link it up. ನಾವು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ ಫ್ರೀ ಭಾಗ್ಯಗಳು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಬೌಂಡ್ ಟು ಡಿವೈಡ್ ದಟ್ ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಆಫ್ ಫುಡ್ ಇನ್ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ. ಸೊ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ ಕೆಲವು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ದ ಪಾವರ್ಟಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ಸ್, ಫುಡ್ ಇನ್ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ. ಈಗ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕೀನೋಟಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ನಾನು ಊಟ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸಮವಾಗಿ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ವರ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಪೋಷನ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಊಟ ಆಗಲಿ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಆಗಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೆಸರು ಬೇಳೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ? ಮೇಡಮ್ ರೀ ಕೋಳಿಗೆ ತಿನ್ನಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಬೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಲು ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಮಾಲ್ನರಿಶ್ಡ್ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಆರ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸಮ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಏನವ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ? ಚಾ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ರೀ ನಮ್ಮ ಯಜಮಾನ್ರಿಗೆ. ಬೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದು ನೀನು ತಿನ್ನೋಕ್ಕೆ, ಶೇಂಗಾ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಮೇಡಮ್ ರೀ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ತಿನ್ನಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ರೀ. ನೀನೇನು ಉಣ್ತೀಯವ್ವ? ನಾನು ರೋಟಿ ಜೊತೆ ಉಪ್ಪಿನ ತಿಂತೀನಿ ರೀ, ಉಪ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ರೊಟ್ಟಿ ತಿಂತೀನಿ ರೀ ಅಂತ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆರ್ ವಿಮೆನ್. We are trying to, she is feeding her livestock with the thing that is given. And I said, ಅದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದು ನಿನ್ಗಲ್ವಾ? ಹೌದೇನ್ರಿ, ನನ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ರಿ, ನಾವು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತಿಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ತಿಂತೀವ್ರಿ. ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ವೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ದಟ್ ಮಾಲ್ನರಿಶ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಎರಾಡಿಕೇಟ್, even if she is not aware that she is supposed to consume that, not feed her family. So that is the state that we are in today. So that is why there is a decline in the score. And men also, I'm not blaming them, they also don't understand that it's given to the women to fulfill her malnutrition and not, or her iron deficiency, and not take that as a child with that jaggery that is given free for her. So that is how it is. And if you look at SDG 16, peace and justice, you see that the score again has dropped from 62.6 from 62.9 last year to this year. Why? Because when there is a war, when there is an instability, the violence on women and children is increased. ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಮತ್ತು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳೇ ಶೋಷಣೆಗೊಳಗಾಗೋದು, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ದಂಗೆ ಆಗಲಿ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ವಾರ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದಾದ್ರೇನು. ಸೊ it is directly impacting the women again. So this also comes into the gender issues. War adaglu food shortage adaga army ge preference kodtare, men ge preference kodtare, so women and children starve. So that's how the decline has happened. Next, coming back to our sex ratio, ಇದು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ NFHS ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಹಳ ವರ್ಷಗಳಾಗೋಯ್ತು. 2011 ವಾಸ್ ದ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ದಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಡನ್. ಬಟ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಫುಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. NFHS ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲ್ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ರೇಷಿಯೋ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಡ್ರಾಸ್ಟಿಕಲಿ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಡ್, ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಫ್ಯಾಂಟಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ 100 ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ 120 ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಟುಡೇ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರೂರಲಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿದ್ದಾರೆ, which is a fantastic thing. We are doing a very good thing. But again, urban-ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, 5%. ಬಟ್ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ 30 ವರ್ಷ ಹಿಂದೆ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಅದು ಬಹಳನೇ ಇತ್ತು. 700 ಇದ್ದರು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು 1000 ಜನ ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ. ಈಗ ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ನಾವು, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಿವೆನ್ ಅ ಹೀಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಏಜ್ ವೈಸ್, ಅಂದರೆ ಏಜ್ ವೈಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಸಿ 80, 70, 45 ತನಕ ಆ ರೇಷಿಯೋ ಇಸ್ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಯಂಗರ್ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ 15 ವರ್ಷ 20 ವರ್ಷ ತನಕ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆ ಕೊಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ದ ಮೇಲ್ಸ್ ಫಿಮೇಲ್ ರೇಷಿಯೋ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಡ್. ಆಲ್ ರೈಟ್. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ನಾನು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಐ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಕವರ್ ಮೆನಿ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಇಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಈ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಬೆಹಳೆಯಿಂದ 3 ಜನ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಯು ದ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾಟಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಲೇಬರ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಲೇಬರ್. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ 36% ಆಫ್ ದ ಫೀಮೇಲ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಏಜ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ 15 ಇನ್ ರೂರಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಆರ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಲೇಬರ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್, when compared to 78.2% of male population. ಇದನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡಿರೋದು ನಾವು 15 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ. 15 ವರ್ಷ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೇಬರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಬಟ್ ಆದರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸಾರಿ ಫಾರ್ ಮೈ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಟುಡೇ, ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸಮ್ ಥ್ರೋಟ್ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷನ್. ಸೊ 15 years ಲೇಬರ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಫಿಮೇಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ 36.6%, 78.2%. ಅಂದರೆ ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಹ್ಯೂಜ್ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯಾರಿಟಿ. And when I'm talking about this labor force, This is not leadership. This is all labor force in general. And ರೂರಲ್ ಏರಿಯಾಸಲ್ಲಿ 1.3% ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರೂರಲ್ಗೆ. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟು ರೂರಲ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ 82.1 ಪುರುಷರಿದ್ದರೆ 39.3 ಫೀಮೇಲ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ, ಬಟ್ ಆದರೂ ನಮಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯಾರಿಟಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮೂರನೇ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ರೂರಲ್ ಏರಿಯಾಸಲ್ಲಿ 55.7% ಆಫ್ ಏಜ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ 60% ಆಫ್ ದ ಏಜ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ 59. ಓವರಾಲ್ ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ಕ್ಲಬ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ದಿಸ್ 57.5 ಸಮಾನತೆ ಇದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಲೇಬರ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಷನ್ ಅಂದಾಗ. ಬಟ್ ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್ ರೋಲ್ಸ್ ಆ ಥರ ಬಂದಾಗ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ವೆರಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರಲ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ತನಕ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಾಗ females are dropping. Same as with our education also. Let's look at the next slide, please. So now on the survey nalli idu again labor department ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರಣಗಳು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಯಾಕೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ 44% ಆಫ್ ದ ಫೀಮೇಲ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಿವನ್ ದ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಅಸ್ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ಕೇರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಕಮಿಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಸೇವೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ದೇ ಕ್ವಿಟ್ ದರ್ ಜಾಬ್. Whereas the top answer from the men is higher studies. They wanted to continue on the higher studies. 71% of the men, if they discontinued their job, it was for studying higher. Whereas females' response was more than 40%, it is to family commitments. ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯಾರಿಟಿ ಇದೆ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಮುಂದುವರೆದ್ರು ಆ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಕಮಿಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಅವರ ಹೆಗಲ ಮೇಲೇ ಇದೆ. ದಟ್ ಕುಡ್ ಬಿ ವೇರಿಯಸ್ ರೀಸನ್ಸ್, ಸೊಸೈಟಲ್, ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್, all those things comes into picture. Let's not debate that, but we'll have to look at the facts. And ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು ಓದಿಗೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬರೀ 33%. That is the second best option, that some females have quit the job. And second, ಮೆನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಇಶ್ಯೂ, ಏಜ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಇಂದ 16% of them have quit their from the workforces. ಥರ್ಡ್ ಒನ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್. ನಾವು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, 40 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಏನೋ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಬಂತಪ್ಪ, ಈವನ್ ಇಫ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿರ್ತೀನಿ, ನಂಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಒಂದು ನಾವೇ ಇಂಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರ ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಬ್ಲಾಕೇಜ್ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪರಿಗಣಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ 63% ಆಫ್ ಮೆನ್ ಕ್ವಿಟ್ ದರ್ ಜಾಬ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೇ ಡಿಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದಟ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್. ಆ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಆ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗೋಕ್ಕೆ. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಕ್ವಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಮತ್ತು 3.4% ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ರೀಸನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಫಾಲೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಲೆಸ್ ದೆನ್ 1%. ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂಥದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬಹಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಕಾರಣಗಳು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಲ್ತು, ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಕಮಿಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಏಜ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್. ಸೊ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್, ಆಲ್ ರೈಟ್. ಸೊ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ದ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಇಂಡೆಕ್ಸ್ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ. ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಫೋರಮ್ ಅವ್ರೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಪ್ರತಿ ಕಂಟ್ರಿನ ದೇ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ದೆಮ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ಪ್ಯೂರ್ಲಿ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಯರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ವಿತ್ ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯಾರಿಟಿ. There are 4 pillars through which the country is evaluated: political, economic, health and education. ಇದೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿರೋದು. ಸೊ ಈ 4 ಡೈಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಅವರು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹೊಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಇದು ನಿಮಗೆ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಗೆಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಫೋರಮ್. ಸೊ ಇದರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಗೋ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. ಯಾ, ಸೊ ಇದೊಂದು ಗ್ರಾಫಿಕಲ್ ಅನಾಲಿಸಿಸ್. ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಸ್ಕೋರ್. ಸೊ ಸುಮಾರು 145 ದೇಶಗಳದ್ದು ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ನ ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಈ ಸ್ಟಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ 129th ವೆನ್ ಇಟ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಟು ದ ಓವರಾಲ್ ಆರ್ 4 pillars. Though we say we are the 3rd largest growing economy or 5th in top, but when it comes to gender index gap, we are ranking at the bottom. 129th rank ಇದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಕೋರು 0.6441, and it is purely measured on this. See, if you look at it, economic participation is excellent, but still we are standing at 142nd rank. Last year gu ee year gu ಏನು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. Economic participation, educational attainment, if you see, we are doing very good, especially in the primary and secondary education. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲಿಸೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ವರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಕಡ್ಡಾಯ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಬೇಟಿ ಪಢಾओ ಬೇಟಿ ಬಚಾओ ಆಂದೋಲನ್, all that has impacted and we see a good improvement there. But now we have moved from 112th position to 26th position, which is a fantastic thing to do. Okay, now coming to the health and survival, ನೆನ್ನೆನೋ ಕೆಲವರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಅಪೌಷ್ಟಿಕತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಬಹಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಸ್ಟಂಟೆಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ವಿಮೆನ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಗಳ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಬಹಳನೇ ಅನಿಮಿಕ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಮತ್ತು ಫೀಮೇಲ್ ಮಾರ್ಟಾಲಿಟಿ, ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆನ್ಸಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಮತ್ತು 20 ವರ್ಷ ಹದಿಹರೆಯದಲ್ಲಿ ತೀರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, we have a rampant issue of child marriages. Less than 18 years, we have seen that in a study, many women are having a single child before they attain the age of 18 years or just at the cusp of 18. That is a situation that we are in, especially in Karnataka. Because I did a survey when I was working for Samakya, where we did a study on 700 pregnant women, why they were not obtaining the third installment of Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojane. Are you all aware of the program Matru Vandana, where any female pregnant woman is entitled for 3 installments of rupees 8,000. First trimester they get 2,000 rupees, second trimester they get 2,000 rupees, and once they deliver and they inoculate the baby and mother, they get 3,000 rupees. And that is given irrespective of the class, whether you're economically poor or economically weak. If you register in the scheme, once you get pregnant, you are entitled to get it as a direct beneficiary scheme. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಇದೆ ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ? Have you heard of Matru Vandana? But what it is, you don't know. So we did a survey because we saw that the third payment was not at all going. Nobody was claiming it. We came to know that either the child is dead or the mother is dead. That's the reason nobody was claiming their third installment. So the secretary was concerned and she said, Manjula, why don't we do a survey? We did in 4 districts, Haveri, Belagavi, Yadgiri and other districts. And we were surprised that third installment. We said, nam gottilri, bandirli. But actual reason was the mortality is there and nobody is reporting that. That is the state that we are in today in Karnataka. And India's figure is pathetic. But Karnataka is one of the worst performing states when it comes to female mortality and child marriage and malnutrition. So that is one area that we need to improve. Now coming to the 4th, political empowerment, we are ranking 59th thanks to our Panchayat Raj. ಎಷ್ಟು % ರಿಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ? It's 50%, not 33. 50% ರಿಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಫಿಮೇಲ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಅಥವಾ ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ 50% ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಮೀಸಲಾತಿ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಫೇರಿಂಗ್ ವೆಲ್ ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಎಂಪವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್. But as sir rightly pointed out, when it comes to the leadership roles, Rajya Sabha representation ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಲೋಕ್ ಸಭಾ representation ಅಥವಾ MLA MLC representation, 325 ಸೀಟುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು 10-15 ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಯಾಕೆ ರಾಜಕೀಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ? ರೈಟ್, ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಲೀಡರ್ಸ್ ಆದರೆ ನಮಗೇನು ಬೇಕೋ ನಾವು ತಗೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರು ನಮಗೆ ಮೀಸಲಾತಿ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ 33%? ವಿ ಆರ್ ಈಕ್ವಲ್. ವೈ ಶುಡ್ ವಿ ಸೆಟಲ್ ಫಾರ್ 30%? ವಿ ನೀಡ್ 50%. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾವು 50% ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನೋ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಲಾಕ್ ಅಸ್ ಅಪ್ ವಿತ್ 50% ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ 30 ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವರಿಗೆ 70 ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾವೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದಲ್ವಾ? ಹೂ ಆರ್ ದೇ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ಅಸ್ ರಿಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ಸ್? ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ. ಹೌದಾ? ಆ ಮೆಂಟಾಲಿಟಿ ಬೇಕು. ನಾವು 30%ಗೆ ಹೋರಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕು ನಮಗೆ? ನಮಗೆ ಸಮಾನ ಹಕ್ಕು ಇದೆ. Right? Why should we seek and beg for 33% or 30% in parliament? ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರು ತಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮಗೆ? ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕು? ಹೂ ಆರ್ ದೇ ಟು ಡಿಸೈಡ್? ವಿ ಆರ್ ಅನ್ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಅಂದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ರೈಟ್? ಸೊ ವೆನ್ ವಿ ಟಾಕ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ, ಅವರ್ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಫೈಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಈಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ. ನಮಗೆ 30 ಕೊಡಿ, ನಮಗೆ 20 ಕೊಡಿ, ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕು? ನಾವು 50%ಗಿನ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಮಗೆ 50% ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡಲಿ, ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವೇರ್ ವಿ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆರ್ ಕಂಫರ್ಟ್ ಝೋನ್. ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಇನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್. ಅದು ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಈ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ, ಮಹಿಳೆಯರನ್ನ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ತರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಯೋಜನೆಗಳು ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಫ್ಯೂ ಹಿಯರ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೇ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಫುಲ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬೇಟಿ ಬಚಾವ್ ಬೇಟಿ ಪಡಾವೋ, ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಅನ್ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸುಮಾರು ಈ 5-6 ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 16% ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಒಂದು. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪಿಡುಗು ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಸೆಕ್ಸ್ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಅಬಾರ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಮಂಡ್ಯ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ರಾಮನಗರ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಾದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಅಬಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಆ ಥರದ್ದು ಬಹಳನೇ ಪ್ರಚಲಿತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಇಂಟ್ರಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಭಾಗ್ಯಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಅಂತ ಇಂಟ್ರಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತು? ಪ್ರತಿ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಹುಟ್ಟಿದಾಗ 1 ಲಕ್ಷದ ಬಾಂಡ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ವಿಚ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ರಿಯಂಬರ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಶಿ ಅಟೈನ್ಸ್ ದ ಏಜ್ ಆಫ್ 21 years, ನಾಟ್ ಇವನ್ 18. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಆಕೆ ಮದುವೆಗೋ ಅಥವಾ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ಗೋ ಆ ಹಣ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಒನ್ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ಶಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಫಿನಿಶ್ಡ್ ಹರ್ 10th ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಟು 10th ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಅ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್. ಅದೊಂದು ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಕೆ ಸಾಯಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೆಣ್ಮಗಳು ಸತ್ತೋದ್ರೆ ಯು ಕೆ ನಾಟ್ ಕ್ಲೇಮ್ ದಟ್. ಸೊ ದೇ ಗಿವ್ ಯು ಅನ್ LIC ಬಾಂಡ್ ವಿಚ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ರಿಯಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಶಿ ಅಟೈನ್ಸ್ 21 years of age. ಸೊ ಆ ಒಂದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿನೇ ಬೇಟಿ ಬಚಾವ್ ಬೇಟಿ ಪಡಾವೋ ಅಂತ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಅದನ್ನು ಸುಕನ್ಯಾ ಸಮೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆ ಅಂತ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ 16% ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ ಸೆಕ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತ್ ರೇಷೋನಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಹುಟ್ಟುವಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಡ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ 30% ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಎಜುಕೇಷನಲ್ ಎನ್ರೋಲ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ದಾಖಲಾತಿನೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಥವಾ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ಔಟ್ ರೇಟ್ಸ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಇದು ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ 10ನೇ ತರಗತಿ ತನಕ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕಡ್ಡಾಯ ಅಂತ ಆದಾಗ 13% ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಅ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಗಾಟ್, ಬಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗುಡ್ ಇನಫ್. ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಸಿ 50% increase in all this. But nevertheless, we'll have to give a hand to the government for these policies. Similarly, ಮುದ್ರಾ ಯೋಜನೆ. ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮೇಡಮ್ ರೀ ನಾವು ಓದ್ತೀವಿ, ನಮಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದರು, ಮುದ್ರಾ ಯೋಜನೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಪರಿಚಯ ಇದೆ ಮುದ್ರಾ ಯೋಜನೆ? ನೀವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲೈಸ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನೀವೇನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂದರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಏನಿದೆ, ನೀವೇನಾದರೂ ಅಡಮಾನ ಇಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಮಾರ್ಟ್ಗೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಬಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ವಿಮೆನ್ ದೆರ್ ಆರ್ 3 categories. ಕಿಶೋರಿ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ದ ನೇಮ್ಸ್ ರೈಟ್ ನೌ, ಯಶಸ್ವಿನಿ, ಕಿಶೋರಿ, ಮತ್ತು ದೆರ್ ಆರ್ 3 categories. 1 ಲಕ್ಷದಿಂದ 5 ಲಕ್ಷದ ತನಕ ನಿಮಗೆ ಲೋನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ಆಸ್ಡ್. Within a week the loans are sanctioned. You don't need any collaterals. ನ್ಯಾಷನಲೈಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದರಲ್ಲೂ ಈ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇದರಿಂದ ಸುಮಾರು 68% ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಗೆ 27.11 trillion rupees have been allocated and they have availed it. ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಓದಿರುವಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದರದ್ದು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ಸೇ ಬಹಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ವಾ? ರೂರಲ್ ಏರಿಯಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದರದ್ದು ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ತಾಯಂದಿರು ಕೊಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೋ ಅಥವಾ ಅವರು ಕೃಷಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೋ ಏನಕ್ಕೋ ಇದರಿಂದ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಂದರು, ಅಕ್ಕಂದರು ಅಥವಾ ಅಮ್ಮಂದರಿಂದ ಹೆಂಡತಿಯರ ಮೂಲಕ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. So nobody is availing that in the urban area, very less percentage. So you can be a self-employed through this scheme. Next comes our NABARD, National Rural Livelihood Bank. ಅಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ ಫಾರ್ ಈಚ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ ರೂರಲ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್, ನಬಾರ್ಡ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ NRLM ಇದೆ, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ರೂರಲ್ ಲೈವ್ಲಿಹುಡ್ ಮಿಷನ್. ನಲ್ಮ್ ಇದೆ, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಲೈವ್ಲಿಹುಡ್ ಮಿಷನ್. ಮನ್ರೇಗಾ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೋದಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಈ ಚರಂಡಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ 50% ಮೀಸಲಾತಿ ಇದೆ. ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ 180 days ಆಫ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಥ್ರೂ ದ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ವೇಜ್ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯಾರಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಕೂಲಿ ಆಳುಗಳು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಬನ ಅಥವಾ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಕೃಷಿ ಲೇಬರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಣ್ಣಾಳಿಗೂ ಗಂಡಾಳಿಗೂ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರಿಗೂ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಮನ್ರೇಗಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದೇ ಕೂಲಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟೀಡ್ ಎಂಟೈಟಲ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ 180 ಡೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಫಾರ್ ದೆಮ್ ಮನ್ರೇಗಾನಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಶ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೀಸು ಇದೆ. ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಕೆಲ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ಕೇರ್ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಚಿಲ್ಡ್ರನ್. ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಕ್ರಶ್ ಡೇ ಕೇರ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಮನ್ರೇಗಾ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ. ಸೊ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಹೋದಾಗ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಡೇ ಕೇರ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿನೂ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದಾಯ್ತು. ದೆನ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಉಜ್ವಲ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆವಾಸ್ ಯೋಜನಾ. ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆವಾಸ್ ಯೋಜನಾ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ? ಆವಾಸ್ ಯೋಜನಾ ಈಸ್ ಫ್ರೀ ಹೌಸಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ದಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಟು ದ ವಿಮೆನ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಈಗಲೂ ಕೆಲವೊಂದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ದೋ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಸೇಸ್ ದಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ರೈಟ್ಸ್. ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಆಸ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲ್ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ ದ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಲಾ. ಅವರವ್ರ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಒಂದು ಕಟ್ಟುನಿಟ್ಟಿನ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆವಾಸ್ ಯೋಜನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಮನೆ ಏನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳ ಮೇಲೆ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಾಟ್ ಅಂದ ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಕಳು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅವ್ನು ಈ ಹೆಂಡ್ತಿನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೆಂಡ್ತಿ ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಸೊ ಅದರಿಂದ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಗಿವ್ಸ್ ದ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಟು ದ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಹೌಸ್ ಸೊ ದಟ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಸ್ಟೆಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಪುಷ್ ಟು ದ ಪಾವರ್ಟಿ. ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಕಡೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲೇ ನಾನೇ ಒಂದು 10-15 ಕೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮನೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ಮೇಲೆ ಗಂಡು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ ಹೆಂಡತಿನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಸೊ ಅದರಿಂದ ವಿ ask for a policy change and now it is given to the women. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕರೆ ಪತ್ರ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಎಂಟೈಟಲ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಟು ದ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ರೇಷನ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ಸು ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಫಿಮೇಲ್ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಗಿವನ್. ಮನೆ ಯಜಮಾನಿ ಅಂತಲೇ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದರಿಂದನೇ ನಿಮಗೆ ಇವಾಗ ಏನು ಭಾಗ್ಯಗಳು ಬಂದಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, 2,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ರೇಷನ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಅವರ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿತ್ತು. ಒಂದು 10 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ 15 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಆನ್ ದ men was the head of the family, but now it is women. So these policies ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ UN ಇಂದ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಇದೆ. ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಷನ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅವರ ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಮೇಕ್ ಸಮ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ಸ್. ಭಾಳ ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮಗೇನು ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ದ ರೀಸನ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ್: ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಆ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಬಹಳ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಲಿಗೆಗಳು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಲೇಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್. ಓಕೆ, I think we have spoken about this labor participation and other things. Next slide, please. Okay, budgeting. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ತನಕ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಈ ವರ್ಷದ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಸೇ ದಟ್ ಓವರ್ ದಿ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಸೊ ಇಂಡಿಯಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಅಲೋಕೇಶನ್ 2005 ಇಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. Our country started allocating a separate budget for gender activity and this spreads across ministry. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಹಲವಾರು ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗಳಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್, ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕೇರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಲೇಬರ್, ಇದಿಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೂ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನೀತಿ ಆಯೋಗ್ ಆಫ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನೀತಿ ಆಯೋಗ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ NRLM, NULM, ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಇವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಒಂದು ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಅಂತ ಅಲೋಕೇಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕಳೆದ ವರ್ಷ ಈ ವರ್ಷ 4.49 lakh crore they have allocated. ಹೋದ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಈ ವರ್ಷ 35.75% ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಳೆದ ವರ್ಷ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 3.39 lakh crore ಫಾರ್ ಜೆಂಡರ್. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅಪ್ರಾಕ್ಸಿಮೇಟ್ಲಿ 8% or 9% ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ಓವರ್ ಆಲ್ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್. ಸೊ 9% ನಮಗೆ ಅಲೋಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಅಲೋಕೇಶನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Part A is 100% women specific, Part B is 39 to 99% women specific and Part C is 30% women component. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಮಾತೃವಂದನಾ ಯೋಜನೆ, ಆವಾಸ್ ಯೋಜನೆ, ಪೋಷಂ, ಬೇಟಿ ಬಚಾವ್ ಬೇಟಿ ಪಢಾವೋ, ಆಲ್ ದೋಸ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ Part A. ಈ ಅಲೋಕೇಶನ್ ಇಯರ್ ಆನ್ ಇಯರ್ ವೇರಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Part B is 30 to 99% women component. ನಮ್ಮ ಮುದ್ರಾ ಲೋನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಬಾರ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, NULM, NRLM ಅಂಥದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ comes under 30 to 99. This year I think they have moved the NRLM and NULM to the Part A. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ 100% it is given to women only. ನಾವು Part C ಬಂದಾಗ 30%, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಅಲೋಕೇಶನಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 30% ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ ವಿಮೆನ್ಗಾಗಿ ಅಲೋಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಹೌ ಜನರಲಿ ದ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಆರ್ ಮೇಡ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇದು ವೇರಿಯಸ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿನಲ್ಲಿ, ಜಲ್ ಜೀವನ್ ಮಿಷನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಮಿಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿನೂ ನಿಮಗೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಸೆ ವಿಲೇವಾರಿ ನೋಡಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಉಡುಪಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಆರ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಇನ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಅದನ್ನು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಟೆಂಡರು. ಈವನ್ ಕಸ ಗಾಡಿ ಓಡಿಸೋರು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರೇ, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳೇ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸಮ್ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಆರ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ 5 lakhs ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಟ್ ಪರ್ ಮಂತ್. ಅವ್ರ ಸಂಬಳ ತೆಗೆದು ಅವರ ಒಕ್ಕೂಟಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಸಂಘದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಉಳಿತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕಸ ಸೆಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ವೇಸ್ಟು, ಮೆಟಲ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಬಿಗ್ ಹಿಟ್ ಇನ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಇನ್ ಉಡುಪಿ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ಈಗ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾವು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ರೆಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ದ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಬಿಗ್ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್. ಮೊದಲೆಲ್ಲ ಕಸನ ಸುರಿತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜನ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಕಸ ಸುರಿಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ವೆಟ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಅಸ್ SLRM, ಸಾಲಿಡ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕಸ ವಿಲೇವಾರಿ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಈಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಪದ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ಫುಲಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಭಾರತ್ ಮಿಷನ್ ಅಭಿಯಾನ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ತರುವಂಥ ವಿಷಯ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾವೇ ಫಸ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸಿರೋದು. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಾಗ ಈ ವರ್ಷದ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಪ್ರಪೋಸ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳೆದ ವರ್ಷದ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ 43,000 crore ಅಲೋಕೇಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 8 to 9% ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಕಡಿತಗೊಳಿಸಿ 3.8% ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು 35 ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಈ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ಟು. ಆಗ ಬಹಳ ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಾಂಪೊನೆಂಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 8,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ ನಿಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಗಳು ಬರೋದು, ಶ್ರೀ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಯೋಜನೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನಿಮಗೆ ಈಗ ಸಾರಿಗೆ ಯೋಜನೆ, ಏನು ಫ್ರೀ ಬಸ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೀಸ್, ಫ್ರೀ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ಗೆ 5.87 crores ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ದೆನ್ ರೂರಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಇಲಾಖೆಗೆ 6,000 crores. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 4,000 ಅಥವಾ 4.2 crore ಅಲೋಕೇಶನ್ ಈಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಅಗೇನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಎ, ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಬಿ, ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಸಿ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ನಮ್ಮ NRLM ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅದು NRLM NULM ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಬಂದಾಗ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಅ ಬರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಐ ವ್ಯೂ ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹೌ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅಲೋಕೇಶನ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದೂ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್, ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕೇರ್, ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಸೊ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಗಿವ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೇನು ಕೆಲವು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಮೀಸಲಾತಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ ಇದರಿಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಆರ್ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್. ಎನಿ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್? ಆಲ್ ರೈಟ್, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. Because I have a lot of things to talk. So this is just a percentage wise allocation. And ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸುಕನ್ಯಾ ಸುರಕ್ಷಾ, ಸಂಧ್ಯಾ ಸುರಕ್ಷಾ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ. ಮಾತೃಪೂರ್ಣ ಯೋಜನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಸಿ ಊಟ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆಂಟ್ ಲೇಡೀಸ್ಗೆ, ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆ ಮಾತೃಪೂರ್ಣ ವಂಚನೆ, ಅದೂ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕನೇ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. ನೌ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಪೋಷನ್ ಅಭಿಯಾನ್ across the country through the Pradhan Mantri schemes. ಸಕ್ಷಮ್ ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಡೇ ಕೇರ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಸು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಯುಟಿಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಫೇರಿಂಗ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 82% to 87%. ಸೊ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ದೆರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯಾರಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ 15 to 12%. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸುಮಾರು 48 ಲಕ್ಷ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾನಲ್ಲಿ 11 ಕೋಟಿ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಇದರ ಒಂದು ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಸ್ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ 31 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು. ಇಂಡಿಯಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಯಾನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಅ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ವೈಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಈಗ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು NGOಸು, SHGಸು, ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಸಂಘಗಳು ಬಹಳ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಬಹಳ ಕೇರ್ಫುಲ್ಲಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈಗಷ್ಟೇ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು ಚಾನಲ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ. ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಸುಲಭವಾಗಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಲೋನ್ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಹಿಂದಿರುಗಿಸಲಾಗದೆ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಬಡ್ಡಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿದೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಂದರೆ. ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನೊಂದು ವರದಿನೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿಗೆ, ಬಿ ಕೇರ್ಫುಲ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಅದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ದಿನ ಒಬ್ಬರು ನೇಣಿಗೆ ಶರಣಾಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು, ಸುಲಿಗೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದಂತೆಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬಿ ವೆರಿ ಕೇರ್ಫುಲ್ ವೆನ್ ಇಟ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಟು, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರದು NPA ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ, ನಾನ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಕಟ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ನೀವು ಹಲವಾರು ಕಡೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಆ ಬಡ್ಡಿಗಳನ್ನ ಕಟ್ಟೋದು ವಾರ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ಸೊ 40% ಹತ್ತತ್ರ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಯಾರೇ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಲೋನ್ ತೊಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಈ ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಅಂತ ಅಂದಾಗ ಬಹಳ ಕೇರ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿರಿ. ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ದ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲೈಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಲೋನ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಲಿಗೆಗಳು ನಡೆಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಅದರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಪ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಪ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ ನನ್ನ ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು ಹಲವಾರು ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟು, ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನಾನು ಕಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆಂದರೆ, ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಬಹಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಲೋನ್ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಫಾರ್ ದೆಮ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ದ IT ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್, ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಸುಮಾರು 2 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈ ಕಂಫರ್ಟ್ ಝೋನ್ ನಾವೇ ಒಂದು ಬೂಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಿಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಕಾರ್ಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಕಂಪನಿನ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅಂಡರ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಪ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಇದು ಇಯರ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಿಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಬಂತು 2023. ಸಿರಿಧಾನ್ಯಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಸಿರಿಧಾನ್ಯಗಳು ಬೆಳೀತಾರೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಪೌಷ್ಟಿಕ ಆಹಾರಗಳಿದೆ, ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಇಯರ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಿಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಬಂತು. ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಪ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ 51 yearsಲ್ಲಿ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಅನ್ ಆಂಟ್ರಪ್ರನರ್ ನೌ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫೌಂಡೆಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಕಂಪನಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್. ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಂದರೆ, ನಾನು 30,000 SHGs ಜೊತೆ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಾದ್ಯಂತ ನಾನು ಕಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಎಕ್ಸಲೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ದೇ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ಹೌ ಟು ಸೆಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಇಟ್. ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಡಿವೈಡ್. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೋಗ್ಲಾಡ್ಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಕ್ಲೂಸಿವ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ಮಿಲೆಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ at a very nominal percentage margin for the platform that we have built, we have created a market linkage across India. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಶೇಂಗಾ ಹೋಳಿಗೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಹುರಿ ಹಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ಬೋದು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು, ಸೊ ಈ ಒಂದು ಇದರಿಂದ ನಾನೇನು ಹೇಳಬಲ್ಲೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಟುಡೇ ಇನ್ ಮೈ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ milletscart.com ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 500 SKUs ಇದೆ, 510 ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್, SHG ಇರ್ಬೋದು, NGO ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಹೋಮ್ ಮೇಕರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬಹಳ ಎಕ್ಸಲೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ. ಸೊ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ದೀಸ್ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಥ್ರೂ ದಟ್. ಸೊ my message to the young entrepreneurs or the budding people, friends here is, when I can start at 51 years, step out of comfort zone and as ma'am was telling, Becky ma'am in the morning, ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿ ನಿಲ್ತೇನೆ ಲಾಜಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ, ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಬಿಸ್ಕೆಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಲುಪಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ. ಸೊ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ಕಂಫರ್ಟ್ ಝೋನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್. ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದನೂ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಕೆಲಸ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯಾ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ, ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ಯುವರ್ ಓನ್. ಸೊ ಆ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಮಾದರಿ ಆಗಬೇಕಂತ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನನಗೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಈ ವಯಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂಗೆ ಬೇಕಿತ್ತ ಇದು ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಯು ಪುಟ್ ದ ಮನಿ, ಸಂಬಳ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಇವಾಗ ನೋಡಿ ನನಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಪೇ ಸ್ಯಾಲರೀಸ್, ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಪೇ ಮೈ ವೆಂಡರ್ಸ್, ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಸೆಟಲ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಸ್, ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮೈ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕರ್ಸ್. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಈಸಿ, ಬಟ್ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೂ ಇಟ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಪ್ರೂವ್ ದ ಅದರ್ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಡೂ ಇಟ್. ಸೊ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟೀಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸು ನಾವಿದ್ದಾಗ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಮೇ ಬಿ ವಿ ವುಡ್ ಹವ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಅ ಕಂಪನಿ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಎಗೋ. ಅಂಬಾನಿ ರೇಂಜ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಿತ್ತು ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ನೆವರ್ದಲೆಸ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಇದೆ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ತಟ್ಟೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟು, ಏನು ಕೊಲಾಟ್ರಲ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 30% ಬಡ್ಡಿ ಇತ್ತು, ಮನೆ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೇ 24% ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ ಆಲ್ ವಿ ಹವ್ ಪೇಯ್ಡ್. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಬಡ್ಡಿ ರಹಿತ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಲ ಮನ್ನಾ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಆಲ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಇಸ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಸ್ಮಾರ್ಟ್. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಕಂಫರ್ಟ್ ಝೋನ್ ಏನಿದೆಯೋ ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಚೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆಯ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯು. ಬಟ್ ನಾನೇನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ನಾನೇನು ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ, ನಾನೇನು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ವಿತ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್. ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಅಡ್ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಆ ಅಡ್ಜಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಂಟ್ಯಾಲಿಟಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಆಚೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ಸಕ್ಸೀಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಸ್ಟಾಪಿಂಗ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ, ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧಿಕಾರಗಳನ್ನ, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇರೋದು. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ that with that I would like to conclude my speech, and I would like to take education attainment and all. I think I can take the questions. ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿದ್ರೆ I am open to do it.
Any questions, comments, observations? Please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. ನಂದು ದಿ ಹಿಂದೂ ಪೇಪರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಸ್ ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಓದ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಿಮಗೆ ಡೇಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಓಕೆ. ಇನ್ ದಿ ಇಯರ್ 2017 and 2018, 54% was the budget allocated to education under the gender budget, but it declined to 27% in 24-25. I mean,
Right,
budget,
the current
okay.
budget.
The spending on women's education in the gender budget was 18 billion, like in this year, 1,800 crores, out of 71 billion. The budget reached its peak at 32% in 2017 and 2018. Since then, the budget allocated for women's education has steadily declined. The decrease in the share allotted to education indicating that cash transfers and freebies. I mean, I will read that again once. The decrease in the share allocated to education indicating that the money is going to cash transfers and freebies have become the main focus of the gender budget. So my question is, how does freebies helps in women empowerment to achieve sustainable development, and what's the role of government?
Am I audible? See, freebies 100% will not help. And I am not an advocate of freebies. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಲ್ಲೇ, ನಾವು ಯಾಕೆ ಕೈ ಚಾಚಿ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು? ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಲೈಕ್ ದಿಸ್. ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬಿ ಅಟ್ ದ ರಿಸೀವಿಂಗ್ ಎಂಡ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ವಿಮೆನ್. ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಡ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್, ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಅನಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಐ ವರ್ಕ್ ವೆರಿ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ಲಿ ವಿತ್ ಅ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ಅಂದಾಗ, ಈ ಸಾರಿಗೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರೀ ಬಸ್ಸಸ್ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ವಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೆಡ್ ದಟ್ ಸರ್ಟನ್ ಏಜ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಫ್ರೀ ಬಸ್ಸಸ್ನ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು. ಬಟ್ ನೆವರ್ದಲೆಸ್ ದೆರ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಗಲ್ ಟು ಇಟ್. ಸರ್ ವುಡ್ ಬಿ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ 50% ಓಟ್ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರದಿರೋದು. ಸೊ ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಲ್ಯಾಕುನಾ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಡಿಬೇಟ್ ಆನ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಸಿ, ಫ್ರೀಬೀಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಹಾರ್ಮ್ಫುಲ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅನ್ ಎಕಾನಮಿ. ಬಟ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಏನು ಕಂಡು ಬಂದಿದೆ ನಮಗೆ, ಈ ಫ್ರೀ ಸಾರಿಗೆ ಬಸ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಟೆಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಹುಂಡಿ ತುಂಬಿದೆ. ಬೆಳಗಾವಿನಲ್ಲಿರೋರು ಯಾರು ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ನೋಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಕಾಫರ್ಸು ತುಂಬಿ ತುಳುಕ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕುಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ, ಶೃಂಗೇರಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾನೇ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ದಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ದೇರ್ ಮೊಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ಡ್. ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿಸಿದಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಮೇಡಮ್ ರೀ, ನಾವು ಬಸ್ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂದ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಚೆ ಬರದೇ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು, ಈಗ ನಾನು ಬೇರೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಸಂಘಟಿತವಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಒಂದು ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಸಿಲ್ವರ್ ಲೈನಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬಲ್ಲೆ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟಾಗಿ ವಿ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ನಲಿಫೈ. ಸೊ ಮೊಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ವುಮೆನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ಡ್. ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಮೂವ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಲರ್ನ್. ದೇಶ ಸುತ್ತು ಪಾಠ ಕಲಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಈಗ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಆ 2,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಏನು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮೇಕರ್ಸ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಫ್ರೀಬೀಸ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಏನಂದರೆ, ನಾವು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಮಗೆ ಅದು ಬೇಡ, ನನಗೆ ಜಾಬ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಕೊಡಿ. 2,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು 20% ಜಾಬ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಯುವಕರಿಗೆ ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಕೊಡಿ, ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಫ್ರೀ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡಿ, ಬಸ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಸ್ಸೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕಂದ್ರೂ ಬಹಳ ಒಂದು ಬಸ್ ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆನ್ಸಿ ಈಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಲೆಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಮೈನ್ ರೋಡ್ ಟು ಹಿಯರ್. ಆಕ್ಸೆಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ. ಸೊ ಅಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಸಬಲರನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಕೆಲವು ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್ ಅಬಲರನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಡನ್. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಮೈ ಟೇಕ್ ಆನ್ ಇಟ್. ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ನಿರ್ಣಯಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ಮಾಡೋಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡವಳಲ್ಲ ನಾನು, ಬಟ್ ನನ್ನ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಇದು. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ. Yes, it has decreased. Education budgets have been decreased because of this freebie. ಅದೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಹಲವಾರು ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸೇಷನ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನೀವು ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೆಲೆ 6 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಕಳೆದ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೂ ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡಿದರೆ. ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಬೇಳೆ 80 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಅಕ್ಕಿ 60 ರೂಪಾಯಿ 70 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು. ಸೊ ವಿ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಇನ್ ಆಲ್ ದೋಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಜನನೂ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಅಪೋಸ್. ಸಂಘಟಿತವಾಗಿ ಅಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಇಂಥದ್ದೊಂದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೇಟಲ್ಲೂ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾನ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಫ್ರೀ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಎಕನಾಮಿ ವಿಲ್ ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ಅ ಬಿಗ್. ಇವಾಗ ಕಾಣಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 5 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಕೇರಳನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ಹಣಕಾಸಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕನೂ ಅದೇ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸರ್ ವುಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಟು ದಟ್.
Question, ma'am. Just I'm asking suggestions. ಸೊ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಗ ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಮದರ್ಸಿಗೆ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆಂಟ್ ವಿಮೆನಿಗೆ ಸಾಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಎಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಒಂದು ಪೌಷ್ಟಿಕಾಂಶ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಮಗುವಿದ್ದು ತಾಯಿ. ನನ್ನ ಮಗನಿಗೆ ಈಗ 2 years 4 months. ಸೊ 9 months ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆನ್ಸಿ ಮತ್ತು ಈಗ 2.4 ಅಷ್ಟುವರೆಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ರೇಷನ್ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಅದು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮಂತಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಬಂತು, ಹೀಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ರೇಷನನ್ನು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಆ ಟೀಚರಿಗೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಟೀಚರ್ ಹೀಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಶಿ ವಾಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ರೆಡಿ ಟು ಗಿವ್. ಶಿ ವಾಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಹಾಂ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ನಿಮಗೆ? ಸೊ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನನಗೆ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಬಂತು, ಅದು ನಾವು ಮೊಬೈಲಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬಂದಿರಬೇಕು, ಸೊ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬೇಡ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಐ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ನೋ, ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಉಂಟಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ತಗೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಎಂತ ಕೇಳೋದಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಐ ಕುಡ್ ರೀಡ್ ದಟ್ ಮೆಸೇಜ್. ಸೊ ಅಂತ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಮಂದಿಗೆ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ರೀಡ್. ಸೊ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡುವ ಅಥವಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಅಂದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಈಗ ರೇಷನ್ ಉಂಟು, ಸೊ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೋ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್.
Yeah, see, for this to answer.
One more question, one more ma'am. When I was pregnant, no, I was in ಬಚ್ಪೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯ ಎಂತ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಡ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನಾನು ಎಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ, ನಾನು ಬಂಟ್ವಾಳಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ತಾಯಿ ಮನೆಗೆ ಮೂವ್ ಆದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಬಚ್ಪೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ರೂಲು, ಬಂಟ್ವಾಳಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ರೂಲು, ಹಾಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಉಂಟಾ?
ಹಾಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ವಿ ಅಗೇನ್ ಐ ಡಿಡ್ ಅ ಸರ್ವೆ. 12,000 ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿಗಳನ್ನ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಕೊಟ್ವಿ CMಗೆ. ಮಾತೃಪೂರ್ಣ ಯೋಜನೆ ನಾನು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಚೇಂಜಸಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿತ್ತಂದರೆ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಮದರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ 8,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಏನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದು ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಗಂಡನ ಆಧಾರ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ತಾಯಿ ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಆ ಮಗುಗೆ ಆ ಬೆನಿಫಿಷರಿ ಏನೂ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಐ ರೋಟ್ ಟು ದ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಗಂಡ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಾಗಲ್ವಾ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷುವಲ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅಡಾಪ್ಟೆಡ್ ಮದರ್ಸ್, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಸೊ ಅವರು ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆಂಟ್ ಆದರೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಆಮೇಲೆ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾರೇಜ್ 18 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಕೆಳಗಿನ ಹೆಂಗಸು ತಾಯಿ ಆದರೆ ಶಿ ವಾಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ನಾಟ್ ಎಂಟೈಟಲ್ ಟು ದ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮತೆ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ವೆನ್ ವಿ ವರ್ ಡಿಬೇಟಿಂಗ್, ದ ಲೀಗಲ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ 18 years is below 18 years marriage is not law, it is null and void. So if we give beneficial to that women, that means we are supporting that. ಕಾನೂನು ರೀತಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಅದು ಅಪರಾಧ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. We are encouraging her to have a baby and get that money from the government. I said put some terms and condition to that. Destitute women ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಗಂಡ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ರೇಪ್ ವಿಕ್ಟಿಮ್ ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆಂಟ್ ಆದ್ಲು, ಆಕೆಗೆ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಪುಟ್ ಸಮ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರಿ. ಇಂಟೆನ್ಷನಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾರೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಲ್ಯಾಕುನ, ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಈಗ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡೆಡ್ ಆಲ್. ಅಂದರೆ ಗಂಡನ ಆಧಾರು ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟ್ರಿ ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಕ್ರಾಸ್ that is one achievement I would say from that study we did. Another policy that changes was ಎರಡನೇ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನಂದೆ ಅಪೌಷ್ಟಿಕತೆ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಕಾಡೋದಾ, ಎರಡನೇ ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆನ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಡೋದಿಲ್ವಾ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ನೌ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಮೇಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಫಾರ್ 2 children. ಅದು ಒಂದು ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ಯುವರ್ ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್, ರೂರಲ್ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿಗೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ. ಅರ್ಬನ್ ವಿಮೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಇದರ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮಾತೃ ವಂದನಾ ಯೋಜನೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಪುವರ್ ಅಥವಾ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಆ ಥರ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಇಸ್, ನೀವು ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆನ್ಸಿ ಆದಾಗ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆದರೆ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಫಿಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಇಟ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಇದೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ? ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ನೀವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟ್ರೈಮಿಸ್ಟ್ರಲ್ಲೇ ಒಂದು ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಟು ಯುವರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಧ್ಯವರ್ತಿಗಳು ಯಾರೂ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಈ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ಸು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಬನ್ ವಿಮೆನ್ಗೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಕೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ದ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ದೇರ್. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಗುವನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡಬೇಕು, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಡೇ ಕೇರ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್. ನೀವು ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ 2 things. ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ ಕ್ರಶ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿ, ಅಂದರೆ 1 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಕಡಿಮೆ ವಯಸ್ಸಿರುವ ಮಕ್ಕಳು, 2 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕಿಂತ 2 ವರ್ಷ ಮೇಲೆ ಆದರೆ ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಫ್ ಅ ಡೇ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಸಿ ಊಟನೂ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ವೆನ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆಂಟ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಎಂಟೈಟಲ್ಡ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಫ್ರೀ ಫುಡ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಹೇಸಿಗೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಊಟ ಇಲ್ವಾ, ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಊಟ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ನಮಗೆ ಡಬ್ಬಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಿ, ಕ್ಯಾರಿಯರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ. ರೇಷನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ವೆನ್ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ವಾಸ್ ದೇರ್. ಆವಾಗ ದೇ ವರ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಡ್ರೈ ರೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಟು ಕುಕ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಈಟ್. ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಬಿಸಿ ಹಾಲು ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅನ್ಫಾರ್ಚುನೇಟ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಬಂದು ಫ್ರೀ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಆ ಪುಷ್ಟಿ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಮತ್ತು ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿ ಟೀಚರ್ ಡಸಂಟ್ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸಪ್ಲೈಯಿಂಗ್. ಚಿಕ್ಕಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಹೆಸರುಬೇಳೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಕಡಲೆಬೇಳೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ. ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಚಿಲ್ಡ್ರನ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕ್ಯಾರಿ, ಅಬೌವ್ 3 years ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಲೀವ್ ದೆಮ್ ದೇರ್, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಉಣಿಸಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಫ್ರೀ ಕ್ರಶ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಅಂತ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿ ಸಕ್ಷಮ್ ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿ ಈಸ್ ಅಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನೌ ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಟು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೀ ನರ್ಸರಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಇನ್ ಅಂಗನವಾಡೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಸುಮಾರು 3 ಲಕ್ಷ ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇವತ್ತು ಉಸ್ಮಾನ್ ಸರ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ DD ಅವ್ರ ಚರ್ಚೆಗೆ. ಹೀ ಈಸ್ ದ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ಚರ್ಚೆನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಬಂದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಟ್. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬರಿಬೋದು ನೀವು. ಹೌದು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಇಲ್ಲ, SRRM ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲ ಜಾತಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ಐ ವುಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ಡಿಫರ್ ಹಿಯರ್.
ಆ SHGಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಕೆಲವು ಈಗ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನಾವು ಹಿಂದುಳಿದ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳನ್ನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳನ್ನ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಟ್ ವೈಸ್ ವೀಕರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇ ಒಂದು ಸಂಘಗಳಿರ್ತವೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನಿಮಗೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಬಟ್ ಬೇಸಿಕಲಿ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯಾರಿಟಿ being said that caste-based SHGs are allotted to do a waste segregation. ಹಾಗೆ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
It's already 1:20, but thank you, ma'am, for your very nuanced and informative presentation. Now you have been able to bring out the fact that we are lagging behind in realization of the SDG goals, and therefore there is a pressure on the government to perform better. And as you have mentioned, many of the government schemes have actually helped many people to come up in life, but somewhere we are still actually not reaching the desired goals. ಸೊ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಬಟ್ ಕೆಲವು ಸಲ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಯಾವ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ನೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬಂದರೆ ವಿ ಸಿ ದ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಮೋಟಿವ್ಸ್ ದೇರ್. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಟ್ರೂ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಇನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, the governments are managed by the political parties, and the political parties definitely are interested in the vote capturing. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ vote capturing ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. So definitely in the political systems work is guided by the political consideration. But also what we also need to see, as madam was saying, that behind many of these programs there is also certain other considerations, especially the gender considerations. ಸೊ ಅದು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ವುಮನಿಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗುವಂಥ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಅದು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಅಂಥ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ದೆನ್ ಆಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ವಾಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ದ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ ಕುಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಬಿ ವೆರಿ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟೆಡ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬೆಟರ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದರೆ ಸಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ದಿ ಇಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್. ನಾವು ಎಣಿಸಿದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಇರಬಹುದು. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಅದು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್ ಪ್ರೊವಿಷನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಸೊ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷಸ್ ಐಟಮ್ಸ್ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಸಹ ಇನ್ನು ಫೈನಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗೋ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಅದು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋ ಬದಲು ಮನೆಯ ಬೇರೆ ಸದಸ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಸೊ ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಈ ಥರದ ತುಂಬ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಆಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ವಾಸ್ ಸಜೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ದಟ್ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟೆಡ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಬಜೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟು have better results. I'm sure that all of you have actually been convinced by madam's argument, but of course more actually can be discussed on these things, because this is a very broad area, and madam of course has focused more on the health related aspects, but I think the gender budgeting has to go beyond health and education kind of things and also reach other areas, including madam's own area of you know, public policy related aspects, or uh, empowering the woman through other means, and involving her in the decision making structures here. Madam, thank you so much. I know that there is a very formal vote of thanks, but on my behalf and also on behalf of Mangalore University, I would actually extend a very, I'm a heartful thanks to you, and also thanks to the organizers for giving us an opportunity. Thank you so much.
Well, it was a very good session, and it's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks. Sincere thanks to our speaker, Dr. Manjula V, for her insightful talk. We deeply appreciate her time and dedication. Thank you, madam. And I request Professor Jairaj Amin sir to present a memento to our key speaker. I would also like to thank Dr. Jairaj Amin sir for chairing the session. Thank you, sir. And I would like to request Dr. Pranamya Bhatt to present a memento to Dr. Jairaj Amin sir. A heartfelt thanks to Dr. Pranamya Bhatt, the rapporteur of the session. Thank you, madam. And I request Dr. Wajida Banu to present a memento to Dr. Pranamya Bhatt. Thank you all for your kind listening, and it's time for lunch. Have a nice lunch and gather here at sharp 2 p.m. And there is an announcement for paper presenters. I request you all to send your PPT once again to the official mail ID given in the brochure. A very good afternoon, everyone. Let us now have the plenary session 7. We have with us Dr. Parinita, Professor, Department of English, Mangalore University, as the chairperson of the session. Dr. Mariam Anjum Iftikhar, Head, Department of Gynecology, Anapoya Medical College, Deralakatte, as our key speaker. Dr. Rani Pattabhi, Chairperson, Department of Material Science, Mangalore University, as rapporteur for the session. May I now request Dr. Rani Pattabhi Madam to escort the esteemed guest onto the dais. It's time to welcome the guests. It is our honor to have Dr. Parinita as chairperson for the session. Welcome you, madam. I request Dr. Rani Pattabhi to welcome her florally. We are excited to have a great doctor, Dr. Mariam Anjum Iftikhar, with us today as key speaker. She will be delivering a talk on women's health awareness, breast cancer. I extend a warm welcome you, madam. I request Dr. Parinita to welcome her florally. I also extend a warm welcome to Dr. Rani Pattabhi, the rapporteur of the session. Welcome you, madam. I request Professor B.K. Sarojini to welcome madam florally. Now, I would like to give the session to chairperson. Over to you, madam.
Good afternoon, everybody. The rather sleepy time of the day, but I think the subject of today's talk would keep you awake. I personally don't know Dr. Mariam. I've been given a biodata of hers, so I'll be reading it. Presently, she is consultant obstetrician and gynecologist in Anapoya Medical College Hospital, Mangalore. She was encouraged by her family members to start her career in medicine. This started the fire in her, a fire to do something in the medical profession. To pursue her dreams after securing MBBS degree from Father Muller's Medical College in the city, she completed her postgraduate MS degree in gynecology and obstetrics, OBG, from Anapoya Medical College, Derlakatte, Mangalore. Dr. Mariam then completed a fellowship in women's cancer in Kidwai Memorial Institute of Oncology at Bengaluru. She also got specialized training there in palliative oncology treatment, chemotherapy, and other kinds of cancer treatments, including high-risk GTN. And now her biggest achievement in this field is securing her MCH degree from Kochi-based Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, thereby successfully completing high-level study in medical science. A meritorious student right from her school days, Dr. Mariam has bagged merit seats all along her educational journey. Dr. Mariam, who was a talented student right from her school days, always secured seats on the basis of her merit. She is a highly experienced surgeon specializing in advanced gynecological procedures, and in the last 10 years of her career, she is a person with an impeccable reputation, well renowned in local circuits, with a large number of patients having full confidence in her care, visiting her for treatment. She has studied different types of cancers affecting women at a high level, having acquired specialized training in breast oncology, uterine, vaginal, ovarian, cervical, vulva, and other types of cancers. And added to her credit, she is an expert in robotic surgery. She strives to provide quality health care to all the women who seek her service and is known for her compassion for innovation and bringing new ideas at Anapoya Medical College Hospital. Dr. Mariam has presented several of her works in prestigious symposiums and meetings at many conferences and medical gatherings. This multi-talented personality is actively engaged in teaching, research, and administrative activities related to gynecology. Her research articles and presentations have been published in a number of national and international publications. I'm sure it's going to be a very interesting session, not only for the pure I mean, at the level of information, because I think all women are a little scared of breast cancer and they would like to know what are the symptoms of it. I would also say that yesterday's, the keynote address, the keynote address person told us how women usually don't speak about their ailments. And, they keep postponing the visit to the doctor because all other familial preoccupations come first, and maybe it is too late. So maybe your talk will help us recognize certain signs of cancer. And I think most importantly, I think it's going to be a lecture on the way bodies are gendered, the woman's body, and how, the body is also medicalized in gendered ways. Yes. So I look forward to listening to you, as I think the entire, the group here is waiting to listen to you. So thank you.
A very good afternoon to all, and thank you, dear madam, for the kind introduction. I just want to stay corrected that I'm not a gynecologist, but I'm a gynec oncologist. That it is to do with the cancers, women's cancer. Probably I think there's a small correction, I think, taken from the net biodata probably. And also a laparoscopic and a robotic surgeon. So that's about me. And actually, it's a passion for me. Initially, I was just an obstetrician and gynecologist conducting deliveries. For the ones who don't know what is an obstetrician, is the one who conducts the delivery. So initially, I was an obstetrician, and then there is certain personal anecdote which happened during my career, which made me, probably if I have time, probably I can just elaborate on that. I don't want to waste time talking about my personal information about how did I come to this and why did I pursue this. But the background of me is I'm actually from a middle class. And it is just that passion of mine is where I stand today here. It's that perseverance, dedication, hard work. There's a lot of sacrifices which has got me to this level. That's all I would want to say. And I am a gynec oncologist, that is women's cancer specialist. So let's move on to the topic, which is more comfortable. Me standing here, there, like how is it?
I think that is what matters.
Okay.
Standing there?
Yeah, I think I'll talk over here, yeah. So the theme given to me is women's health awareness on breast cancer. But I'm seeing a lot of women here and the men, of course, in a little minority numbers. So I'm going to talk about the breast cancer, cervical cancer, and I also was told talk a little bit on the PCOS as well, because I can see a lot of young crowd here. Probably throw some light on that as well, and how probably it can be one of the causes for the cancers. So let's move on to the topic. And today, incidentally, I don't know, it's coincidentally or it is a plan. Today is also a World Cancer Day, February 4th. Can anyone tell me the theme of this year, 2025? Any idea? Were you all aware that it was a World Cancer Day? No. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it is united by unique. That is the theme. The whole idea is because every woman with the cancer has got her unique stories to tell of her journey, how did she diagnose, the griefs she has done, how she stood strong, and a lot of unique stories about them. And why united is because of the healthcare. It's a global initiative basically to bring awareness throughout the world about the affordability, accessibility towards the healthcare. That is the whole idea, that every year the theme changes, and this year it is united by unique. So let's move on first towards the general cancer awareness. Then let's move on to the specific cancers. So these are the general cancer awareness. Do you have any slides? That side also, okay, both the sides, okay, that's great. So these are the general red flag signs we have. So the first would be like a sore throat which does not heal. Like a voice changes. Regularly, if you have a particular voice, that voice changes. There is hoarseness. Obviously, we have when you have this cough, cold, but then over a period of time, 3 months, there is a change of voice, it does not revert back to normal. Unusual bleeding discharge from the body, could it be from the nose, ears, mouth, vaginal bleeding, or when you're passing motion, you are bleeding from there, or while passing urine. Unexplained weight loss. So no matter what happens, I'm eating well, but then obviously I've seen that from past 3 months, 6 months, this is what the history given, I'm losing my weight, my blouse becomes loose. Of course, people from the village, they may not be able to explain well. It is the blouse becomes loose. This is the first sign they tell us. Then difficulty in swallowing. Initially, it starts off with the solid foods. I'm sure everybody is comfortable with English, right? You're comfortable. So initially they have difficulty in swallowing food, hard food, and then even to the liquids. And that is the alarming sign where probably they need to see a health worker, like a doctor. And then any changes anywhere, like they have a mole, there is increasing size in the mole, there is some kind of discoloration between the two. Sometimes in the private parts, they can have a mole which gradually increases in size, suddenly becomes painful, starts bleeding from there. Or say they have a lump anywhere in the body which starts increasing in size. Most of the time, the cancer swellings are usually painless, most of the time. But it could be painful over a period of time when it starts involving the nerves. So a new mass or changes any part of the body, could be private parts, could be breast or anywhere, could be head, anywhere. So these are the some general red flag signs where you need to be alert. Now why do I tell this is because we as cancer surgeons, as a health worker, we kind of give a lot of talks, like probably in the TV interview, I go to a lot of colleges, schools and everywhere. So this is the only reach that I can get. The whole idea is that you have to disseminate this information to another hundreds and then from hundreds to thousands, and that's how there is exponential rise of the awareness. Only when there is awareness, when there is reach, people will start coming forward. Because a lot of them I see when they come to the OPD clinic and I ask them like, how do you know, like, you know, why did you come to me? Why so late? Then they'll be like, madam, we didn't even know that we are supposed to go for this. I thought it will heal. I was waiting. And a lot of these women have got this hesitancy in coming forward to seeing a health care, like to see a doctor. One is probably because of the priorities. There is endless priorities that we have got. It is the children, husband, mother-in-law, in-laws, parents. There is no end to the list of to-do list that we have got. No matter you're young or old, there is no end to it. So probably that is why we always keep our health as the last priority and everyone's health as or everyone's work as a first priority. After all the assignments then comes to us when it gets worse, and that is when we go and see a doctor as a woman. Probably that is the reason I am thinking, or probably even the lack of awareness. So when we disseminate this information to our kith and kin, that is when the whole purpose of your time, your precious time here makes it worthwhile. So my request to you is like once the session gets over, you kind of disseminate this information to your relatives and friends and probably bring forward that awareness. When somebody comes to you, tell them immediately to see the doctor. Be aware of these signs and the symptoms. Moving on to the breast cancer awareness. Why so much of importance to breast cancer awareness? If you see, among all the cancers throughout the worldwide, there are only very few cancers which we can actually pick up very early, which has got a screening test. And you won't believe that is breast cancer. Because it is easily picked up, right? You can have a lump immediately which can be addressed to. You can do a mammogram, screening mammogram. You have a clinical breast examination through your fingers, even at home. You don't even have to go see the doctor. In spite of all these, you won't believe, if you see all the cancers among the men and the women, it is the breast cancer which is the most leading cause of cancer globally, throughout the world, leave alone India, both in men and female. So that is why this so much of importance is given, and this is one of the leading cause of cancers. So let's move on to this early detection of breast cancer. See, when it comes to any cancers, if you see, why so much of importance to awareness, why you have to go to the doctor early, because if it is picked up early, it can be surgically resectable and the treatment ends there. If somebody goes, like in any cancer, in the stage 1, most of them are curable, like 90% of them are curable at that stage 1 level itself, or a surgery itself is enough. So you look at the treatment cost. You're actually cutting down on the treatment cost by going early to the doctor. Your suffering is less. The patients who are, the attenders who are there, family members who are going through at home, even their suffering is less. Cost is less. Everything is less just by a simple thing, by going to the doctor early. That is all that they have to do. And I really feel sorry when patients come to my clinic with such huge lumps in the breast, which is ulcerated, bleeding, and then they come and I'm like, why didn't you come? Then they would be like, I didn't feel nice. Or somebody would be like, they have a lot of work, I thought tomorrow. Or somebody would be like, they hesitate because it is breast. Or say private parts. They hesitate to come to the doctors. That hesitancy is there. That mind block is there, that private parts, revealing it to the children. You know, this is what it is like. So you really feel bad, probably, but then at the same time, I also feel good because of late, what I've been seeing is since there are a lot of awareness programs. When I ask them, they see through that and then they come. Like they would have seen some YouTube or some TV channels or some newspaper magazines or some awareness talks. So these are the ones. There are patients who also come seeing that. I have seen this in the YouTube and I saw that if there is a lump, then immediately you have to see the doctor to do a needle test. So that gives a relief to us. Like, these kind of talks do make a change. And that is why even in spite of hectic schedules, like I wouldn't mind taking time. I never say a no when then somebody comes asking for awareness talks. I know it's very difficult for us to, that's how I got 4 minutes late, is because there are like lined up patients in the OPD and it's so difficult to come out from there because everybody wants to be examined, everybody wants to see. They're not happy if they do. Probably I don't have anything to say. A lot of other doctors also. But that one kind of like the talk or say nothing is there, one pat is all that they need. So that's exactly what I want to say, is that awareness is what is more important. So be alert that breast self-examination, there are 3 things. One is breast self-examination where the lady does to herself. Then there is clinical breast examination where the doctor does to the lady. Then there is something called as mammogram, screening mammogram. That is X-ray or ultrasound. Ultrasound is called a sono. X-ray mammogram, where a screening mammogram, like an X-ray is done, where you can pick up if there is any early breast lesions. Now this becomes more important if they have got a family history of breast cancer, especially mother, sister, siblings, maternal history. It becomes like they have got a genetic family history, hereditary cancers, then becomes more significantly important to do a mammogram. Otherwise, a breast self-examination is more than enough. So usually it starts much early, it's not 40. This was done much earlier. This is basically for a mammogram. It starts usually at the age of 40. But otherwise, breast self-examination starts much earlier at the age of 25. Today, I've got a lady who is unmarried. She's 24-year-old and she's got a breast cancer with a huge lump, unmarried. So it can be as early as 20. This example I want to give. This is the youngest, probably like 24 years, who's come today. This is today's OPD I'm talking about. So it's not at the 40. 40 is mammogram. But breast self-examination starts much early, probably at the age of 18, 20 itself. You have to fix one day in a month, stand in front of the mirror, and with these are the different positions that you will be examining. Standing position, lying down position, and because this is more sensitive with the 4 fingers of the palm. I'm not scaring you telling cancer, cancer, cancer. I am just trying to tell that, just creating that awareness. Don't get scared. Not every lump is going to be a cancer. It's just that we have to seek doctor's advice. That is all I'm trying to tell. So these are the different positions where the breast self-examination is done. Okay. Can appreciate, I hope you can appreciate better. So this is what are the different changes that you see in the breast. One is a swelling or a lump can be felt. Sometimes there can be nipple discharge, it could be blood stained or watery discharge. Some skin changes like this orange skin peel you have, those dots. So that can be there. And nipple retraction, that is usually nipple is pouted, but then goes inside, nipple retraction. There can be redness, there can be dimpling. These are the different changes in the breast that you can see in case of breast cancers, as well as armpit also. Forget about the breast lump. Sometimes they usually present even with the armpit, you can feel like a marble it is. So that is because of the node which is there in the armpit. So these are the different signs and symptoms of the breast. So painless nipple, skin changes, nipple discharges, skin dimpling, inverted kipple and the armpit swelling. This is when you have to see a doctor. So clinical breast examination starts much earlier, even before the age of 20 itself. Once a month, standing in front of the mirror. Mammogram is after the age of 40. This is mammogram. Just like an X-ray it is, where they compress the breast and take. So you start at the age of 40. For a regular woman, it can start at the age of 50, but those who have got hereditary cancers, you have to start at the age of 40, because usually it comes 10 years earlier than that of the mother's age of breast cancer. And not everybody with the mother's or somebody's family history will get cancer, but the chances are more, that's all. Okay, so this is how it looks like. You see that? This is how a cancer is, this one. That's how a mammogram picks up. That is why I put this picture. This is how it looks like. So the different treatment available, as I told you, if the lady goes earlier, The treatment is only surgery and it is really good. There is less of suffering. It is just 3 days of admission and we just remove the lump. But somebody who comes above the stage 2 onwards, then the treatment gets a little complicated. They'll have to undergo radiotherapy, chemotherapy, sometimes chemotherapy, surgery, chemotherapy, and then radiation. There are different ways and different this one depending upon what kind of cancer it is and what stage the person is. Okay? So that is why there's a lot of importance on going early, because early breast cancer, early pickup is, the survival is very good, the treatment cost is less, the suffering is very less, and the survival is very good. There are different social security schemes which are available, government, non-government, which can be, the most common is the BPL one. You have got Arogya Bhagyashree, which completely covers, which is there in the, I am a professor at the Enopoya Medical College. We have a separate comprehensive cancer center, which is called as Zuleka Enopoya Institute of Oncology. It was there in my starting slide. It's a comprehensive cancer center. We have a medical oncologist, radiation oncologist, a surgical oncologist. I'm the gynec oncologist. You have a hemato-oncologist, and you have a radiation department which gives radiation, chemotherapy department which gives chemo. Then there is nuclear medicine department which does this PET scan. PET scan is when a person is detected with a cancer. You do the CT scan, PET scan. It picks up any different mets, any spread is there from the head to toe, which is picked up by the PET scan. So we have got all the cancer, state-of-art cancer center it is, which is available in Bangalore or outside as well, which is available for us right here. And the best part about it is, it has got one of the best doctors. It is affordable. That's what I enjoy working in the center, is because it is affordable. The whole idea is probably even when I finished off, we get jobs outside, people are ready to pay 3 times, 4 times more. But me being from the hometown, Mangalore is my hometown, I preferred coming back to Mangalore, and I preferred being here is because, it is affordable. You can bring down the cost. The schemes are being covered, which is absolutely free treatment under ABRK scheme. It is only for the BPL card holders, and surgery, chemo, radiation, everything gets covered in this ABRK scheme. And somebody with a motive, intention, who would want to serve, and this is the best place. And that's why I really enjoy coming every day to the hospital, is because you do good. When you go back, it's rewarding for us. You've done something good that particular day. You have helped somebody. It makes a lot of difference. That's how I enjoy working there, because it covers a lot of schemes as well. ABRK and CGI, and let's assume somebody does not have a BPL card, then also the treatment is affordable with the best doctors. So let's move on to some other scans also, because we have got time. Yeah, cervical cancer. Now cervical cancer is this, do you all know what is a cervix? Yeah. Light. So this is the uterus. This is the uterus. This is the uterus. These are the tubes. These are the ovaries. This is the reproductive organ. This is the womb of the mother. And the most bottom part, that is the neck, the mouth of the uterus, is the cervix. So this is the cervix already. Yeah, this is the cervix. So the cancer here is called a cervical cancer. The cancer in the vagina is the vaginal cancer. Outside the private parts, it is the vulval cancer. This is the uterine cancer. This is the fallopian tube cancer. This is the tube, and this is the ovarian cancer. The ovaries, the 2 ponytails, what you see are the ovaries. In a woman, the ovaries are more important for us, because that is the one which gives the female hormones to us. And the uterus is for, basically, it is for the menstruation, as well as it carries the womb. This one is, okay, thank you. So we will be talking about, I will not talk about the other cancers much elaborately, but a little bit more importance to the cervical cancer, because in women, after breast cancer, cervical cancer is the most commonest. And the irony is, cervical cancer, breast cancer, and oral cancers, these 3 cancers can be actually picked up early, because it is obvious, right? Cervical cancer, breast, and the oral, very obvious it is. You can pick up just by clinically examining itself. The patient itself can come up with it. It has got screening tests. Like for example, cervical has got pap smear, breast has got breast examination, examination, mammogram, or less just by visual inspection. In spite of that, these are the three leading cancers. That is the irony of these three cancers. So cervical cancer is the second most common cancer among all in the women after breast cancer. And you won't believe, in a year, there are 1,23,000 new cancers, and out of which 77 deaths per year. So literally, it's like every 7th minute, there is a woman dying of cervical cancer. So what are the symptoms of cervical cancer? It is the pelvic pain, and actually this is quite common in both. I would not restrict it only to cervical cancer. You can see this also in uterine cancer as well as the ovarian cancer also. It is not restricted only to the cervical cancer. So the symptoms are, they usually have this lower abdominal pain. They have bleeding, unusual bleeding during the menstruation. After the menstruation also, they keep having this intermenstrual spotting. And post-sexual act, they have got this bleeding, spotting they will see. Then they can have, when it gets really bad, then they can also have bowel and the bladder symptoms like the blood in the urine, blood in the motion, low backache, severe low backache, unusual white discharge which is foul smelling. Now listen to me one more thing. Just because I told there is foul smelling discharge, don't think you have got cancer. Because alternate women with the foul smelling discharge can be there. That is because of the candidiasis or something. So it's not like you have got cancer. But the person with the cervical cancer will generally, 99% of the time, they have got white discharge which is foul smelling. Sometimes it can be bloodstained also. Now usually you see when it comes to domestic help who comes to our house, it could be anybody like some friends or somebody who complains to you, immediately tell them to see a doctor and get a pap smear done. That is one thing that you will all have to do, is tell that person immediately. Usually you see this cervical cancer in the lower, like BPL patients, no? In the lower economic class are the ones whom you usually see this cervical cancer. Not in the affluent family. Of course, there are in the affluent family also, probably because they pick up early, no? When you are affordable, you immediately go to the doctor, immediately get a pap smear done. But I see that most of the time it is in the lower socio-economic group of the women who come to us, and invariably, they are all in the stage 3 in the advanced stage. And that is really hurting, because this is something what you can really pick up early, treat them early, just do surgery, and they can do really well, like they have a good lifespan. But they end up coming into this one because of the lack of awareness. And probably accessibility also. So when it is detected early, the chance of cure is very high. And what do you do for that? How do you do for that? It's like every woman after the age of 25 or at least 30, you have to get a pap smear done. Of all the women here, if it is your unmarried, it's fine. But otherwise, please get your mothers, sisters, relatives, your close friends, you yourself, you have to get a pap smear done if you have not done so far. Now the next question is, doctor, do you have, whether you have done it, you're talking for so long, whether you have got it done. Even I get it done every year literally. Because as per the guidelines, if you do pap smear once in 3 years, it is sufficient. Okay, but I do it every year. That is because I am so this one when I see patients in this one OP in my desk, because they come in stage 2, stage 3 cervical cancer. It's like out of fear I go and get it done. But actually if you see, what I advise to my people, my loved ones is, you get it every birthday of yours. That is the gift you give yourself. Correct? Every birthday I remind, for my birthday, every year I get my health checkup done. Because women after the age of 40, yearly once I would advise you to get just a baseline blood test. Sugar, cholesterol, fasting cholesterol. If you're a non-vegetarian, then serum uric acid, hemoglobin. Get a self-breast examination, a clinical breast examination, and a pap smear. Now pap smear is once in 3 years. There is something called as HPV testing. You all have heard about HPV vaccination, right? Everybody would have heard of HPV vaccination. There is something called as HPV testing, just like how you pick up coronavirus, HPV virus in the cervix. So if you're combining pap smear and HPV, then once in 5 years is sufficient. So today, go back. If you have not done it, please get your pap smear done right this week itself. Then probably you can do it every third birthday of yours. That is a gift that you do. Get a pap smear done. Get your parents' mother's pap smear done. Your siblings, your loved ones' pap smear test done. At least once in a lifetime. Forget about this once in 3 years, once in 5 years, but get a pap smear test done. So how do you do this? Is it painful? Is it expensive? No. It is like costing about 100 rupees if it is done in our college, in our cancer center. But I don't know about the outside. Probably maximum it would charge 400 to 800 depending upon the private clinic that you go. All they have to do is the OPD procedure. You don't need anesthesia. The patient is put in the position and the speculum is introduced. You can see that steel speculum which is there. Speculum is introduced and the brush is just brushed over the cervix. Hardly it is less than a minute, and it's not a painful procedure, painless procedure takes less than a minute, and they smear it on the slides and they see it in the microscope. The report will come within the 3 days. Now, what happens is that those who have got cancer, they will be picked up cancer. But 99% of the time, it does not, it is useful for precancerous lesions. Somebody who is going to get cancer after 4, 5 years, after 10 years, it has that capacity to pick up precancerous lesions. So a lot of them, they are picked up in the pap smear, precancerous, pre-malignant, like much, let's call it sin 1, sin 2, much earlier. Even must be after 10 years, 5 years, that person would get cancer. And they refer to us, there's something called a scalposcopy that we have got, which will see which are the areas, and we just remove that, scoop out that areas. Like how you scoop out the ice cream, no? Same thing, those abnormal areas from the cervix are being scooped out. They are just excised. Or must be if they're elderly people, people also prefer doing straight away hysterectomy. They'll be like, we don't want any stress, just remove the uterus. If they're elderly above 50 and 60. So that is the thing about pap smear. It not only picks up cancerous, but also pre-malignant lesions, which is coming much later. There is an incident where we have done a camp. We keep doing these regular camps from the Enopoya for the women, because we have something called as Well Women's Clinic we have got. That is under the leadership of Dr. Vijay Kumar sir, who is actually my teacher, my mentor from Kidwai. I have studied from Kidwai Cancer Institute in Bangalore. And sir is also the vice chancellor, second time vice chancellor of Enopoya University. So sir is still there. We are all under him. The Cancer Center is actually come because it is sir's brainchild. Actually, we had a tie-up with the Tata Trust, and they had sponsored this cancer center. That is why we are able to give this free service and free, everything free, and at a low, affordable rate. That is because it is, the whole thing is built up by the Tata Trust and handed over to the management. Although it is run by the very good doctors. So, so that's what it is all about. And we have something called as mobile clinic. I forgot to put the picture of this. We have a bus. I don't know whether you have seen, it's called as Well Women's Bus. It is donated by the Rotary Trust. So this bus comes to, it's like a door-to-door service. Like, this bus comes, for example, tomorrow you want to conduct for all your women on a particular day. Then this bus will come to you and here the pap smear test and it has also got an inbuilt in the bus a mammogram unit as well as a pap smear unit and a colposcope unit. So that will screen for the women, all the women it does. So we do like this, like we keep conducting these camps at every different district, this one state-wise. The bus keeps going everywhere. We have a team, who conducts all these camps. So one incident what happened in Beltangadi is that these ASHA workers are there. They are the ones whom we inform and they tell the other women to come. So incidentally, like once we told this ASHA worker, like you're telling all this public, no, you also, why don't you also get it done? Then this lady does the pap smear and she's referred to me with the cancer picked up in the pap smear. They told me that she incidentally done it because everybody is doing there, like you also get it done. So she got it done. She has absolutely no symptoms. When I examine her, her cervix is perfectly normal. There's nothing, not even a blood stain also, not an ulcer, nothing. Absolutely perfectly cervix normal. She has a daughter's wedding like after 2 months. So we got the surgery done and actually it has come as stage 1 cervical cancer. But surgery was the only thing and it was a free thing because for us the thing is that whoever comes under this camp which is picked up, it is free surgeries for them. So it was a free thing and she was extremely happy. But I was thinking like, okay, everything went well. Her daughter's marriage, she came, she thanked with her daughter, son-in-law, everyone, she came to her, she thanked because she would have missed, right? But my afterthought after that is when I got back, I was sitting at home and I was just thinking, what if this lady would not have come? What if we had not conducted the camp? What if this lady would not have done a pap smear? She should have been absolutely missed, right? Because she has no symptoms at all. Probably we would have picked her up like any other patient at the stage 2, stage 3. And then she's doing like really well. She comes every year, she thanks and she goes. Like, every year she comes, she makes it a point. Like, that is the importance of the pap smear. Like, we have picked her up much, much, much earlier. So that is what it is. Because a lot of people have got attitude. I don't have any symptoms. Why should I go to the doctor? I don't have any problem. When I have problem, then I'll see. Then I'll face it. This is the people's lot of attitude. But you don't know the consequences of it. So this is how it is. A pap smear is taken. That is the position taken. It's a small brush painless OPD procedure. And what is the age group? From the age of 21 till the age of 65. Or let's say lesser than that if they have got a sexual contact much earlier than that, because nowadays youngsters and all like much earlier, even the school going children also, college going children also, the exposure is that the peer pressure is so much, probably now it is it's quite common now that they are exposed much earlier. So in that case, it is 3 years, 3 years after any sexual exposure. It will start from the age of, otherwise from the age of 21 to 65 is the cutoff for a pap smear. And as I told you, once in 3 years. Because it is through that the HPV virus. The cervical cancer, 95% it is because of the HPV virus. Like coronavirus, you have something called as HPV virus. That is the one which causes cervical cancer. That is why, yeah, that's the reason for that. And that is why there is something called as HPV vaccination. Have you ever heard of HPV? How many of them have taken actually? No, HPV vaccination, no, right? You have taken HPV, very good. So yeah, HPV vaccination is against, this is against the HPV virus. Just like coronavirus, there is, against HPV virus, the vaccination is there. If you are taking less than 15, then it is 2 doses, 15th birthday. The cutoff is 9th birthday. The child is class 4. 9th birthday till the class 10, that is 15th birthday, it is 2 doses. Somebody who is taking above 15 years, it is 3 doses till the age of 26. After 26, if you are taking HPV vaccination, that is of no much use. Some people just take it for the benefit of doubt. But I would not advise, somebody comes to me and then ask after the age of 26, like, can I take HPV vaccination? Then I tell them, you please get a pap smear done. Instead of getting HPV vaccination, because that is much more better, because it can pick up. Because HPV vaccination is generally for before the sexual contact. That is the whole idea of it. So that is why, do male also have to take it? Yes. Then the answer is yes. Even males also, places like Australia, 10 to 15 years back itself, it is included in the school program. Just like how we take BCG, DPT, no? Same like that, it is included in the immunization program, national immunization program, where both girls and boys both take it. And there are recent evidences which are there, that even if you take single dose also is good enough. Forget about these 2 doses, 3 doses. Even if you take single dose also, it is good enough. So sometimes we keep conducting these HPV vaccination drives in the college also. So probably you can take use of that, because the cost, it comes down. Like otherwise per dose it is 2,000 rupees. So we bring down the cost during our vaccination drive, no? We bring down to 1,600. Even now also we conduct, every Saturdays it is there. Every Saturdays it is there in the Zuleka Institute. We conduct this, but I'm not very sure about the costing part, because during the camp, the drives, we bring it down to 1,600. Otherwise it is 2,000 per dose. It is by the Serum Institute, the same one which had that COVID vaccine, no, it is by them, same. So yeah, that's about it. And is it preventable? Yes, the answer is yes, correct. It is the HPV vaccination. This is the dosage, like 0, 1 and 6, 0, 1 month, 6 months, that is what it is. And how is it treated? Again, same thing. If you go early, then the treatment is surgery. I told you that lady, who did a pap smear, ASHA worker. Then the answer is only surgery, and they do really well. Like almost the survival rate is around almost 90%, that well there is. But if they come late, stage 2, stage 3, then it is radiation and chemotherapy. And generally they don't do well. You have seen nowadays a lot of movies, no? There's one Kajal's movie also, Kareena Kapoor is there, where again cervical cancer, Bodyguard also, cervical cancer. Nowadays a lot of movies are coming up with cervical cancer, probably that also brings a lot of awareness. Janvi Kapoor's also, a lot of reels are also coming up on these cervical cancers. That is just to bring the awareness. So that's about the cervical cancer. And then comes is the oral cavity. That is nothing much. Any ulcers, any bleeding, any reddish, anything is there in the ear, immediately you have to go and see a doctor. We immediately get a biopsy done, or a needle test done, which is a must. Yeah, so the treatment is the same. The schemes are same schemes as I showed you in the breast cancer. If they are a BPL card holder, then it is everything comes free for them. Surgery, chemo, radiation under the ABRK scheme, government scheme. Just a word about the PCOS. Just a word about the PCOS, that is polycystic. Have you all heard about PCOS? The young girls. Because literally, out of the 10 girls who come to me, the school-going girls also, 9 girls will be having PCOS. Irregular cycles, once in 2 months, once in 3 months, putting on weight. See this, these are the symptoms. Putting on weight, losing hair, darkness here, pimples on the face, pimples on the back, pimples on the stomach, hair near the stomach. irregular cycles, less of flow. These are all the symptoms. Putting on weight, putting on tummy. These are all the symptoms of PCOS. Can anyone tell me it's because of what? You can see there, one side there is polycystic ovaries. It's nothing but having pimples, small cysts on the ovaries. On one side, can you see what it is? Can anyone tell me what it is? What is the reason for that? It's the junk food. Junk food. Actually, out of my OT, no, we have a small tea counter for us. Like when you take a break from the OT, long-standing surgeries. So we go there and we like quick bites, like samosas, egg puffs. It's easy, right? Hot dogs. It's easy. You just go there. Then I have a madam of mine who had actually taught me during my MD/MS. So madam will stand there, okay, and she'll give me that smirk on her face, and she's like, "Anjum, do you know what is that?" "No, ma'am, that is PCOS counter," she tells. Now after she has told me that, now I stop eating samosas and puffs. Because every time when I go, because you tend to like quickly have something and rush back to the OT. And our OT is done like 6 hours, 8 hours. But now whenever I go there, I remember madam's that face of hers, that smile of her, sarcastic smile, and that PCOS counter of hers. So now I'll just drink tea, that also sugarless tea, and then I come out from there. So that is what it is, like, you know, the PCOS, the only reason that the mothers will come to me as young as 12 years, 15-year-old, 16 years, 17, mothers come to me and they'll be like, "Madam, please give medicines for my daughter. Her cycles are not regular, madam. She's putting on weight, madam. Give me medicines." They would not mind taking hormonal tablets, but they are not ready to avoid this junk food. I only tell them, you please go back and cut down on the junk food that your daughter eats. Please cut down on the junk food, sugar, maida, and all these savories what you take, you know, from bakery items, everything, all these junk foods, French fries, burgers, samosas, egg puffs, pastas, shawarmas, which has got mayonnaise in it, everything is a junk food. I know it is so difficult to avoid, because now it has become part and parcel of our life. Another thing I just missed out because I could not find enough time. I missed out on putting on something else. There is a lot of called as phthalates and all that, which is there in the cosmetics also. The lipstick what you put, the makeup what you put, because since I don't put, so I don't remember to put under my slides, because I don't put, because lack of time, not that I don't like it, but I don't have time. So all these have got something called as phthalates. Parabens, you see nowadays shampoo, it comes, no, parabens free, like plastic bottles which comes BPA free. So all this is important because these are the ones which causes cancer. Okay, these lipsticks what you put, the makeups what you put have got phthalates in that, parabens in that. So shampoos what you put has got parabens in that. So all these are the ones which are all pre-cancerous, which can cause, accumulated over a period of time can cause cancers. So all that you have to do is probably like small changes. See, I know everything and anything if you see, you know, because of the pesticides and all that which is used in vegetable, you have to sacrifice everything. It's nothing that what you're going to eat at the end of the day. If you have that phobia for it, I know that there is, but try small bit of it, like, you know, even I also try maximum a bit of it, like, you know, I go and, for my daughters, they take water bottles. So I go and I changed it into a flask bottles. At home also, I told my mom, like, she's like, no, when you wash, no, that glass bottles will break. Then double work for us. We have to sit and clean the glass bottles. So best is to put plastic bottles. And I told mom, no. We are changing into glass bottles. If it breaks, I will clean. You get glass bottles and you keep. After repeatedly telling, now fortunately she has agreed and we have bought glass bottles at home. So try to make as much as possible small changes, small baby steps. I know we cannot make a huge this one, but small changes. Probably these cosmetics and the shampoos, what you see, BPA, like parabens free, plastic bottles which are BPA free, feeding bottles to the children, what you give is BPA free. So all the small changes. Try going back home, try converting everything into that. Avoid plastic plates, fiber plates. Try getting into steel plates. That's best, you know. I told my mom finally, why don't you use steel? I asked her. Then no, she's like, okay, we'll settle with the glass bottles. So that is how it is. You make small changes, these things. Get a pap smear done, get your kith and kin, get your thing. Small changes in life, you know. We can make a lot of difference, especially we being women, because we are the daughter, we are the mother, we are the daughter-in-law, we are the mother-in-law, we are the friend for everyone and anyone. A lot of people are dependent on us, like, you know. So we can make a change. Small changes, somebody's life, by empowering somebody, we make changes on that multiple people. When I train my juniors for surgery, you know, I kept thinking, it is not that I help my junior to get trained in the surgery. She herself anyways is benefited. Tomorrow she'll go somewhere else, she will do independently surgery, she'll be a proficient surgeon, as I am. But then see that patient care whom she gives, no, it is ultimately the patient who is benefited. It is not the surgeon alone. So like that small, this is what I can do. from my profession, from my this one. I'm sure each one of you are empowered with something which God would have given. Make a difference in somebody's life every day. Every day you have to make a difference in somebody's life. That is when your day becomes worthwhile. Those small blessings come back as repercussions. They come as thousands of blessings for you, as unseen hand to you when you are in need. God sends as unseen hand to you. Those small things that you make. So nothing much. The last two slides, please, I would want to give an importance to this. Drink a lot of water. Keep hydrating yourself. Carry water bottles at your workplace, study place. Carry water bottle. Always. I know it's an added thing. I always have a mobile and a wallet and a water bottle along with me, wherever I go. Now also it is there, but in the car. So please drink water. Hydrate yourself, especially places like in Mangalore. It's too much of humidity. And have a right food. Try avoiding watching TV. Children also not make the habit of watching TV, and I'm sure everybody is doing that. And all together at home is like one meal. One meal all together. Keeps the family united. Next is physical activity. Of course, that I told that PCOS mothers which come, there are two things advices I give them. One is to avoid junk food. Another is regular exercises. Some sport, everybody, each one of us have to do. It could be cycling, it could be badminton, tennis, or as simple as that, walking also. As simple as that. Around your terrace, around your house. Nowadays, everybody stays in apartments. Just take some 10 rounds around your flat. So every day, half an hour of exercise is very good. One is it keeps you fit, it keeps you healthy. That overall, that confidence comes within you. You feel nice. When you lose weight, when you're toned up, when you're doing exercise every day, it keeps you healthy and nice, and that brings some kind of confidence in you. So exercise is a must, especially for the girls with the PCOS. You have to cut down on your food and maintain your exercises, because that brings down the anxiety, the stress, builds up the confidence as well as self-esteem, and improves your health. You can maintain your health, and that will continue throughout. Okay, simple examples I've seen in my grandparents. My grandmother was very, very lazy. She should never do exercises. But of course, since she was, we had a Aracanate garden. That itself was an exercise for her, because we had Aracanate gardens. So she worked there. And my grandfather was like, he was a military man. And every day, half an hour, as a child, I used to see him. Probably that is what motivated me, inspired me to do exercise regularly. Every day, half an hour of his time, he used to do exercises. And he, till his end, till the last day he died, he would not miss his exercises. And he was fit and thin, no assistant at all. It is very healthy except for hypertensive, because he was a type A personality, so we could not do that. He was always that go-getter, achiever. So because of that, he was a hypertensive, but he was fit till the end. But my grandmother always had ailments, forever knee pain, that pain, this pain. When I sit back and think, I think it's probably because that exercise, that healthy lifestyle what my grandfather used to live is what brought him till the end, without having any assistance. So I think exercise is a must. If we are not doing all this, probably tomorrow is the day we start it. Bring that in you. Bring that change in you. At least half an hour. And the last slide is this is my favorite slide. How others see you, what others think about you is not important. How you see yourself, what you think about yourself means everything. This is my favorite slide, and I believe in it a lot. It doesn't matter what others tell, how good you are, how bad you are, whether you're good in this, whether you're good in that, you're not beautiful, you're not pretty. But what matters is what you think about yourself. I think I'm worth. That is all you have to do every day when you wake up. Today is something that I am going to do good. This is, keep having good intentions, think good about yourself. It is then when you spread that positive vibes around you, that positive vibes create ripples. Somebody can change because of you. Somebody would see that it is like a ripple effect it is. So what means everything is what you are. Thank you everyone. All my plea is join hands, because early detection saves lives. This is all I have to say. Thank you very much for this platform. I would like to thank Madam for the opportunity, because she had come and she was actually persistent, like, you have to come. She kept following up, because I keep forgetting. Every day, literally, she used to put messages and calls so that, I make myself free. Even today, she should have done some like 10, 15 calls so that I am on time here. Thanks to you. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you to the moderators. If anyone has any doubts regarding this, like probably you can come, or probably anything beyond this also, like you can ask me, like any interaction, anybody. Any questions? Yeah, that is the irony, ma'am. That is the irony, like even inspired, because see, if we are going for a screening camp, what do we do is that we always see for this oral, we see for the breast, and we see for the cervical, because these are the three screening cancers we can actually pick up much earlier than the cancer has actually come. But that is the irony of it. In spite of that, these are the most common cancers, leading being the breast, followed by the cervical cancer and the oral cavity. Probably it is the lack of awareness, that is what I'm telling, lack of awareness, or probably it's the inhibition because it is a private part, breast and the cervix, both are private parts. Women are not ready to come forward. First of all, they have to disclose to children, then they have to come. And thirdly, probably women always keep their health as the last priority. Why to spend on, I heard one talk, one lady telling, why should I spend my husband's money on that? He has to spend on my health checkup. But she is not realizing, she's not saving on the husband's and the children's money. She's actually something which you could have done something like, we do it like surgeries like for 40,000, those who don't have BPL cards. She's actually spending 4 lakhs for the complete treatment by coming at the later stage. So probably a lot of factors are there. Must be accessibility also. Some are staying in the remote areas. They may not be able to come, catch 2-3 buses, come here, stand in the queue, stand the one whole day is gone. And some, there are coolie workers also, like, that day which is missed, they are missing on that 500 rupees. So I really feel that probably I always have the respect for them, those who are manual laborers. So I always make sure that they are comfortable, and I make sure that their investigations are cut short. Like they finish everything on one day and go, so that they don't have to spend another day, miss out on that 500 rupees coming to see me again and again and again. Sometimes I also give WhatsApp number of mine, so that they don't have to come to me. Something what you can do in WhatsApp, they can just do it, right? Why come all the way from a distant place? So I have this due consideration of the patients who come from Davangere, Chikmagalur, because I feel like they have come at least all the way from there. So probably small changes, even from health workers side also, could make a lot of difference. And the approach of ours also, I mean, that's what I said, like these are the small changes what we can do from our side, that's all. Now, why is it like that? Probably a lot of reasons: affordability, accessibility, awareness. These are the 3 main things, 3 A's of cancer. No. Menstrual, no. Only thing is that you have to maintain the menstrual hygiene with the menstrual cups. It has to be changed 3 to 4 hours. And where you change also, because working places and all, that hygiene may not be that good. So that hygiene has to be maintained and it has to be emptied. The menstrual cups have to be emptied. But as such, menstrual cups is not now established to be having cancers as such. Madam, one probably because of the early detection. It's not like previously also it was not there. Probably previously also it was there, but there's no early detection. Somebody would be like, yeah, fine. She had fever, suddenly developed fever, suddenly developed abdominal distension, had an ulcer, she died. Probably that person would have been advanced stage, spread to the lungs, and immediately patient would have collapsed. So one is because earlier people would not have. Now there are a lot of early, as I told you, PET scan is available, CT scan, ultrasound, everywhere and anywhere it is available. So probably because we early pick up, that is why the rise of cases also we are picking up early. That is one. And secondly, now because everything and anything has precancerous, as I told you, from the food to our lifestyle, from the air we breathe, radiation exposure. So a lot of factors are there, probably which is leading to the early this one. Increasing the rise in the incidence. No, PCOD as such straight away does not cause cancer, but because of PCOD there is increased weight, so because of that they are more diabetic, hypertensive, chances of endometrial, that uterus lining becomes thick, so that can cause endometrial cancer future in their life. When they, as in men, no, these PCOS girls become 40, 50 and all that, they can have, that can develop cancer. But as such, if you ask me straight PCOS cancer, the answer is no. Because of PCOS, a lot of other things happen which can lead to cancer. That is the thing about it. See, that's what I said, like people who are here, one is that because they can disseminate information, they can ask their relatives, their mothers, and second thing, they are aware. So due course of time, when they are talking, when they are there in their day-to-day life, there may be people who are having with the cancer signs coming to them, telling that, then they can immediately ask them to see the doctor. So a lot of things are there, which creates, basically it is nothing but creating awareness, even in the college-going girls as well. Because tomorrow they are the ones who are leading into adult life in a matter of 4 to 5 years. So I think every individual, doesn't matter where they are, like which phase of their life they are, they should be aware of all these things. And no matter it is gender as well, male or female, everybody should be aware.
Any question?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that was a very interesting talk on cancer. And I mean, we have always thought of the body as that stranger, the dangerous stranger which we don't know, because we don't know what's happening inside our bodies, yes? And I think somewhere you kind of made us fear it even more. But you also suggested ways in which we could, familiarize ourselves with that strange body of ours. I think, I mean, some things, what you didn't say, but what was, what could be developed. I come from the humanities, and therefore I would see it from a different perspective. You said that every woman has a story of her own. Every cancer woman has a story of her own. And at one level, it could be a personal story, like some women who don't come, some women who come early, why they don't come, why they come early. But I think your talk, though it was largely a scientific, medical kind of knowledge, it hinted at certain things, yes? One of the things that you said was that women were hesitant to come to the clinic. That is because they were exposing the private parts of their bodies, and also the kind of lack of emphasis on the ailments of women, yes? And the woman feeling that she was spending her husband's money. So very often, the woman's labor in the home is never seen as labor. Whereas the wage-paying labor that the man performs is seen as, wages, and that is seen as something that is of use and of social value. Whereas the immense amount of work she does at home is not seen as benefiting of any kind of return or any kind of care, yes? And also, I teach a class on gender studies, and there we speak of the sexualized body, yes? And the vagina and the breasts become, sexualized parts of the woman's body. And we always wonder what it is to think of the body in a hospital, because that is a different body, yes? And I think somewhere you gave us insight into that body, the body and that body is a body that requires care. That body is a body that can show certain symptoms and which can be treated if detected early. And how the society and women themselves don't care so much for it. They delay the recognition of these symptoms, and they delay the treatment of these symptoms. And I think what was most heartening for me about your talk was you spoke of as a community of women who are, and you as a doctor playing a part in that community, who is concerned for women's body, yes? And you make them aware of the economics of treatment, like where do you get free treatment or less treatment. So there is a whole governmentality of the body, and there is also an economics of treatment, and you allow to show these women how to go about recognizing the symptoms and also getting treated, and the kind of passionate concern you have you have for them. That for me is very, heartwarming and very touching, yes. And I'm glad we have doctors like you, and I hope there are many others like you. And you bring together these women, both both the people you treat and the women who are your students and colleagues, into this community which is concerned about women's bodies and concerned about the treatment of women's body. So I could, kind of lead on your talk to entire sociological analysis, and thank you very much for that talk of yours.
Yes, it was indeed an eye-opening session to all of us. It's my privilege to express the vote of thanks to the dignitaries on the dais. A heartfelt thanks to Dr. Mariam Anjum Iftikhar for delivering such a nice talk in spite of your busy schedule. Thank you, madam. I request Dr. Parinita to present a memento to our key speaker, Dr. Mariam Anjum Iftikhar. Many thanks to Dr. Parinita for chairing the session. I request Dr. Rani Pattabhi to present a memento to the chairperson. I would also thank Dr. Rani Pattabhi for her efforts in documenting the session. Thank you, madam. I also request Dr. Yashaswini to present a memento to Dr. Rani Pattabhi, madam. Thank you all for your kind cooperation. We are ending this session.
We would shortly start the paper presentation. As I mentioned, there will be 3 parallel places where the paper presentation will be going on. I'll just announce the paper presentation names of this place or this room. The rest paper presentation can go out and you can see your details which is displayed in the notice board. Soon you can accommodate in your classrooms and you can be ready for the paper presentation. And here the presenters will be Dr. S.J. Mahesha, Shivaraj Ramachandra Gowda, Amaresh H. Rakesh Naik K, Sri Lakshmi Shikha, Mahita Kumari, Manjushri Shetty, Shifana, Samira, Dr. Sabita and Dr. Triveni. So these people have the presentation here. Rest of you can go out and check on the notice board and you can move to your respective the rooms which are allotted and you can be prepared for your paper presentation. The details are displayed in the notice board right outside. Thank you. So very good afternoon. Very good afternoon. We have gathered here for the paper presentation slot. We have received a few papers so that we have divided into various themes together. So we would start the paper presentation of this room. Here we have Dr. Parameshwar as the chairperson. Sir is the associate professor from Commerce Department. I take this opportunity to welcome Parameshwar sir onto the dais. Sir is a continued support and source of inspiration. Sir also served as the director of Directorate of Student Welfare. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of the organizing committee of the conference and all the paper presenters who are gathered here. Welcome you, sir. I welcome all the paper presenters who are scheduled to this room. We will kindly short while we will start the presentation. The list is with sir. If sir has anything to say, introductory remarks, he can speak and we can start with the presentations. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you. First of all, I congratulate all of you for active participation in today national conference on gender equity and sustainable development organized by UGC Center for Women's Studies. In this session we have 11 papers, and these 11 papers speaks in different angles and different perspectives. Let us not waste time, because we are having only, I think only we are having half an hour. Earlier I planned to give 4 plus 1 minutes, but I think now we have to reduce it to 3 plus 1. So let us have the presentations, and at the end, if time permits, we'll have discussions, or will be based on your deliberations, and if time permits, we will discuss if there is any clarifications or contributions to be made by the participants here. So shall we start? We'll not waste time. Thank you. Okay. Please confine your presentations to 3 plus 1 minute, not more than that. We'll begin with the first presenter, Dr. S.J. Mahesha from MSW department. Will speak on education and awareness, promoting gender sensitive education and challenging discrimination practices.
Respected chairperson and a respected madam. So my topic is education and awareness, promoting gender sensitive education and challenging discrimination practices. So it is various conscious mindsets as well as towards the women inequalities, and so education is fundamental human rights, is a crucial drive and socio-economic developments. So however, despite some significant progress of increasing access of the education, many students and particularly girls and women and continuous face significant barriers of learnings. So, learning once most pursuing the indicates of the discriminatory practices. So, gender sensitive education and critical addressing these challenges and promoting so equitable learnings and environments. So, by challenging environments is a very eradication, truth and development progress of the women. If you want to see, that's a practical study in the field. So these 6 developing the effective strategy promoting the inclusive, equitable of learnings and environments. So and socio-cultural problems. So the deep rooted of the bias of societal attitudes and bias can make a difficult challenge of discriminatory practices. So the cultural religious barriers, so cultural religious norms perpetuates for the discriminatory practices of the mix, the challenges to promote of the gender sensitivity of education. So the lack of community engagements, so influence community developments for the supports can aid us effort of the promoting gender sensitivity of education. So educational problems for the women. So limited teaching trainings. So teachers may lack of training of resources. Indeed, it's promoting the gender sensitivity of the systems. Not institutional problems, lack of policies and procedures. So institution of lack of policy and procedure addressing the discriminatory practices and inadequate for reporting the mechanisms. The institution may have to effective reporting mechanism. So incident of discriminatory practices. Now, insufficient resources, institution may lack of resources needed promoting the gender sensitive education, challenging and discriminations. So and economic problems. So poverty and economic inequalities. The poverty and economic inequalities and limits access education, the discriminatory practices. So and next, limited findings. And limited findings, insufficient findings can either efforts of promoting gender sensitive education, challenging discriminatory practices. Next, promoting gender sensitive education. So inclusive curriculums. So develop and implement as a curriculum that promotes gender equality, challenging the highlights of the women contributions. So next, teaching trainings and safe learning environments and encourage of the girl education. So encouraging the girl education, implementing initiatives, promoting girls education. So such a scholarship and community health programs and community outreach programs and challenging discriminatory practices. So and then addressing the bias, the promoting positive encouragements for the women. So encourage positive, challenging the traditional, so nationality perfects violence and discrimination. So and then the policy of development implementation policy promoting gender sensitivity of education, challenging of the discriminatory practices, capacity of buildings and monitoring and evaluation and then expected outcomes, improve the gender equalities. So promote gender equality, challenge discrimination of the practices educational settings, increasing awareness programs, raise awareness about the importance of gender sensitive education in the negative impact of the discriminatory practices, and then empowered of the students. Empower students become a agenda, change and promoting a gender sensitive education in their communities and improve the educational outcomes. So improve the educational outcomes for all students, particularly marginalized groups, socially, economically, politically. There's a weaker section family in the holdings. But so eradication, truth and development of the Indians, so the equality of the women's, so the contribution of the and government's provisions for the and inequality of the women's, and these aspects are very essential for the to development of the women's and girls. So it is their efficiency and gathering between the development progress of the mindsets for the equality of the women's, for the reservations, particularly what development examples. Indira Gandhi, the Prime Minister of India, is a great eminent of scholars, is a great eminent of social reformers, it's a great eminent of politicianist. It's all for, it's a very essentials, and it is a truth for development of the progressives. And key findings, so the deep rooted of the base of the professional discriminatory practice of the educational settings. So that's IAS officers and KS officers and IPS officers and AR officers and Indian Revenue Service and Indian Administration Service, Indian Police Service, that's the equality of the women or girls. That's the equalities, the various opportunities for the constitutional provisions for the women. So, and then, so that poverty and economic inequality, cultural, religious barriers limits access of the education and purpose of the discriminatory practices. So, and then, so limited teachers training, inequity of the curriculums, and inefficient resource and effort of the promote gender sensitivity. And Savitri Bapale is a great eminent of teachers. So Savitri Bapale is a great eminent of teachers. Savitri Bapale ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕೊಡಿಸುವಾಗ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುವಂಥ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಗಣಿಯಿಂದ ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ ಸಾವಿತ್ರಿ ಬಾಪುಲೆಗೆ. ಆಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ವುಮೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೋದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಗಣಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಾವಿತ್ರಿ ಬಾಪುಲೆ, ಇಸ್ ಅ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಎಮಿನೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ರಿಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಸೊ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೇಶನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸೊ ಡೆವಲಪಿಂಗ್ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ಸ್ addressing the discriminatory practice in educational settings. So, and then the policy and procedure for the equality of the women. So, providing the teachers with the training and resources, promoting the gender sensitivity of education, and developing implementation, including the equitable curriculum that is challenging and bias. The increasing, assess the education, marginalized groups, including the girls and women. But marginalized section groups, socially, economically, politically weaker section of the family, there's a marginalized groups. And so develop the implement, including the equitable curriculum challenges and bias, increase the assess the education of the developments and future direction. Next, future direction to conduct further research on the impact of the discriminatory practices, learning outcome of the well-beings, to develop the implementation effective strategies promoting the gender sensitive education, challenge the discriminatory practices. So engage in the policy makers, it is all assembly and parliaments, that is a policy maker of the reservation of the provides of the equality of the women's. And so development, engage policy makers, educators, community leaders to promote gender sensitive education and challenge of the discriminatory practices. So thank you, Anadal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Our second presenter, Shivaraj Ramchandra Gowda, Department of Library Science, Mangalore University. The gender equality, need for female researchers in technology. Amaresh. Okay, we'll go for the next. Rakesh Naik K, Department of Economics, Mangalore University, speak on economic development through traditional knowledge, the role of scheduled tribe women in sustainable rural economics. Mr. Anas, Department of History, Mangalore University. So, I will present on behalf of Dr. Triveni Aras. The topic is gender equality in relation to human rights.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anas. I'm pursuing my first year in Masters of History from Department of History, Mangalore University. So I'll be presenting a seminar on the topic Gender Equality in Relation to Human Rights and Constitution on behalf of Triveni ma'am. So, gender is a socio-economic term that refers to status, role and behaviors assigned to males and females. It is a fairness of treatment of both male and female. According to the UNDP, United Nations Development Program, gender inequality, it is spoken in terms of two measures, two parameters, that is capabilities and opportunities. In capabilities, you have education, health, and nutrition. And in terms of opportunities, you have economic and decision making. So what the report comes to conclusion is that there is a yawning gap between the expanding opportunities, capabilities and limited opportunities. So, like I mentioned, the capabilities include education and nutrition and health. These things are being increasing, but the opportunity is limited, decision-making power and economic roles. And then coming to the gender issues, I'll throw light only on the contemporary gender issues that is in the Indian societies: child discrimination, bias in education, problems of health and nutrition, and discrimination in the means of employment. So, coming to the human rights, it is an international level when we talk of gender equality. So, after the World War II, you have many human rights movements coming up. And women's right was one of them, and the women's had the hold of human right. They were the holders of human right. So to begin with, you have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It is a charter in 1948. The first article, that is Article 1, it speaks of all human beings are equal by birth. They're equal in their right and dignity. And there are different conventions of human rights, and they speak about different things relating to human rights. To begin with, you have CEDAW, the Convention of Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. So it basically speaks of three main points to begin with: the modification of socialistic values and patterns of conduct for both men and women. Secondly, effective remedies of discrimination against women and how their conduct has been modeled by the society. And thirdly, enacting of this legislation and the penalties on the remedies for those who do not follow these rules or laws. And then you have the CSW, Commission on the Status of Women. So it is a United Nation body, and what it does, it does many things, but to our concern is its role in shaping the broad global standards for gender equality. Then you have international human rights commissions. They speak about gender equality, they promote gender equality, and they protect gender equality. These are the covenants of these international conventions. They include the International Convents of Economic, Social, and cultural rights, economic convents of civil and political rights, International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. Apart from these, there are also institutions that do not deal entirely with gender equality. For example, you have World Economic Forum, and they conduct surveys, they conduct indexes. For example, you have the Gender Gap Index. So where does India rank in this? India ranks in 129. By 2024, India ranks in 129 out of 146 nations. Out of 146 nations, India ranks 129. That is shocking. And what is even more shocking is that the previous year, that is previous to 2024, it's 2023, you have India's rank 127. So it's a decline from 127 to 129. And that's even more shocking. And then when we talk about gender equality in terms of constitution, you have many articles. To begin with, you have the very preamble. It begins with, the preamble talks about securing the rights of all citizens and equality of opportunities and status, and also justice, political, social, and economic. Then you have the fundamental rights. There are many articles. Article 14 ensures equality of right to all citizens in its fullness. Article 15, prohibition of discrimination on the basis of caste, religion, gender, place of birth, etc. Article 15(3), clause 3, it speaks about provisions that the state can create for the empowerment of women and children. And then you have Article 16 that guarantees equal opportunities for its citizens in employment and in public office. And then coming to the directive principles of state policy, you have Article 39. It speaks about the state should ensure men and women have equal access to livelihood. And then Article 39, Clause D, it speaks about equal pay for the equal work. And then in the fundamental rights, you don't have anything explicit about gender equality, but you have an article that speaks about upholding the freedom struggle, the values of freedom struggle. So what are the values of freedom struggle? One among them is obviously equality. So that covers. And to end, I would like to say that equality is something that we can achieve through common goodness. So one way forward is that we work together to achieve this common goodness. A selfish society cannot achieve that. A selfless society can help empower each other and obviously empower women. Thank you.
Rakesh Naik from Department of Economics, Mangalore University. Economic development through traditional knowledge, the role of scheduled tribe women in sustainable rural economics.
Good evening to all. Today I would like to present a paper on economic empowerment through traditional knowledge, the role of scheduled tribe women in sustainable rural economics. As in introductory part, so in many marginalized groups, especially the scheduled tribes, the women continues to underrepresented in many disciplines, and at the same time, and ST women have the priceless resource like their traditional knowledges, like with roots of the centuries old indigenous customs, and the knowledge encompasses the herbal medicines and handicrafts, sustainable agriculture and rural resource management, providing with both unorganized, unrealized economic and potential ecological advantages. The Manisha Taru and Ramesh Yadav argues that they had said that the tribal women had more valued in tribal societies than women in any other social groups, because in addition to being extremely hardworking, and they also provide substantial economic contribution to their families in practically in all tribal communities. The next slide I have incorporated the review literature. So these are the literature which focus on the tribal tradition and knowledge and economic empowerment. So these all research articles or the data which I go through has been saying about their economic empowerment through the rural economies and many other their achievements. At the same time, they are having saying the lack of the use of traditional knowledge, their economic empowerment. So as I find the research gap is the research on specific contribution on scheduled tribes women in using traditional knowledge of the economic empowerment is few, despite the fact that the increasingly acknowledged as the vital resource of sustainable rural development. The current research frequently concentrates on female empowerment on more generally rural development, but it ignores how traditional knowledge and gender roles and economic sustainability interact in tribal groups. The statement of the problem is next slide. The statement of the problem is the women from scheduled tribes have the wealth of traditional knowledge that has been handed down through the years. This knowledge includes the natural resources management, herbal medicines, and agriculture. However, the systematic issues like socioeconomic marginalization and restricted access to resources and gender inequality and frequently result in their economic contributions and being underappreciated and misused. Their empowerment had the sustainable growth of rural economies had hampered by the absence of prejudice in incorporate their traditional knowledge into the mainstream the economic operations. This research article aims to investigate how scheduled tribe women and use traditional knowledge to empower themselves economically and pinpoint the obstacles they encounter and suggest the ways to increase their involvement in sustainable rural economies. And the objectives of this research is the methodology. The present study based on secondary in data. The second data has been collected through the various published journals and research theses. The objectives, the research paper has the two objectives. One, to analyze the role of traditional knowledge in fostering economic empowerment among scheduled tribes, women in rural economies. To identify policy gaps and institutional challenges affecting economic empowerment of scheduled tribe women. The main factor, the traditional knowledge and the empowerment. The empowerment is dynamic and complex process, and the state of appropriately the exercising the one side and responsibility processing the resource and authority, and being conscious the growing one's capacity, the participating in decision making are all components of empowerment. The degree of empowerment indicates that the stage of development in particular field or overall development. Traditional knowledge based on economic empowerment emphasizes how important indigenous customs are promoting sustainable rural development. The promotion of environmentally sustainable lifestyles that greatly aided by scheduled tribe women who are keepers of traditional knowledge. Their proficiency in sustainable farming and method craft and medicine plants has not protected and heritage but also strengthened the economy of rural areas. There are the traditional knowledge might help scheduled tribe women economically empowered, and this has been classified into the 5 heads. The first one, the preserving indigenous knowledge and traditions. Under that one, the artificial work, artisan work and craftsmanships. And scheduled tribes has mastered over the many the crafted things, like they were in pottery and basketry and textile productions. Even that they are help them to economically empowerment. The second one, the natural remedies and herbal medicines. Of course, they have the blessed with the knowledge of the plant medicines, and they might it may be help them to it may help them to the herbal health case to empower themselves in economically. Then agriculture and food processing. The majority of scheduled tribe women in agriculture frequently employing the traditional farming methods and entail growing the native crops. And second one, preservation of natural resources and biodiversity. Among that first one, the sustainable agriculture method. agroecological techniques that emphasizes the crop diversifications, the soil health, and organic farming methods, and many more. Third one, the land use and water management. The traditional techniques like building water channels and collecting rainwater and many of things has been helped the stereotype women having the water resources. The third one, empowerment via group initiatives, the cooperatives and self-help groups. Of course, the self-help groups has been helped the tribal women to exchange their ideas and getting the market ideas like that. The participatory decision making. Decisions are still made collaboratively in many tribal communities, which still have a strong communal framework. Traditional knowledge enhance women to responsibilities as the economic actor in their communities by enabling them to participate in economic planning and decision making. Economic and cultural diversity, the cultural travel. The tourists frequently express their interest to distinct cultural activities of tribal communities, such as the traditional arts, craft, and ceremonies. Indigenous product branding. However, the fabrics and organic foods and herbal products are example of the products that made using traditional knowledge that can be marked as indigenous tribal commodities. Then legal rights and government programs assess. The support for policies, yes, of course, to empower tribal women economically, the support, the government initiatives is must. That's what the many support schemes should be, has been adopted for the development of tribal women. The legal defense and intellectual properties. The certain indigenous knowledge. Oh, sure. Okay, so coming to the concluding part. So I finish up with by saying the policy recommendations. So first, they encourage the acknowledgement and conservation of traditional knowledge. Second one, create market connection and tribal goods, and improve the financial resources and building capacity and developing skills, and boost collaborative models. With that, I conclude that yes, the traditional knowledge is very important in the case of tribal women because they have the mastery over that traditional knowledge. So that would help them to economically empower if all the things are happening, good things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sri Lakshmi Shikha from Commerce and Management, Sri Devi College, Ballal Bagh. She will speak on violence and discrimination, gender-based violence and its impact.
So my topic is violence and discrimination, gender-based violence and its impact on women's societal participation. So here, first thing, when we talk about violence and discrimination, the first thing that we understand that is it is a pervasive term, which is basically a human right violence which we see in the whole world. It is not only limited to a particular community, it is basically across the globe what we see. So now when we see this, it is basically a domestic violence or something that maybe an individual is harmed with. Maybe a person is individually, physically abused or sexually abused, psychologically, mentally a person is being tortured. So all these come under the category of violence and discrimination. So here what happens is, now here the people who are mainly influenced by this or whom the violence is being exercised is happens on the women and the girl child. Now here, according to my study, I have focused on three main objectives. So here the objectives are to identify and analyze the various forms and causes of gender-based violence, to analyze its impact on the women and society, to propose actionable strategies and practices to address and prevent gender-based violence. Now here, when we talk about the first thing, it is about the causes of gender-based violence, causes and the forms. So here, first there are four categories. They can be physical. Physical is obviously when a person is being physically tortured. Maybe one woman is being hit by another person. Next you have is the sexual violence. Sexual violence which we see highest across the globe. There are rape victims all over. There are maybe women who are who have been influenced by the acid attacks. Next is the psychological abuse. So psychological abuse is basically where a person is mentally tortured, maybe using of bad words against them or verbally abusing them. And last comes the economic. Economic violence is where a woman is not allowed to go into the work sector. She has to depend on her spouse, or maybe she has to depend on her parents. So it could be any of these forms where a woman's freedom is being curbed in the society. So in order to conclude, I would like to say that here the main thing which we have to focus is give an opportunity to the women. Focus on giving more opportunity to them. See, now they say that a woman is only fit to work in the kitchen. She is only fit to be a mother in the house. But then why not give an opportunity? A mother who can handle the house, a mother who can handle the kitchen, can also go to a professional sector, can also be in the organization sector. She can be a multitask. She does both the work at the same time. But when we see, not about comparison, but you give the same task to a man, he will do it one day, he might do it for 2 days, or maximum he might do it for 1 week. But a woman, she can handle everything maybe through a whole lifetime. And one more thing is, I would like to conclude saying that now maybe when it comes to a rape victim, they say that the girl's dress, or maybe she dressed inappropriately, or maybe she was walking in the society showing herself to everyone. Why can't they say that let us go and educate our men and the boys? Why can't we give them the proper education? Why can't we educate our own children? Instead of blaming the women, saying that they were dressed inappropriately, just go and educate the boys, encourage them in different kinds of campaigns and activities. Thank you.
So your PPTs are not found in the email which you have requested. If you have got, please forward the PPTs. And we have only 2 PPTs which is received so far. One is presented and one is on queue now. Thank you.
Dr. Sabita, Department of Sociology, Mangalore University. Aboriginal knowledge and sustainable development among tribal group of Karnataka.
Respected chairperson of the sessions and dear friends and dear students, my topic is an aboriginal knowledge and sustainable development of tribal community of Karnataka. Just last moment I have prepared, but I have not prepared PPT. So in that I have a orally present with my experience on community. Just I will read the Kannada. So some in Karnataka, in Karnatakadalli ಸುಮಾರು 50ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟು ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ವಾಸವಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸುಮಾರು ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು 45 ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು, ಮತ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ 50 ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಒಟ್ಟು ಸೇರಿ 45ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು 2 ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಆದಿಮ ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟು ಸಮುದಾಯ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅದೊಂದು ಸುಮಾರು 45,000ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಕೆಲವು ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಅವರ ಜೀವನ ಆಧಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಏನು ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ಬದುಕಿಗಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಅರಣ್ಯವನ್ನೇ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲವು ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು, ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಸೋಲಿಗ, ಬಂಟ, ಬೆಟ್ಟಕುರುಬ, ಹಾಲಕ್ಕಿ, ಒಕ್ಕಲಿಗ, ಕುಣಬಿ, ಕೊರಗ, ಕುಡಿಯ, ಗೌಡಲು, ಮರಾಠಿ ನಾಯಕ, ಕುಮ್ರಿ ಮರಾಠಿ, ಅಸಲ, ಸಿದ್ದಿ, ಇರುಳ, ಗೊಂಡ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅರಣ್ಯವನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನ ಆಧಾರಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಅದನ್ನು ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಕೆಲವು ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು, ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಗೌಳಿ, ಅಲೆಮಾರಿ, ಕುರುಬ, ನಾಯಕ, ಗಾಡುಗೊಲ್ಲ ಈ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಪಶುಪಾಲನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರತರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲವು ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು, ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಸುಡುಗಾಡು ಸಿದ್ಧರು, ಡೊಂಬರು, ಸಿಂಧೋಳ, ಕಿನ್ನರಿ ಜೋಗಿ ಈ ಥರದ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಕಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೂ ಮೇದ, ಬೆಟ್ಟಕುರುಬ, ಇವನ್ ಕೊರಗ, ಸಿದ್ದಿ ಮುಂತಾದ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಕರಕುಶಲ ವೃತ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಅವಲಂಬಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಹೀಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 50ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ವೃತ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಕೃಷಿ ಮತ್ತು ಇತರ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಕಲೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಏನು ಕರಕುಶಲ ವಸ್ತುಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನು ಅವಕಾಶಗಳನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನಾಧಾರಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅದನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಇದೇ ವಿನಃ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಏನು ಸಂಪತ್ತಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನದಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ತಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಜಗತ್ತನ್ನು ಅರಣ್ಯದೊಂದಿಗೆ ರೂಪಿಸುತ್ತಾ ತಮ್ಮ ಉಪಯೋಗವಾದಿ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನದಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನಾಧಾರಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅದನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಅವರು ಯಾವ ಥರ ಸಸ್ಟೈನೇಬಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಆಧರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಾಗ, ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ಏನು ಕೃಷಿಗೆ ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಕುಮರಿ ಬೇಸಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಒಂದು ಕೃಷಿ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಪದೇ ಪದೇ, ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಸೀಸನಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಒಂದು ಕೃಷಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಆ ಕೃಷಿ ಆದ ನಂತರ ಅದರಿಂದ ಬೆಳೆ ಬಂದ ನಂತರ ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದನೇದಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಆ ಜಾಗವನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ಆ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಅವಕಾಶವಾಗಿ ಪಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವ, ಅಂದರೆ ಆಸ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಪಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಲ್ಲದೆ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಫಲವತ್ತತೆಯನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಏನು ಕೃಷಿಯ ಮಾದರಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ, ಈ ಮಾರುಕಟ್ಟೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಬಂಡವಾಳ ವಿಸ್ತರಣೆ ಆದ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬೆಳೆಯನ್ನು ತೆಗಿಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಲಾಭ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಏನು ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಇದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತದ್ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಕುಮರಿ ಬೇಸಾಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ಶಿಫ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಕಲ್ಟಿವೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಅದು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಫಲವತ್ತತೆಯನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಅದೇ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಕೆಲವು ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು, ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಸೋಲಿಗರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಜೇನು ಕುರುಬರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಕಾಡು ಕುರುಬರು, ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು, ಇವನ್ ಕೊರಗರು ಕೂಡ ಜೇನುವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆಯುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಕಿರು ಉತ್ಪನ್ನಗಳು, ಅಂದರೆ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಈ ಕಿರು ಉತ್ಪನ್ನಗಳನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸುವುದು ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಏನು ಜೇನನ್ನು ತೆಗೆಯುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಆ ಜೇನನ್ನು ಕಿತ್ತು ತಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡುವ ಅಥವಾ ಅದನ್ನು ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಮೇಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಇದು 1950ರ ಮೊದಲು ವಸಾಹತು ಸಂದರ್ಭಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹಿಂದಿನದ ಒಂದು ಇದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಆವಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಅಂದರೆ, ಅವರು ಜೇನನ್ನು ತೆಗಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಆದ ಪದ್ಧತಿಗಳಿದೆ. ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ರಾತ್ರಿಯ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಅಂದರೆ ಬೇರೆಯವರಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಜೇನುಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಪೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಅದು ಹೋಗದೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ಗೂಡಿನಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಂಥ ಜೇನುಗಳು ಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾಶ ಮಾಡದೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಭಾಗವೇ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟು ಉಳಿದಾಗೆ ಅದರ ಜೇನನ್ನು ಅವರು ತೆಗೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ತಮ್ಮ ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಔಷಧೀಯವಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಪಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕೆಲವು ಆಚರಣೆಗಳು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಕೊರಗ ಸಮುದಾಯ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಆದಿಮ ಕೊರಗ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಕೆಲವು ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಕೆಲವು ಕಲ್ಪನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈಗ ಕೊರಗರು ಈ ಏನು ಅರಣ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಕೆಲವು ಬಿಳಲು, ಬಿದಿರು ಮತ್ತು ತಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಂಥ ಬುಟ್ಟಿ ಏನು ಇದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಸಾಮಗ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನು ತರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಎದ್ದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಫಸ್ಟು ಕೆಲವು ಬಾರಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಕಚ್ಚಾ ವಸ್ತುಗಳನ್ನು ತರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅವರು ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುವಂತಹ ಏನು ಕಚ್ಚಾ ವಸ್ತುಗಳಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿನೇ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಬರುವಾಗ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ ಮಾಡಿ ಬರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇತ್ತು. ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಎದ್ದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಕತ್ತಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಆ ಕತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಮಸಿತಾರೆ. ಮಸಿಯುವುದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹ ಬೇರೆ ಥರದ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬದಲಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಕಳ್ಳಿ ಗಿಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಆ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇದೆ, ಆ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಆ ಕತ್ತಿ ಬರುವವರೆಗೂ ಅದು ಯಾವುದೇ ಥರದ ಏನು ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ಹರಿತವನ್ನೇ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದೇ ಥರ ಈ ಬರಲ್ ಕಲ್ಲು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಕಲ್ಲು ಅದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಕಲ್ಲು ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಹುಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಹರಿತ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಆ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಅದು ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಅದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಹರಿತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅವರ ಮನೆಯ ಒಳಗಡೆ, ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೊರಗ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ನಾನು ಆ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬರುವುದರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ನನಗೆ ಅಥೆಂಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಏನು ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ಏನು ಪರಿಕರಗಳಿದೆ, ಈಗ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಳಸುವಂಥ ಯಾವುದೇ ವಸ್ತುಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಅಥವಾ ಏನು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ನಾವು ಮಾರುಕಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುವಂಥ ವಸ್ತುಗೆ ಬದಲಾಗಿ ಈಗ ಚಹಾ ಕುಡಿಯಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಏನು ಗೆರಟೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಚಾಪೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುವಂಥ ಚಾಪೆಗಳು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಅನ್ನ ಬಸಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿದಿರಿನಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಕೆಲವು ಪರಿಕರಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಡೋಲ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಸ್ಟೈನೇಬಲ್, ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಮರು ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಅದರಿಂದ ಯಾವುದೇ ಥರದ ದೇಹಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾನಿ ಆಗದಂತಹ ಇದನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಈಗ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಬಿಳಲನ್ನು ಕೊಯ್ಯುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಪೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಅದು ಲಾಭ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಬಿಳನನ್ನು ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಈ ಬಿಳಲು ಹೋಗಿದ ಕವಲು ಕವಲು ಇದೆ, ಆ ಕವಲನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕೊರಗ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಪದ್ಧತಿ. ಅದು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಈ ಕವಲನ್ನು ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡುವುದರಿಂದ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಚಿಗುರು ಬರ್ತದೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ದೇಶ. ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು, ಜೀವನಾಧಾರ. ಅದು ಲಾಭದಾಯಕ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಥವಾ ಅದನ್ನು ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನದಿಂದ ಆ ಥರ ಮಾಡದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಪದ್ಧತಿಯನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೂಡ ಕಾಡಿನ ಜನ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾಗ್ಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಾಡಿನಿಂದ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಾರಣಗಳಿಂದ ಅಂಚೀಕೃತಗೊಂಡಿದೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಆ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಂಥ ಉತ್ಪನ್ನಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ನಾಶ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮುಖ್ಯ ವಾಹಿನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಏನು ನಾವು ಕೊರಗ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಇತರ ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟು ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಈ ಕಾಡನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಆರಾಧನಾ ಸ್ಥಳ ಅಂತಲೂ ಭಾವಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಈ ಬಿಳಿಗಿರಿ ರಂಗನ ಬೆಟ್ಟ, ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಮಂಡ್ಯ ತಾಲೂಕಿನಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಬಿಳಿಗಿರಿ ರಂಗನ ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಆ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳ ಅದು ಆರಾಧನಾ ಸ್ಥಳ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಸೋಲಿಗ, ಜೇನು ಕುರುಬ, ಕಾಡು ಕುರುಬ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಬಿಳಿಗಿರಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಗಿರಿ ಅಥವಾ ಶಿಖರವನ್ನು ಅವರ ಆರಾಧನಾ ಸ್ಥಳ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಅದು ಗಣಿಗಾರಿಕೆಯಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಅದು ಒಂದು ಥರದ ಮಾರುಕಟ್ಟೆಯ ಒಂದು ಕಚ್ಚಾ ವಸ್ತುವಾಗಿ ಅದು ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರಿದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಒಂದು ಸಮುದಾಯ ಹೇಗೆ ತನ್ನ ಜೀವನಾಧಾರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಏನು ಆರಾಧನವಾಗಿ ನೋಡಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತೋ ಅದು ಇವತ್ತು ಬದಲಾದ ರೂಪವನ್ನು ಕಾಣಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಕೊರಗರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸುಸ್ಥಿರವಾದ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಕಲ್ಪನೆಗಳಿತ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ತಮಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬದಲಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಜನ್ರೇಷನಿಗೂ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಸುಸ್ಥಿರವನ್ನು ಏನು ಡಿಫೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಸೊ ಫುಲ್ಫಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಅವರ್ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ನೀಡ್ಸ್ ವಿದೌಟ್ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಜನರೇಷನ್ ನೀಡ್ಸ್ ವಿದೌಟ್ ದೇರ್ ಓನ್ ಮೀಟ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವು, ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಅದನ್ನು ಪಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುವಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ನೀತಿಯ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ದೇಶ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಮಾಯ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದೇ ಥರ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಇದೆ, ಕೊರಗ ಸಮುದಾಯವು ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತೃಮೂಲಿಯ ಸಮುದಾಯವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದೆ. ಮಾತೃಮೂಲಿಯ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಮಾತೃ ವಂಶೀಯ ಅಥವಾ ಮಾತೃಮೂಲಿಯ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಾಯಿಯೇ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಕೊರಗ ಸಮುದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೆಷ್ಟೋ ಬೀದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಚರಂಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಕಾಡಿನ ಮೂಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ದಾರಿ ಬದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಕ್ಕಳು, ಅಂದರೆ ಇತರ ನಾನ್ ಕೊರಗ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಕೊರಗ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸವಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಹೇಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಮೌಲ್ಯದಿಂದ. ಅಂದರೆ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಗು ಹುಟ್ಟುವುದು ಕೊರಗ ಸಮುದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಮಹತ್ವದಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಮಗುವನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಸಂಭ್ರಮದಿಂದ ಆಚರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ ಕೊರಗರು ಖಾಲಿ ಬುಟ್ಟಿ ಕೆಲಸದಿಂದ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈ ನಾಗರಿಕತೆಯ ಪರಿಣಾಮದಿಂದಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛತೆ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಂಥ ಪರಿಣಾಮಗಳು ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆ ತದನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಆದಂತಹ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ನಗರ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆದಂಥ ಈ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಏನಿದೆ, ಸೊ ಅದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮದಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಶು ಹತ್ಯೆ ಅಥವಾ ಭ್ರೂಣ ಹತ್ಯೆಗಳು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಸಮಾಜದ ಒಂದು ಒಟ್ಟು ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಯ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಆಗಿದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೂಡ ಆ ಮಗುವನ್ನು ತಂದು ಸಾಕಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಲಹುವ ಒಂದು ಮೌಲ್ಯವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಇದು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಅಂದರೆ ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟು ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಒಂದು ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಮಾದರಿಯನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಹೀಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳು ನಾವು ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ನೋಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಆದಿವಾಸಿ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಕೊರಗ ಸಮುದಾಯವು ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಬರೀ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಕತ್ತಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಏನೂ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಬರುವಾಗ ಸಂಜೆ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಕೆಲವು ಸಲ ವಾರಗಟ್ಲೆನೂ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಆಗ ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಬರೀ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರೆಕ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ವಿತ್ ಪ್ಯಾಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ. ಸೊ ಅಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊರಗರು ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಅವರು ಸಸ್ಟೈನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂತ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಅವರು ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಣ್ಣು ಹಂಪಗಳನ್ನು ತಿನ್ಬೋದು, ಅದು ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ನೀರು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ, ಕೆಲವು ಸಲ ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ಮೇಲೆಗಡೆ ನೀರುಗಳು ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಕೊರಗರಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ಮರದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಇಂಡಿಜಿನಸ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಕೊರಗರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಒಂದು ರೆಂಜಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಮರ ಇದೆ. ರೆಂಜಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದು ಕಾಡಿನ ಒಳಗಡೆ ದಟ್ಟ ಅರಣ್ಯದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಸಿಗುವಂಥ ಮರ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತೊಗಟೆ ತೋರಿಸಿದರೆ ಅದರ ನೀರು ತುಂಬ ಹೇಗೆ ಟ್ಯಾಪಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಬರ್ತದೆ ಆ ಥರ ನೀರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ಕುಡಿದು ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಥರ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಬೇಕಾದ ಸಮಯಕ್ಕೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಸ್ಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಆ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಹೀಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಾವು ನೋಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಕು ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಥರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೇ ಬಿಸಾಕ್ತೇವೆ. ಆ ಕಸವನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ಆ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಕನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ತಿಂತದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಇದೆಷ್ಟೋ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ನಾಶ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾಡನ್ನು ಕಡಿತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅಂದರೆ ರಿಫಾರೆಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಓಝೋನ್ ಡಿಫ್ಲೆಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹವಾಮಾನದ ಏನು ವೈಪರೀತ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ತಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳ ಆಗದಂಥ ಉಷ್ಣ ತಾಪಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟು ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಒಂದು ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಆಚರಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ಒಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ, ಅಂದರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಕಾರಣಗಳಿಂದ ಅವರು ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಆದ ಪರಿಣಾಮದಿಂದ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪುನರ್ವಸತಿಯು ಕಲ್ಪಿಸಾಗದೆ ಆಚೆ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳಿಗೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಮೊದಲಿನ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷ್ನಲ್ ಮೆಥಡಲ್ಲಿ ಬದುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗದೆ ಏನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಜೀವನ ಬಹಳ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಕೊರಗ ಸಮುದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆಯ ಸುತ್ತ ಒಂದು ನೆಕ್ಕಿ ಸೊಪ್ಪು ಮತ್ತು ಆಡುಸೋಗೆ ಸೊಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ನೆಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಕೊರಗ ಮನೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಿಗಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ನೀವು ನಾವು ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲಿಯಾದರೂ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮೊದಲು ಜನರನ್ನು ನೋಡುವ ಬದಲಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಿನ ವಾತಾವರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುವಂಥ ಗಿಡ ಮರಗಳ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಕೊರಗರ ಮನೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಬೇಲಿಯ ಬದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಕ್ಕಿ ಸೊಪ್ಪು ಮತ್ತು ಆಡುಸೋಗೆ ಸೊಪ್ಪು ಗಿಡಗಳು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅದು ಬಹಳ ಔಷಧೀಯ ಗುಣವುಳ್ಳಂಥ ಗಿಡ ಬರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ನಂಬಿಕೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರದ ಏನು ಈ ಥರದೆಲ್ಲ ಲಕ್ಷಣಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾಣದಾಗಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಅವಕಾಶಗಳಿಂದ ವಂಚಿತ ಆಗಿದಂಥ ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟು ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಗಾಗಿ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತೇನು ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ, ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಬಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ವಿ ದ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ solemnly resolved to constitute India as a sovereign, socialist, secular and democratic republic, and its secure to its citizens social justice, economic justice and political justice, and liberty of expression, thoughts, beliefs and worship, and fraternity, assuring dignity of individuals and unity and integrity of the nations. So in this constitutions we have a right to protect our tribal communities, and in this word I conclude and thank you for opportunities.
Thank you, ma'am. Now Dr. Preeti Kirti D'Souza, Chairman, Department of Commerce, Mangalore University. She will present paper on challenges of aging women floriculturist of Dakshina Kannada district.
2 minutes. Respected chairperson of the session, Sir Parameshwar, all the learned academicians, the topic that I'll be presenting is challenges of aging women floriculturists of Dakshina Kannada. We are speaking here about all the women who are floriculturists, who are coming and selling the flowers which have been either cultivated or maybe locally sourced, and then they are actually the breadwinners of the various families, particularly in the Catholic community. This is where the people, that is the women in particular, are being the major breadwinners, and men usually stay in the house and help these women to associate and bring this trade up. What has happened over a period of time? This is the study. We have seen that these women in maybe around 20-30 years back were very prime and doing their work, but what is happening to them now? These women who were the strong pillars of their family are now become senior citizens. What was the command that they have, and more so the financial freedom that they had, is now being restricted and curbed. And since they are aging, there are certain challenges, and there is also a generation gap, and why the younger members are not moving towards this trade, even when the trade is very lucrative. Objectives: to understand the challenges, to know what is the most important worry of these women, understand the reasons, economic, social, as to why the elder women are still continuing this trade, very few of them, and the decline of traditional floriculture business, and what is there in the future. A survey was being done. We have taken all the women flower vendors who are now retired, but there are few who are still working. And these women, these are the major findings. We find most of them are now senior citizens who are there in trade. But the changes that are happening in the Mangalore city, the major places where they were sitting and trading are all being washed out. You can find now only hardly around 10 to 15 women who are still there in the trade. Earlier, the entire generation was there. 90% of the respondents are married and 10% are unmarried. So you know they've taken the responsibility of taking work as well as a life, and they were trying to balance it, which we are now speaking. Out of these, some are uneducated, some have done their no education. However, now we find the present generation, all are graduates, some are postgraduates, and this is also a gap that is widening. When we find how many years they have been in this trade, we find that some of them are there for more than 50 years and beyond. And now they were very active earlier, and now they miss the social life. Definitely age is one concern, but more than that, people are not there whom they can speak to. Another finding is the place of business. As said, Mangalore area, the Car Street area, the Central Market area, the city bus stand, Hampankatta area, these things are totally being washed off now, and because of these changes, they don't find a place to function. The pre-economic conditions were very bad, and these women were the basic backbone to try to bring an improvement in their respective households. Why are they still continuing? They are continuing because there was economic poverty earlier, and now they are slowly coming out. What is the time of venturing into business? Some have come because they are married into that particular households, some because they have seen their parents doing this particular business. So these are the aspects. What is happening now? Now they are seniors, now they are sitting at home, but they cannot sit idle. Earlier they had people to talk, and they had money, that is the financial independence. Now they are having a little bit of money, but they do not have any conversations. What is the spouse contribution? This is very interesting with this study. Usually the men becomes the breadwinner, but here in the Catholic community, particularly with these women, the women are who are working in the house as well as going out. Men are there who are there to help. Children have been into education and they are doing really good. But what is the most important worry? That none of them speak to them. With the gadgets in the hands of the youngsters, nobody is coming and speaking to them, and they find it difficult. What are the reasons for not pursuing floriculture? Low dignity of work, low prestige in society. Now the people are educated. There is no land to cultivate. There is no rest, no holidays. There is stagnant market, and more so there is commercialization of floriculture. Nobody would like to have these only for very, very few social occasions and maybe religious occasions. This is how we find that. The study is interesting. Earlier we find these people in and around the city. Now you don't find them. Maximum, say around another 5 years, you will not find even one lady working here in this particular floriculture department, which was earlier one of the best places where everybody was into business. Now no youngsters are interested in this business for various other reasons. One is total commercialization. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks. Next, Mahita Kumari M. Vidwat PU College, Guru and Kere. Okay. Dr. Manjushri Shetty, NPI Institute of Arts, Commerce, Science. Then Shifana from Sridevi College, Ballalbagh.
So, good evening, everyone. My name is Shifana. So, my topic is Women's Leadership in Sustainable Enterprise. And beginning with the abstract, I have included the sustainable, what is the woman playing the key role in the sustainable enterprise, their unique contributions, their challenges which they are going to face while doing the business, and also the strategies to empower women which can lead to the more equitable and sustainable future. So sustainability is a global priority, and while doing a business, the main priority is business must balance economic growth, social responsibility, and environmental care. So women's leadership here plays a key role. So the paper examines their contribution, challenges, and strategies. So mainly the objective which I have taken is to examine the role of women's leadership in sustainable development and innovation, and to identify the strategies for empowering women leaders in sustainable enterprise. See, mainly when we go to industries or business, every time we see that the manager, mostly they will be a men or a male person, whereas the women, they are having a limited amount of opportunities. So in order to overcome this, what are the strategies we can do to empower women? That we have to see. And also what are the challenges they are facing? Because by knowing the challenges only, then we can prove the strategies to empower the women. And women's role in sustainable enterprise, it includes collaborative leadership, empathy, and social awareness, long-term visions. So as we all know, women are emotional being, right? When it comes to their personal and professional works also, they just don't think of themselves first, but rather they think of everything first and put themselves in the end, and they think of themselves at the end. So when it comes to leadership also, there are certain key factors who don't encourage them to work, right? Even in my family, as I am belonging to a Muslim community, there were people who were discouraging me, like, why you are studying? What are you going to do after studying? At the last, you are going to wash your vessels, right? So that thing has been done. And by God's grace, I'm here, I'm standing here confident. I have completed my post-graduation, I'm doing well, I've settled in the job. So this is my achievement. So even now, I can proudly say that I'm the only one girl in my family who have completed their masters, right? When it comes to my cousins and all, they have done just PUC or degree, that's it, and then they are married off. So when it comes to leadership and women's growth, we have to focus on it rather than keeping them down of it. So the contribution of women leaders when it comes to business, women think beyond the capacity. When it comes to male person, they might be like, they think when taking the risk also, they think twice or thrice. But women, they have a lot of creativities. But the thing is, they are not given the opportunities to show their creativities. And they help in promoting corporate social responsibilities. When it comes to ethical practices also, women are more conscious when it comes to ethical practices rather than men. They think of what is good, what is the best, and then they implement it. Then advancing diversity and inclusion. So when it comes to women, they think of not only just their professional or not just their personal, but they think of both. How can they achieve both the things at the same time? As we can see, there are a lot of female faculties here. They do their work here in the college in a professional manner. At the same time, they go to home, they do their personal duties, right? So that is how they are advancing in diversities. When it comes to women, they have a lot of scopes. If they can manage their professional and personal life, why not they can manage different industries? Why not they can manage different leadership qualities? So this is regarding the contributions or roles which women play and the challenges faced by women leaders. So this is the main concept which we have to speak. And basically, every time we tell us gender equality. No, not just by saying, but we have to implement it. Only when the women speak up regarding the gender equality and their rights, it can be fulfilled. So gender stereotypes. So even in businesses or organizations also, we see, like mainly the manager position will be kept forward only for the male persons rather than the women's. So that should not be the case. Even women should be given the best opportunities there. And the limited funding. When it comes to a women's business or women's entrepreneurship, they are startups. Why why do we fear to fund their business? Why do we fear to invest in them? That should not be the case. That is a challenge for them, right? Because we tell that we want women in our society, we want them to be a leader, we want them, we want a gender equality for women. But why do you not start by funding their business? You tell them, you help them to grow that. Then the next thing is work-life balance. When it comes to work-life balance, as I told, women are the best in managing both their career responsibilities and family responsibilities. And at the same time, this is the challenge for them, right? Because there are people who are not ready to accept their professional life. There are people who tell them, okay, your professional life is done, but now you have to look after your family. That is your duty. So that is a challenge faced by the women leaders. Next, coming to the strategies to empower women leaders. So firstly, political interventions. Not just by passing the law saying that gender equality is needed in the industries or gender equality is needed in general, we have to support the leadership. This is not done. But at the same time, the implementation is necessary here. How are you going to implement? And there are sectors where gender equality is shown, but at the same time, the work-life politics is also shown, where just to show they put women forward and then later on they take them from that position by giving certain reasons. So proper policy interventions is needed here. Then mentorship and networking. So in order for a woman entrepreneurs to grow, they need a lot of networkings. They need to make up with a lot of people. They need to find the career opportunities, their specific growth opportunities. That is needed. Access to funding. So when it is a women entrepreneurs, we need to help them, right? If we want them to grow, then we have to show them financial support. We have to show them some financial support by investing their business, by promoting their business. So this is the strategies which we want to empower women leaders. Then the recognition and representation. No matter what a woman does, they are not recognized completely. At one matter or another, they are put down, saying that this is your duty. It is not a matter of big deal. You are supposed to do this. No, that should not be the case. But promoting women's achievement, giving them at least a representation or recognition is a very big reward for them. It is a very big achievement. So hereby I conclude that we have to overcome these barriers to make the maximum of the impact where the women leaders can retain or sustain in the best industries or enterprises. Encouraging gender inclusive leadership benefits businesses and society. So not just by saying that women are important and we have to promote gender equality is not done. We have to even give them the sufficient opportunities, and also the necessary strategies have to be implemented to encourage and motivate them. So hereby I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
We have a last presentation. Samira K. from Department of Political Science, Mangalore University. She'll speak on policy and governance related to Muslim community women.
Good evening to you all. Today I am presenting a paper on policy and governance related to the Muslim women. So all of you know that the Muslim community is a marginalized community, because a group of the individual who practice Islam, believe in the same God Allah and uphold the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad are referred as a Muslim community. But at present the community is frequently lack the awareness of the protection provided by the constitution. There is a law and order, there is a constitution, each and everything is there, there is a policy, there is a program for awareness, each and everything is there. But nobody is there to support the women from the Muslim community. There is lack of family support, there is a lack of the family and relatives, and as well as societal support. See, if we are taking the history of the Islam, there is a lot of the support backed by the Islam. So they are giving the opportunity for the women in each and every sections. But at present, we have seen a lack of the supporter from the Muslim community. So here I am going to the research methodology. The study will utilize the secondary data collections I'm go through the books, journals, articles, and the publications. Muslim community have faced a lot of the challenges in the home, society, and in government section also. So women in society also deals with the lot of the issues in injustice, discrimination. If we examine the state of the backdrop, we also find the Muslim women reservation are not fined adequately because they have to provide it. The Muslim communities are, the members from these communities are male dominated society, uses the religions and the customs either directly or indirectly control the women's. In Indian society, women's are disadvantages of various reasons, but typically the state of our women is also attributed to the patriarchal nature of our society. The economic and the social, cultural and the educational backwardness of Muslim community can be attributed to a number of factors. See, if you go through the rights and the responsibility of the Muslim community in Islam, equality before Allah, right to education, like males and women are entitled to pursue the knowledge and education are equally. Women have the right to work and make a living, but taking care of their families is usually seen as their top of the priority. Roles and expectations of the women in Muslim community, motherhood, wifehood, daughterhood, involvement of the community. So these are all the roles and expectations of the Muslim community women. Next come to the challenges and the controversies facing the Muslim women. First one is the patriarchal society. Patriarchal society and the cultural practices that limit the women's rights in at present and before also. The freedom provided the difficulties of women in several nations and the majority of the Muslims. Second one is the misinterpretation of the Islamic law. All of you know that the Islamic laws are misinterpreted by the leaders of the community. Islamic academicians and the feminists frequently contest the interpretation of the Islamic law, and they have been used to support the limitations of the women's rights. Third one, the feminist movements. At present, we are go through the feminist movements. So Muslim women are speaking about their rights, their duties and their responsibility about the society. So in here I am mentioning some of the Muslim notable leaders from the Islam. Khadijat bin Khuwailid, she is the wife of the Prophet Muhammad and a successful businessman. Next one, Aisha bin Abu Bakr, a companion of the Prophet Muhammad as a prominent Islamic scholar. Malala Yousafzai, a notable Peace Prize winner as a advocate for girls' education. Benazir Bhutto, the first female Prime Minister of Pakistan. These are all the main Muslim leaders of our community leaders. But if we are talking about the policy and programs of the constitution or policy and programs of the state, we are not aware about such a programs and the provisions provided by the Constitution of India. If you go through the Constitution of India, we know that Article 15, it prohibits the discrimination based on the religion, race, caste, sex or place of birth. But most of the Muslim community members not aware of these constitutional rights. Next come to the Constitutional Article 16. It guarantees the equality of the opportunity of the employment and the appointment to the government offices. Most of them are not aware of this because most of the Muslim women are not ready to go for any employment opportunities. They are not able to go for any state or central government job opportunities. Next article, Article 25/1. It provides Indian citizens that freedom to profess, practice and propagate any religion of their choice. If they have to go for any other religion or they have to practice any other customs, they have the right to go for it. Article 26, it enables the religious denominations to establish institutions, manage and their own affairs to acquire and administer properly. If we have the interested to start any educational institutions, we have the right to administer and manage their own educational institutions. Article 30/1 ensures the freedom to establish religious educational institutions. So these are all the rights, these are all the articles provide the right to Muslim women in our constitutions. But most of them are not aware of this. In addition, the 11th 5-year plan also provides certain provisions to the Muslim women. Like Prime Minister's 15 points programs, these programs also provide such a developmental schemes for Muslim women like Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, Kastur Gandhi Balika Vidyalay, Swarna Jayanti Gram Swaraj Yojana. Like these are all the programs provided for the Muslim women to uplift their into the mainstream of the society. Here I am going to conclude with the findings. Poverty, illiteracy, the lack of educational institutions, a shortage of the instructors, a lack of the infrastructure in the existing educational institutions are very high teacher co-student ratio where some of the significant factors are noticed. Young girls are abstracted by marriage among the close relatives and the loss of the motivation to succeed via education. As a result, they lost the interest in academics. Providing equality educational opportunity to Muslim women can significantly improve their socio-economic status, enabling them to overcome barriers and actively participate in social, political and economic sphere. Many Muslim women remain unaware of their constitutional rights and the legal protection such as the Article 15, 16, 25/1 and Article 46 which safeguard their educational and economic interests. This lack of the awareness contributes their continued marginalization and exploitations. Deep-rooted patriarchal practice and unnecessary social traditions often restrict the Muslim women to access education and public life, perpetuating and their exclusion from the mainstream of the society. To empower the Muslim women, support from the families, communities and the government is very essential today. Awareness campaign and the initiative promoting education and the political participation are important to ensure their inclusion in the society. Thank you for the opportunity.
I thank all the paper presenters for the wonderful presentation, representing from different communities, women from Muslim community, from Christian community, tribal areas, and the women in general. So we had wonderful deliberations where so one paper highlighted that the women has a lot of capabilities, but they lack opportunities. It is because of the lack of awareness about their rights. So even though we have a lot of provisions, he quoted so many articles and sections in his paper. Even the international organizations which fight about gender inequality. Then we had a wonderful paper on tribal women where they have a lot of traditional knowledge. They are rich in traditional knowledge, but they lack the education of economic empowerment. So how to make their the tribal women economically sustainable. That means the awareness is to be created to make them involved in rural economics. And the one paper, another one, it speaks about gender-based violence and explained various causes and forms. Then Sabita madam has explained sustainable development of tribal women, the lifestyle of tribal women, what happened after the modernization, their involvement in the modernization process, and women empowerment and their role in sustainable enterprise. Then lot of challenges faced by the Muslim women. So highlighted equity inequality in different space, in different angles. And first paper will give the guidance and answer for all the papers. The only solution is the education. Education for both the sides. The equality we can, that means think of one thing, the awareness, and the other side, the education. Awareness is there, but they are not aware of the consequences of violating or various forms of violations, discriminations are explained. So education is only the ultimate solution, as beautifully explained by Dr. S.J. Mahesh sir. So once again I congratulate all the paper presenters for the wonderful presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for chairing the session and guiding us throughout the session. I request Dr. Preetikirti madam to offer a memento to the Dr. Parameshwar sir. Dear participants, the last session, that is panel discussion, will start soon. And now you can have 5 minutes tea break. Thank you.
interdisciplinary approach. We have with us three eminent speakers. Dr. Ramila Shekhar, wellness expert from Mangalore. We have got Ms. Raksha Bhatt, an entrepreneur of Evolve, the president of Evolve. Professor Shashireka HL, my esteemed colleague from the computer science department. Just 2 lines about each of the speakers as an introduction on a very personal note. Dr. Ramila Shekhar is the daughter of Mohan, the first RTO of Mangalore. Her husband, Shekharanna, is a philanthropist par excellence. If you talk about a temple trust, he is there. You talk about a social service organization, Lions Club, he is there. You talk about Mangalore Management Association, he is there. And we see that he has done a lot of social service to this part of the area. Not only that, I think Madam's house is a tiled roof house, and your mother always makes some juice and keeps it during the summer months. So this is a brief expert. I think therefore wellness comes along with Madam Ramila Shekhar. The second speaker here is Ms. Raksha Bhatt, entrepreneur of Evolve and the president of Evolve. And as I spoke to her, she just asked me a straight question, what should I speak? So probably it is, that much of grip that she has got on the topic when she asked, yes, I will speak on whatever you say. And I said, how can women start organizations? And she said, yes, that is what I will be speaking on. Professor Shashireka HL, Professor of Computer Science, will be speaking on cyber safe girl. I think this is a very important notion because we don't realize that nowadays we are not safe anywhere primarily because the mindset is not safe. So whether it is online, offline, no line, still there is a problem that we are facing. And unfortunately what happens in issues like this is that women and girls happen to be at the receiving end of all these things that has taken place. Probably it would be that this holistic coverage that we are given of sustainable development should be a preset for gender equity, where we need not talk about equity also. Equity should come from each person's heart and soul, so that the mind, the body and the limbs together will account for equity. With this brief introduction, let me give about some 6 minutes to each of the participants who will speak on their topic which is given to them, and the panelists or the members who are sitting here, the participants, may ask specific questions to each of the panelists who is there, and then probably we'll give them about 1 minute in the end to conclude. With that, we not just conclude the panel session, we conclude the 2 days national conference, UGC Center for Women's Studies we have done. I think the Women's Studies have done a great job about gender equity. They involved people and they have done something which culminates in what we will remember for a long time to come. Thank you one and all, and let me start with Madam Ramila Shekhar as the first speaker.
Good evening, everybody. At the onset, let me just tell you, today I've been crowned with a new professional distinction, I should say, because I myself didn't know what is a wellness expert. Madam gave me that name. Basically, I'm a mental health professional. That's all. Okay, so nothing great about it. I'm just practicing as a mental health professional. So I'm just going to talk to you today for the 6 minutes that Dr. Paul gave me. I wanted to talk about, what women should do. But then I changed my topic when I was sitting there and listening at all the paper presentation, because I saw all the paper presentations talk about empowerment. Madam spoke beautifully about the culture of one sect of people. Then we had people who had spoken about the discrimination. We had people who spoke about violence and all. And then something that struck me, I have not prepared at all. When did we start this whole movement of Women's Day? It goes back to 1911, and today we are in 2025, and still we are talking about empowerment. This was something that struck me so much, and I said, what are we doing? And why is it that we are still talking? We have reached somewhere we have reached the moon also. But we are not able to reach the homes to be able to make women change something. And so I just changed it today. Just sitting there, I just noted down a few things saying that the background that I'm going to talk about is not the external challenges that a woman faced, because all the, I think, whichever paper presenters in this room, I'm sure everywhere, and I just looked at the presenters from morning also, have spoken about all the external challenges. But I think Dr. Paul spoke about it. That is, I'm going to talk to you about the internal challenges. I think one of the speakers just said, provide opportunities for the woman. So my question I had for me, I'm not questioning any paper presenters, but my question I had is it that we don't have opportunities, or is it that we are not grabbing the opportunities? I think there was an old saying that open the door when the opportunity is knocking at your door. I don't think today we can still say the opportunity will knock, because nobody waits for the opportunity to knock. By the time they come to your door, it is already taken. So you open the door and you grab the opportunity if you want. That is the mindset that I want to have. That is the way that I want women to look. Then another thing that I thought I just wrote down is, why does she pull back from verbalizing? We are talking about discrimination, we are talking about abuse, we are talking about violence. I'll give you a very simple example here to explain what I want to say. 4 years back, I had around a 50-year-old woman sent to me, to my clinic, by one of the surgeon. And the reason is just a small chit that is written by him, covered, stapled, gummed, everything, because he didn't want the woman to see it. And he said, she's coming to me with constant cuts on various parts of the body. Kindly see to it. That's all. And the cut that she came that day and she was sutured was on her left jaw. First of all, I was already seeing a patient. So it took me 2 minutes to, finish that and come. She was not willing to sit because it's a mental health clinic. It's very strongly written counseling, training anta heli. Avrige kutkollike beda. She said, what will people say if they see me here? However, when she came, the first thing she said is, no, nothing is wrong with me. I don't know why doctor has sent me to you. So I said, it's okay, he sent you, let's talk. So in the process of talk, I came to know everything is given to her. Everything is given to her. Many of us might become jealous of her because she has such a huge house, she has 4 cars for her own, she has everything. But then why is she going to the doctor? The husband is not a bad man. Let me tell you right away, he's not a bad man, but he has one particular habit, that is, if something is not in place. For example, again, I'll go back to make the story short. That day, on the cup which is there in that washroom, the razor was not in the place. The razor was somewhere else. He just calls her and then he asks, where is it? And the next thing he did is caught her head and banged it to the wash basin. That's all. And that is the cut here. But she is not willing to tell me. I'm not going to tell you how, what, everything. But what is happening is, from the past 30 years, she married when she was 25 and now she is some 55 or 52 or something. From that time, this is the things that is happening. And she is, if you know, she is a postgraduate. She is a so-called educated. She is so-called everything. But why didn't she talk about it? This is the topic that I'm talking. Pulling back when she has to verbalize. Because of various myths that we have. I'm like that, I should be, women are like that. Because that's something that we have been brought up with. You don't talk, salpa sumne irbeku, you shouldn't talk, you're going somewhere. All these things, and you're brought up with that. So I'm saying, another thing I want to tell you is the career goals. I think one paper presenter presented. Career goals that we give up because of the, various responsibilities that we have. So there are so many. So what I'm trying to say is, what I want to say today is, I am not saying what others can do. I am not saying what government should do. I am saying what we should do. So I just thought I'll pick up 5 points and give it specially to our young persons here. Think about it. talk about it, I think that's the best thing that you can do. Because I don't believe in going somewhere to Delhi and doing something. Do it in your own mind, do it in your own house. That is something. What is it? First thing is, believe in yourself. I think that's the most important thing that a woman should do is, I have this capacity. Okay, don't compare yourself to others. I have a capacity. The belief itself will help you to put your right foot forward. And that's a huge step that you can take. Second, do things that you enjoy. We don't even want to rest when people are saying, because many a times in my clinic, some of the things that I tell women is, ಒಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಮ್ಮ, ಏನಾಗುತ್ತದೆ, ಕಾಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, just rest. What if my mother-in-law sees? What if somebody else sees? What will happen? You're just resting. We don't do, and we have foregone so many things that we wanted to do. Again, one small example. During COVID, Sojan knows about it because we were all together. We started an online through the APSWP. That's an association of us from Nimans. I got a call from a woman who is 75 years old and she said, I'm depressed. Okay, and the only thing that I did is I did not put her on any medication from our psychiatrist, but a little bit of therapeutic intervention. And then I said, I asked her one question, what is it you want to do? Madam, from small I wanted to learn music. Learn now. What will people say? 75-year-old woman learning music. I said, nothing doing. Learn now. Put her in touch with one of our own MSW students who was a musician. Okay, and started the online class. Even today, it's so many years after COVID, she'll suddenly give me a call and she said, I've learnt a new song. Hadboda nimge. That's the joy. That's the joy. That's the second thing. Then again, verbalize your feelings and opinions. Don't bottle it up. Because the moment you bottle, again, I think Sojan has already spoken in the morning, what happens when we bottle up, it comes out like a volcano. So tell it out. If you can't have somebody to tell it out, write it out. But bring out your feelings, bring out what you have in mind, because that's one of the things that corrodes inside your mind. So that's the third thing. Fourth, what I just told you, grab the opportunity. Don't wait for the opportunity to knock you. That's old time. Now you open the door and see if opportunity is passing, catch the head and bring it inside. That is something that is most important. And the fifth and the last one is, in case you want any help, in case you feel that you need some help, it can be for just somebody to listen, it can be for somebody to give you a part-time job. I think we had one madam just talk about florist. If you have that interest and you feel that you want to be an entrepreneur, we have madam going to speak about that. Don't wait for somebody else to ask you. You say, I want to do this. Ask for help. Similarly, even in our field of mental health, if I feel I'm going a little sad, if I feel there's some anxiety, don't sit and wait for it to become more. Remove all the stigma. Okay? Like even today, again, that's another thing. 2025, people are still resisting to come to a mental health professionals. Okay? Remove all the stigma. Go and ask for help. Saying, nange eno aagtade, nanna mansinalli eno aagtade. So I came for help. What? Why? That why is something that, why not? So with that, I want to tell, and my last sentence to all of you is, women don't need others to empower. You have the power within you. Now, just you have to bring it out. Thank you very much.
A very good evening, everyone. Firstly, I feel extremely privileged for having an opportunity to share the dais with Ms. Ramila Shekhar ma'am and Professor Shashirekha ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful talk, ma'am. I personally could very well resonate to every word that you spoke, and exactly like how you started, while I was present here to see the presentations of the rest of the members here, I exactly wondered, as you said, it is 2025 and we are still fighting on topics to claim gender equity. It is unfortunate, but I still feel It is something that we have to question ourselves. Like ma'am exactly said, it is not about the external factors. It is about questioning yourself. It is not just with the women, most importantly with the men, to see what kind of equity have you given to your own women at home. So let me begin my talk for the day with a very small exercise, because I usually do not feel comfortable when it is my own voice which is being heard, okay? So I feel it nice when the whole of audience is a part of today's talk. Let me start with a simple exercise. To all the men in the room, could you all please raise for a second? Thank you so much. One simple question to you all. Do you all have pockets on your shirts and your trouser? Yes? Is there any man in the room who is not having a pocket in the shirt or a trouser? Any man in the room without a pocket? No pockets in the trousers? He has, right? Thank you so much. Please be seated. All the women in the room, please raise. How many of us have pockets? Maybe 1 or 2 or 3, right? Might sound very silly or funny, okay? Thank you so much. Please be seated. What is the simple depiction of a pocket? What is the functionality of a pocket? To carry cash, to carry key, to carry a pen, to carry a phone, okay. Unfortunately, okay, let us forget about the phone. Let us say phone is something which is very recent to all of us. But what is the functionality that the whole pocket was designed for? To keep cash, to keep a pen, to keep a key. Unfortunately, just question yourself the generational conditioning with which we have been living, that the whole of society thinks that money, pen, and keys is not a necessity for a woman. Time to introspect. So what I would like to kind of discuss more on today is, although I have been here to talk about women entrepreneurship, this is the background with what I would all want you to think about. The law defines very clearly the first line, what we all have learned ever since we have gone to school and ever since we have learned social studies is, everyone is equal before the law. That is the beginning, that is the end. So it is not the law which is actually been an obstacle to any of us here in the room. When I'm saying us, I'm talking about women, representing women. It is not the law. It is the mindset. Mindset of whom? Mindset, our own family mindset, where we have grown up. For example, if I talk about my own family, we are 2 siblings. I have an elder sister. She's a dentist and I'm an event organizer. I'm an entrepreneur. My mother is an entrepreneur too. Unfortunately, even to this day, there are people who sympathize my father, saying that you are having just 2 girls. It is so unfortunate. And people sympathize thinking that he might not really go to Swarga because it is 2 daughters. Unfortunate, right? Anyway, so going back to what our topic is for today, when I'm talking about the mindset with what we have been brought up in our homes, irrespective of caste, irrespective of religion, I'm talking about womanhood, I'm talking about girl as an individual, right? How is that you are seeing an equity at your home? Right from birth until the time of your wedding, is there any instance where one can proudly say that I have been brought up with equity? No. So if a person is not being brought up with an equity, how can anybody expect, or as an individual, even dream of having that acceptance of equity while you are getting into your professional line or while you are thinking of starting something of your own? just a simple question, right? So, what is the whole background? Why do even society think women as a second gender? Let us try to get answers for it. So, the whole conception is that they see women as an expense, in my understanding. Simplify it. Because the whole notion is, she is not anybody who is going to contribute to my family. I am getting her married away to a different family. So again, marriage is an expense. She is not the one who is contributing. So I think this is the primary notion for which the whole society thinks women as a second gender. Right? Okay, so be it. Let us, for a matter of fact, accept that women is a second gender. Okay, that she is growing herself to maybe upbring another family and not the family in which that she was brought up. But still, so they do kind of have a pass-on procedure called as wedding that they do, right? So there again, I still question in the age of 2025, is there any law that defines that it has to be the girl's family to bear the expenses of wedding? If the men in this room think that there has to be an equity in gender, I would be so proud and grateful if any of you going forward, when you're maybe for the ones who are yet to get married, would go up front and would then say your to-be bride's parents that I would want to contribute half the share in the wedding. That is equity to me. Wedding is not just a ritual, wedding is a celebration. And how fair is it for a girl's parent to bear up the whole cost of the wedding? Where is the equity defined in this? Right? So what I would like to say is, there is so much of differences with which a woman or a girl child has been made to grow up with, because of which it is the whole of self-confidence which has been taken away very easily by the society. It is not about giving equal opportunities. Firstly, let her accept the gender as it is. Let us fight for acceptance, and then maybe we can claim for what we want to be. So in the whole, the saga of we being raised in an unequal manner, what has down the line happened to us as a generation is that we are very well qualified. So most of the girls are really kind of getting good education, getting all the support from the family to even have their higher education done. But still, there is something called as financial illiteracy, what we as women are going through right now. And that is the term, financial illiteracy. And again, it is something because it's not something which is complicated that we cannot learn or upgrade ourselves with, but it is the mindset. And again, do not blame yourself for what has happened with your financial knowledge. It is the generational conditioning that has brought to you that you think that you're incapable to handle money, you're incapable to be independent, and you're incapable to have your own life. So the day that we as a society work together in having a more financially oriented support given to any girl or women around us, empowerment can happen automatically or as a byproduct of it. Lastly, like how I would want to again re-stress on what ma'am has already mentioned, capabilities versus opportunities. Shaktiginta yukti melu. Correct? Right? We all are aware of this and we agree. It could be only one of those, even for the hardest of hardest physically oriented job, like to even change the tire of a lorry, it is not Shakti that is required, it is Yukti. Then why is the difference wherein we see that a particular woman is designed to only do a teaching job, is only designed to do a nursing job? Why is this thought process? Who is the person who has sowed the seed in us? So please think about it. When you as women would want to think of your career or would you want to think of entrepreneurship, It is not about your physical strength, it is about your mental strength and your ability. Like ma'am rightly said, opportunities are there everywhere. And also to emphasize, opportunities has no gender, success has no gender. The gender, what is there, is with the societal parameters, and once you take away that stigma of you being attached to a particular gender, you will get a lot of answers to yourself as to what should be the fight that you would want to get to be a part of. Like I say, choose your fights. Do not waste time in proving your capabilities. The world knows your capabilities by now. It is just about you taking your own initial first step to proceed towards your own empowerment. It is not your parents, it is not your siblings, it is not the government. The change begins with you, and it has to be you alone in the journey. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Good evening, everyone. So this will be the last session of 2 days national conference on gender equity. From yesterday morning, we have been, it's okay. We have been listening to the experts about gender equity, but I should say this is not anything related to gender equity part. So why it is not related to equity part? Because who are the victims of this cyber security which I have chose? Actually, the title is Cyber Safe Girl, but later I changed it to this cyber security awareness. The reason for this is, who all are the victims of this cyber security, and how far we are from this, how far are we from becoming cyber crime victims, right? Because of that, everyone, you, me, everyone here can be victims anytime. That's why instead of Cyber Safe Girl, I thought it's not only for girls, it should be for everyone, right? Before I give some examples, let me get some answers from yourself. How many of you do not use smartphones? Can you please raise your hand? How many of you do not use smartphones? Maybe many of you may be having 2 SIMs, 2 or 3 smartphones, right? Right? 2 or 3 smartphones. If not 2 or 3, at least you may have 1 smartphone with at least 2 SIMs. 2 SIMs, it's quite natural, right? Yeah, there is 1 person. Okay. But majority of us are using smartphones. How many of you are not using social media? There may be a few exceptions. Yeah, Madam Wazida is here. She is not using social media, but you are using WhatsApp. Yes, then you are not an exception. So many of us are using WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, and I don't know what all social media apps are there. I use WhatsApp, maybe Facebook to some extent. Not many other Instagram. No, I have an account, but I do not post anything. Even on Facebook, I do not post anything. Okay, why I'm asking this question? Okay, how many of you have the habit of updating the status on Facebook? Checked into this hotel. Checked into maybe bus stand, airport, or visited this restaurant, right? How many of you are not having this habit or practice? See, only few not having, because having many are there, right? There is one movie in Kannada, I don't remember the name of that movie, but I know who has acted in that. Darshan is there, then that Kashi is there, Sunetra is there. If you get a chance, at least that clipping, that part of the movie you see. She wants to travel to some place. So she is in the KSRTC bus stand, and she says, I have kept this key here, that key there, etc., etc. And by the time he reaches home, I mean, she is giving instruction to husband. By the time she reaches home, there is nothing in the house. Entire thing is taken away. I don't remember the title of the movie. Right. How many of you use email in cyber cafes? How many of you use email or use cyber cafes to send mails? Many of you are using, right, cyber cafes to send mails. It's quite, because many a times even to fill some forms, on the phone it may not be possible, it may not be clear, or you may not be knowing how to do it. So you visit this cyber cafes or cyber labs, whatever it is, right? Who is giving all the information related to us, right, to somebody else? Or put in other way, who is telling that I am going to that hotel or had visited that hotel? Who is saying I am flying from, let us say, Mangalore to Bangalore? Who are giving the information? Right, I am giving my information. Yesterday I have posted one on my WhatsApp status, right? I am proudly saying that I have visited Kumar Parvata. Who is giving that information? Myself, right? So now, how many people know that I have visited there? Of course, you can always restrict the people who can check your status, right? But you please check in the WhatsApp who all can see your status, right? If you are not checked that, if you say anyone, then you are in the critical situation, or you are in danger, I can say, because anybody can see the status. Even though I am not in your contact, I can see the status. That means, see, people know more about us than we know ourselves. I think everyone will agree with this, right? ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗೊತ್ತು ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ರೈಟ್? Usually what we do is, madam is my very good friend, so occasionally we take photos, right? And one fine day there will be a pop-up message, you two together, and we'll share that, and sometimes we'll share that in status also, right? That means, again here, the data about us, Google knows better. How Google is using these photos, how Google is using this information, right? There is privacy, everything. How many of you read all that information that is given, or will just click, right? Terms and conditions are there, you just click. Have you ever read what all is there? You are giving consent to share your data, right? How many of you are aware of this? You are giving consent to share your data. That means I am giving consent, so anybody can use that data. Google is happily using that data. Facebook is happily using that data. Of course, that data may be used for various applications like creating the data set, creating this face recognition, and so many things. For example, okay, ChatGPT, many of you must be knowing. Right? In ChatGPT, if you ask to generate some images, right, it will generate. How does it generate? It requires very large number of images. And where do we get these images? Google has all the images. How Google has all the images? Yeah, you have Google Drive. In Google Drive, there is photos, right? If you enable the backup, automatically all photos will be backed up. That means all those photos are available for Google, right? You post all your status, you comment, you update the photos on Facebook, you update the photos on Instagram, and we are giving permission. We are giving permission for all those photos. So Facebook can have access to your photos, Instagram has access to your photos. That means, where is the privacy now? Gone are those days where we used to write the diary, keep it in a safe place so that nobody should not read that. Right now, we ourselves give all the information, and we want likes from people, we want comments from people, right? And after everything, I mean, what not happens, then we say that this is what has happened. And we are in that situation, right? So who are the victims? Who are the suspects here? Anyone can be a victim. I can be a victim, you can be a victim. I know madam from several years. Madam, can you give the password of your email ID? Yes. Yes. Yeah. I want it. See, she's giving the password. That means she has trust in me. She is giving the password. Right? Many times we get the calls from so-called banks, insurance companies, etc., asking for OTP. Right? Like how madam has said, same thing. We'll give the OTP. Right? We will give the OTP. The moment you finish saying the OTP, your bank account will be robbed like anything. Your balance becomes zero. And it might have happened to many people, right? Let me give few examples which has happened recently. How many of you know about .apk file? I mean, madam has given me 6 minutes. Earlier she said 15, then 12, 10, 6. So I am trying to put everything in 6 minutes. Otherwise, I had slides also. Okay, how many of you know about .apk file? What is .apk file? No, but you must be no, it's not for Ajay. You must be getting messages through WhatsApp to click on that APK file. APK is Android package kit. Android package kit is a file, right, which will have some information, right, and we have to click on that, provided it is from an authorized one, right. It will install certain features. But what the APK file we are getting as malware is, they'll hide some other information, so that if you click an APK file, if you click on that, right, all your data may be lost. What all data is in your phone, right, that may be accessible to others. Or it all depends on what is there in that APK file, right, that is one thing. Then you may get a call. You may get a call saying that this call is from police commissioner. Earlier it was in English, then it was in Hindi. Now you are getting in Kannada also. Police commissioner office inda call bandide. ನೀವು ಕಳಿಸಿರೋ ಪಾರ್ಸಲಲ್ಲಿ ಡ್ರಗ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಲ್ಡಪ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಡಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಹಣ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ಇಷ್ಟು ಹಣ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯು ಬಿಲೀವ್ ಇಟ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್, ಮೆನಿ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ money. Right? Recently, Professor Narayan sir said that in Patna. Professor, she lost 1 crore. And how frequent is that is, they don't even give time for you to think. So back to back there will be WhatsApp call, and it is like an entire setup. They have gone to the extent of even having a court kind of what is that situation. It's like a movie, exactly. It will be like that, and they won't allow you. And not only that, in this digital arrest, so they'll see to it that the person will not talk to anyone or reveal this to anyone. And there are several cases, and today morning also I read in this WhatsApp message where one person from Udupi, not one, I think 4 or 5 people from Udupi have arrested because they have done this kind of digital arrest, and I think some 98 lakhs or so they have robbed from a person. Right? This is one. Then digital arrest I mentioned. Then you may be getting calls. In barvodu call, ಯಾರು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಅಥವಾ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ನೀವು ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗೇನೋ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಬರೆಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿರ್ತೀರಾ, ಅಥವಾ ಮತ್ತಿನ್ನು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿರ್ತೀರಾ, ಅಥವಾ ಮತ್ತೊಂದೆಲ್ಲೋ ಹೋಗಿರ್ತೀರಾ, ಅಥವಾ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಹೋಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಕಾಲ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಏನು ಕಾಲ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಗ ಅಥವಾ ಮಗಳು ಈ ಥರ ಏನೋ ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಯಾರನ್ನೋ ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಯಾರನ್ನೋ ರೇಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನೀವು ಬಂದು ಬಿಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಬಿಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನೀವು ಬಂದು ಇಷ್ಟು ಪೇ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಆದ್ರೂ ಐ ಮೀನ್ ಹೊರಗಿನವ್ರು ಯಾರೋ ಈ ಥರ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡೋ ಶಕ್ತಿನೂ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡಿರಬಹುದಾ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಥಾಟು ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟಾಗಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದೇನೋ, ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಮೊದಲೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೀಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡಿ, ನೀವು ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಬಂದು ಕರೆದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ನಾವು? ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲ, ದೊಡ್ಡವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಇದು. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಫೇಸಿಂಗ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಡೇ. OTPದು ಒಂದು ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಅದೇ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಮೇಲ್ ಬರ್ಬೋದು. ಏನು ಮೇಲ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ? ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಒನ್ ಕ್ರೋರ್ ಲಾಟ್ರಿ. ಯಾರು ಖುಷಿ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ 1 crore ಲಾಟ್ರಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ? ನನಗಂತೂ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. 1 crore ಲಾಟ್ರಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಡ ಅಲ್ಲ? ಜಾಬ್ ಫೇಕ್ಸ್, ಜಾಬ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ದೇರ್. ಸೊ 1 ಕೋಟಿ ಲಾಟ್ರಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಈ ಲಾಟ್ರಿ ನಿಮ್ದು ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಅಗೈನ್ ಮುಂದಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲೇನೋ ಒಂದು ಎಂಟರ್ ಅಂತಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಎಂಟ್ರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ. ಈ ಲಾಟ್ರಿ ನಿಮ್ದಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ನಂಬರ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಇಷ್ಟು ಹಣ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ನಿಮಗೆ ಆ ಹಣನ ಈ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಇಷ್ಟು ಹಣ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀರಾ ಹಣನ? QR ಕೋಡ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀರಾ. ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಹಣ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ 100 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬಂದರೂ ಸಾಕಲ್ಲ, 100 ಜನದಿಂದ 100 ರೂಪಾಯಿ 100 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಅಂತ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಸೊ ಐ ಮೀನ್ ಈ ಥರ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು. ದಟ್ಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಸೆಡ್. ಐ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಫ್ಯೂ ಸೆಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ಸ್. ಓಕೆ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಟು ದಟ್ ರೆಮಿಡಿ. ಸೊ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡೋರು ಇದ್ದಾರಾ? ಹೂ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಅಸ್? ನಾವೇ. ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು? OTP ಕೊಡಬೇಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಡಿ ಯಾರಿಗೂ. OTP ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ OTP ಕೊಡಬೇಡಿ, ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಡಿ, ಯಾವುದ್ರದ್ದೇ ಆದ್ರೂ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಡಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಅನದರ್ ಒನ್. ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ಪ್ಯಾಟ್ರನ್? ಸಿ, ನೋಯಿಂಗ್ಲಿ ಆರ್ ಅನ್ನೋಯಿಂಗ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಫಾಲೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಎ ಪ್ಯಾಟ್ರನ್, ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಪ್ಯಾಟ್ರನ್. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡು ನೀವು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ನೀವು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಹೇಳಬೇಡಿ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ನ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡು ಈಸಿ ಇದೆಯಾ ಕ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ? ಕಷ್ಟ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಅಜಯ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಈಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿರೋರು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನದ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಕ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೌದಾ ಅಜಯ್? ಇಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನದ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಕ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನೋಡಿ ಅಜಯ್, ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇಮೇಲ್ ID ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಅವ್ರು ಕ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತಿದ್ದು? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ಯಾಟ್ರನ್ ಏನು? ನೀವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು. ಎಷ್ಟು ಈಸಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಪ್ಯಾಟ್ರನ್ನು? ಏನಿರ್ಬೋದು? ಮೇಡಮ್, ಡೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಬರ್ತ್ ಆಯಿತಾ, ಇನ್ಯಾರೋ ವೆಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯನಿವರ್ಸರಿ ಡೇಟ್, ಇನ್ಯಾರೋ ಮಗನ ಡೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಬರ್ತು, ವೈಫ್ದು ಡೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಬರ್ತು, ಅಥವಾ ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇನೋ ಒಂದು. knowingly or unknowingly our life is full of patterns and we are following the patterns. Madam may very well agree with me. Knowingly or unknowingly, everyone has a body language, right? Everyone has a body language. Similar to that, even when we use words, we follow a pattern. When we create a password, we follow a pattern. Create an email ID, we have a pattern. See to it that if you can break that pattern. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ನ, ಸೇಮ್ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ನ ಒಂದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇಮೇಲ್ ID ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೆಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀರಲ್ಲ ಸೇಮ್ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್. ಯಾರಿಗಾದರೂ ಈ ವಿಷಯ ಗೊತ್ತಾದರೆ, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೇ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಹ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡೋರು ಇರ್ಬೋದಲ್ಲ? ಇರ್ಬೋದಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಹ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡೋರು ಇರೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಇರೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಅಲ್ಲ, ವೈ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಆಸ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್, ಇರೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ವೈಟ್ ಕಾಲರ್ಡ್ ಜಾಬ್, ರೈಟ್? ಐ ಮೀನ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ವೆಲ್ ಡ್ರೆಸ್ಡ್. ಈಗ ಕಳ್ಳರು ಹೇಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ? ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹೊತ್ತು ಕಳ್ಳರು ಮುಖಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಸ್ಕ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಹಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಹೀಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಥಿಂಗ್. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲೇ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಹ್ಯಾಕರ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಪಡಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ನಿಮ್ನ ಯಾರೂ ನಾನು ಹ್ಯಾಕರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹ್ಯಾಕರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ಅಂತ. ಮೊದಲನೇ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಏನೇನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್. ಈಗ ಅಜಯ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ನ ವಿತಿನ್ ನೋ ಟೈಮ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಲೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಈ ಹ್ಯಾಕರ್ಸ್ ಯಾರು ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಹೇಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಏನೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು, ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮೊಳಗಡೆ ಯಾರೊಬ್ಬರು ಹ್ಯಾಕರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ಬಹುದಾ? ದಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸೇಫ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಸೈಬರ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್. ಸೊ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಹೇಳಬೇಡಿ, ಬರೆದಿಡಬೇಡಿ. ಇಮೇಲಲ್ಲಂತೂ ಖಂಡಿತ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಸೇಫ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ದ ಏಜ್ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಮೆಥಡ್ ಡೈರಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಡೈರಿಲಿ ಬರೆದು ಅದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಸೇಫ್ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಟು ಸಮ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಸೇಫ್. ಆ ಡೈರಿ ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಸಿಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕವ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮೇ ಬಿ SBI ಅವರು 180 days ಅಥವಾ 90 days ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಚೇಂಜ್ ದ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್. ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಇಟ್ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ದ ಪ್ರೀವಿಯಸ್ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್. ಹಿಂದೆ ಏನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತು ಈಗ ವರ್ಚುವಲ್ ಕೀಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಅಂತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ವರ್ಚುವಲ್ ಕೀಬೋರ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕಾಂಬಿನೇಷನ್ಸ್. ಬ್ಯಾಂಕವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ 8 letters ಇರಬೇಕು, ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಲೆಟರ್ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಒಂದು ನ್ಯೂಮರಿಕ್ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋರು ಯಾರು? ನಾವೇ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ನಮಗೆ ನೆನಪಿರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ದಿನಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಯಾರಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋರು? ಒಂದೇ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಉದ್ದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ, ರೈಟ್? ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಹೂ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಅಸ್? ಈಗ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಆಯಿತು, ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು, ಆಗೋದು ಬೇಡ ಯಾರಿಗೂ, ಬಟ್ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ಯಾವುದೋ ರೀತಿ ತೊಂದರೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೂ? ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಲೈನ್ 1903 1930 303 ಮತ್ತು ಈಗ ಈ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅವರು ರಿಸೀವ್ ಮಾಡೋವರೆಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಕಾಲ್ಸ್ ರಿಸೀವ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ, ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರಿಂದನಾದರೂ ಬಂದರೆ, ಹೀಗೆಲ್ಲ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಡೀಪ್ ಫೇಕ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ತುಂಬ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಡೀಪ್ ಫೇಕ್ ಅಂತ. ಕೆಲವು ಸಲ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಏನೂ ಮಾತಾಡೋಲ್ಲ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು? ದೇ ಆರ್ ಟ್ರೈಂಗ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ವಾಯ್ಸ್. ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇನ್ಯಾರೋ ಆ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ನ ಕ್ಲೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಕ್ಲೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಥರನೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಲೇ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ, ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಿಮ್ಮದು, ಬೇರೆ ಇನ್ಯಾರೋ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಲೈನ್ಗೆ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಥ್ರೂ ಔಟ್ ದ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕಾಲ್ ದಟ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಲೈನ್. ನೀವು ಯಾವ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗೂ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವ ಸೈಬರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗೂ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲ್ ದಟ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಲೈನ್. ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಈವನ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ದ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್. ಸೊ ಟು ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಡನ್. ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಸೈಬರ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ, ಸೈಬರ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. I4C ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೂ ನೀವು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು. ಈಸಿಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಲೈನ್ ನಂಬರ್. ಸೊ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಲಾಡ್ಜ್ ಯುವರ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಇನ್ ದಟ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಲೈನ್ ನಂಬರ್. ಬಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು? ಸೊ ಸಿ ಟು ಇಟ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಡೇಟಾ, ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಕೀಪ್ ಇಟ್ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್, ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಕೀಪ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರ್. ಅಂದರೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೇಗಿತ್ತು ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಇರೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ವಿ ಲೀವ್ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ? ಕಷ್ಟ. ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ವಿ ಲೀವ್ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಸ್ಮಾರ್ಟ್ಫೋನ್? ನಾಟ್ ಎಟ್ ಆಲ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್. ಯಂಗರ್ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ಲಿ ನೋ ವೇ, ರೈಟ್? ಬೇರೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಬಿಟ್ಟೇನೋ, ಆದರೆ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಬದುಕೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ಮಾರ್ಟ್ಫೋನ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಬದುಕೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ರೈಟ್? ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಹೌದು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಬೇಕು ನಮಗೆ. ಹಾಗಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೈಬರ್ ಕ್ರೈಮ್ ವಿಕ್ಟಿಮ್ಸ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೈಬರ್ ಕ್ರೈಮ್ ಸಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ಸು ಅಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಟಿಪ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, OTP, ಯಾರಾದರೂ OTP ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಡಿ, ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಡಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಇಮೇಲಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ನೀವು ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಲಾಟ್ರಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಅದು ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿಂದ ಇದು ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ, ಅಂಥದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೀವು ಕೇರ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಮತ್ತು ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಲೇಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಅನ್ನೋನ್ ನಂಬರಿಂದ ಕಾಲ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಸಮ್ ಫಾರಿನ್ ನಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ, ನಾಟ್ 91 ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ನಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಫಾರಿನ್ ನಂಬರ್ಸಿಂದ ಕಾಲ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ರಿಸೀವ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಈ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡರ್ಸ್ ಇರೋದಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಜಿಯೋ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಏರ್ಟೆಲ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಯಾವುದೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವ್ರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲರದೂ ಜಂಕ್ ಇಮೇಲ್ಸ್ನ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಫಿಲ್ಟರ್ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸಿಮಿಲರ್ ಟು ವಾಟ್ ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾಮ್ ಫಿಲ್ಟರ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಇನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಇಮೇಲ್. ಅದಾದ್ರೂ ಕೆಲವು ಸಲ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜಂಕ್ ಅಂತಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ತೆಗಿಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರದ್ದು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ನೀವು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸಸ್ನ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಸೇಫ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಸೈಬರ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್. ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಟು ದ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್, ಸೈಬರ್ ಸೇಫ್ ಗರ್ಲ್. ವೈ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾರಿದನ್ನು ಸೈಬರ್ ಸೇಫ್ ಗರ್ಲ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಂದರೆ, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅನಂತ್ ನಾರಾಯಣ್. ಸೊ ಹೀ ಈಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೈಬರ್ ಸೇಫ್ ಗರ್ಲ್. ಬೇಟಿ ಬಚಾವೋ ಬೇಟಿ ಪಡಾವೋ ಅಂತಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು ಸೈಬರ್ ಸೇಫ್ ಗರ್ಲ್ ಅಂತ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಾವು ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಸೈಬರ್ ಸೇಫ್ ಗರ್ಲ್ 6.0 ದಟ್ ವರ್ಷನ್ ಈಸ್ ಅವೈಲಬಲ್. ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಾರ್ಟೂನ್ಸ್ ಥರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ 60 pages ಬುಕ್ಲೆಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್, ಸಮ್ 60 ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ವಾಲಂಟ್ರಿ ಆಗೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ವಾಲಂಟ್ರಿ ಇನ್ ವೇರಿಯಸ್ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಟು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ರೈಟ್? ಸೊ ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್. ಬಿ ಸೇಫ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಸೈಬರ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಸೈಬರ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸು ನಾವು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋಷ್ಟು ಕೆಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಅಲ್ಲ. ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ವೆದರ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ, ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್, ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೋಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಾನ್ಸ್. ಇಟ್ ಆಲ್ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಹೌ ವಿ ಮೇಕ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ. ಸೊ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಫಾರ್ ದ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ.
Let me thank all the three panelists here. Actually, originally we thought we'll ask another question, but I think for the time limit, we are not going to do that. Let me thank all the three panelists here who are seated here. I think this was a great deliberation. I was just thinking one important part of it. Should we have a panel discussion in the end? But probably now I do feel it is something which was the icing in the cake, because great presentation was made and very focused presentation was made. And I think the focused presentation was said, everything starts from myself. I need to internalize what are the external manifestation we see outside. So if there is a girl or a boy who wants to be safe or wants to have a responsibility or wants to have anything, it has to start from himself. I think Madam Ramila Shekhar very strongly put it when she said, this is a person who has been, battered. But then she also said a second word, he is a good man. I think both the things were put together. I think the only issue that we see is, I think in a very intimate partner relationship, one of the things that we find is, I think the ladies will melt after the incident is over. They'll never melt if it is someone outside, but internal of the family, they take that as a nurturing thing and they do it. So when you accept something, these are the problems that probably do take place. And the concept of, women being an expense rather than as a profit center. In economics, we always say profit center and the loss centers which are going on here. Now, when you talk about the profit centers, we feel that men are profit centers. We feel that boys take care of the family. I think the only thing they take care of their names, because it is always better that your daughter looks after you in your old age, if that is a possibility, rather than your daughter-in-law looking after. But there are many daughter-in-laws who take care of their parents in a very, positive manner. They treat them as the same thing. Because I think all issues start from a woman, because a woman is very nurturing. Our nature itself is built in that way, where the nurturing aspects comes from the women and it grows from them. And therefore, if at all we create the maximum problem, I think we create it to our own wives, to our own children, to our own mothers, to our own sisters. We are creating the problem, because it doesn't come into our mind at all, just like the air that we breathe. We don't realize the air that we breathe because it is there, readily available. We understand that only when that air becomes rare. Then we will understand how important the air is. The same thing in our family lives. We always take the woman for granted. We always feel, yes, she has to serve me, and yes, she has to serve me, and that is it. We don't go beyond that. We don't look forward and say, women are an integral part of us. They should respect us. We should respect them. We should love them. They should love us. And together we can make a society which is, very equitable, very nurturing, very developed. Because you can split anything. Can we be split on religion? Yes. Can we be split on caste? Yes. But on gender, we cannot be split, because the unit of the family is a man and a woman together. That is the family. And therefore, I don't think anyone can split it. And the maximum support we are going to get will be from our own family members, not from anyone else. They are the ones who are going to take care of us. On this particular note, let me thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity on several times to come here and to make that presentation. I thank you one and all. I think it is time to say goodbye till we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to all dignitaries, Dr. Ramila Shekhar, Ms. Raksha Bhatt, Professor H.L. Shashireka, as well as to Professor Paul G. Aquinas, sir. Now I request Professor Paul G. Aquinas, sir, to present a memento to all esteemed panelists as a token of gratitude. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. So in a short while, we would be having a small ceremony of certificate distribution for the presenters, and then will be followed by conclusion remarks from the convener. I request the convener, Professor Sarojini ma'am, onto the dais, as well as my co-convener, Dr. Wajida Bano, onto the dais. I'll be quickly calling up the names of all the paper presenter. I request all the paper presenter to be ready with your photography, the person who's helping you with the photography. Then we'll be finishing with the conclusion remarks from Sarojini ma'am. The first presenter is Dr. Triveni Aras, Dr. Sabita, S.J. Mahesh, Dr. S.J. Mahesh, Swati B, Reshma K, I think she is left, Sandeep B, or Reshma is there, sorry, Sandeep, Mr. Kajeru Gopal, Shrivani, Kajeru Gopal, Shrivani K, Karthik S from Mangalore University. We have Daneshwari from SDM Institute. We have Mr. Chandan from Mangalore University. Chandan from Mangalore University. Make sure your photography is done. Rakesh Nayak, Amaresh H, Amaresh H. Next we have Shivaraj Ramachandra Gowda. We have Mr. Shivaraj Ramachandra Gowda. We have Samira K. Dr. Nayana. Dr. Nayana was in the organizing committee who helped us tirelessly. Thank you, Nayana, for that. Dr. Harish K, the postdoctoral fellow of our department. Munira A. We have Amrita. Miss Amrita M from JSS College of Arts, Mysore. Make sure your photography is done. Amrita M. Dr. Manjunath S. Mokashi, Scholar of Social Work Department. We have Dr. Lavina K, faculty member of Bioscience Department, who was with us helping us tirelessly. We have Vijay Lakshmi, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi. Vinuta K, the Scholar of Social Work Department, who's also with the organizing committee. Vinuta K. We have Ajay. We have Chandappa. Chandappa. Yeah. Yeah, so we have finished with the certificate distribution. Thanks for the opportunity. Madam will be submitting her conclusion remarks.
Good evening to you all. It is just like I was reading we had one lesson called the bet. So two people will have the bet, and one person gets imprisoned for 14 years. He has to win the bet, but at the last day he escapes from the jail. He loses the bet. That is the situation everybody is having now. You want to escape now? Yes, I am. So on behalf of the Mangalore University and my own behalf, I thank one and all for having come here, registered and be here. I am highly grateful to you. Here are the two people who from day one we were doing so many things, and finally it has come as a 2-day conference with I think people personally told they enjoyed the stay here, food here, talk here, everything. So I'm very grateful to you. Okay, and the people who are we had it was a very I don't know, it happened. Okay, it happened. We had very less number of people. We were telling how much we have to order the food. Then finally 40 people from MSW Hassan will be coming. That is a sweet news given by Dr. Yashaswini to us. Then we were okay, there will be somebody to listen this one. But it so happened that almost all the sessions the hall was full. Whether the students from Hassan were there or not, the hall was full. Okay, then our registration was 104, right? 104 registration. But then, and it is a we take pride that 104 people have registered here. Okay, then all the speakers, they responded very positively from the session 1 to the session 8. Okay, all have responded positively first day itself, and they have responded and they have come over here, they have given their best. And I have told in the beginning in welcome note, you are better knowledged than in the morning yesterday. I am asking you, are you better knowledged now than yesterday? Yes or no? This is the success of the conference. You are better knowledge. If you are better knowledge, it's the success of the conference. And in a hotel, it was written that if the food is good, if the food is bad, tell to me. If the food is good, tell to everyone. Okay, services are good. So if you felt that the conference was good, tell to everyone. If you felt that the conference would have been different, then tell to me. We are always there to improvise ourselves. With Bendre's one quote, Samarasave Jivana. Okay, Sarasa Janana, Virasa Marana, Samarasave Jivana. So Samavatva, Samanate, ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಸಮತ್ವವನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶವನ್ನು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯತ್ತ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋಣ. ನನಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಯುವ ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇದೆ. ದೇ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಜೆಮ್ಸ್. ಯಾರೂ ಸಹ ಯಾವ ಮಗು ಕೂಡ ತಾಯಿ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಯಿಂದ ಬರುವಾಗ ಅದು ಕೆಟ್ಟದಾಗಿರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಮಾಜ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೆಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಏನೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮೊಳಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮಗು ಇರಬೇಕು. ಈಗಲೂ ನನ್ನೊಳಗೊಂದು ಮಗು ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾದದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಪರ್ಸನಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳಂತಲೇ ಹೇಳೋದು. ಇವರನ್ನಿಬ್ಬರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳು, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಈ ವರ್ಷ ನಾನು ಐ ಆಮ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ರಿಟೈರ್. ಸೊ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳೇ. ಓಕೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳು, ಶಶಿರೇಖಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತುಂಬ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗೋಣ. ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನಾವು ಹೋಪ್ಸಲ್ಲಿರಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಸಮ್ಮಿಲನಗಳು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಸಮ್ಮಿಲನ. ನಾವು ಮನುಷ್ಯರನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗಿ ಮನುಷ್ಯರನ್ನು ಪ್ರೀತಿಸದೆ ನಾವು ಮನುಷ್ಯರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬಾಳೋದು ಏಕೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ಕ್ವಶನ್ನೊಂದಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
Finally, on behalf of the UGC Center for Women's Studies, we extend our sincere thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Registrar, all professors. For technical support, we have to thank the Director of Computer Center. For live stream, we have to thank Transmit Network and all faculties, non-teaching staffs, research scholars, all students, media members and professionals, technical assistants, all orienters and all committee coordinators and members for their tireless support. A big thank to you everyone who supported us both directly and indirectly in marking this session engaging and insightful and contributing to the success of these 2 days conference. Thank you once again.